afternoon. Oh, I'm getting attacked by a fly already. What a start to the show. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a super Saturday at King Abdulaziz Racecourse as I continue to be attacked by this fly. Looking forward to 12 wonderful races here from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. But before we get stuck into any of that, we need to dissect what happened yesterday. Rory Delagi joins me in the studio. Rory, let's set the scene for those who didn't watch. We had the clash of the titans, Afsan Al-Khalidiyya versus Talal Al-Khalidiyya. Tell me what happened.
Well, this was our finale last night, which is the Group 1 Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup. And we were wondering all day whether we would get to see a clash between the two highest rated purebred Arabians in the country. Talal Al-Khalidiyya rated 129 and Afsan Al-Khalidiyya rated 128. And we did, and what a clash it was.
Yeah, it was a serious clash of the titans. Let's have a look at what happened and really try and dissect the action, because it wasn't done when they crossed the line. Rory, at this point, Talal's in front, Afsan's been behind the bridle for a long way. But now, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi just starts to have a little look and just starts to have a panic. Rory, take us through what happens next.
Yeah, it looked like Talal was in control of this off the bend, but Afsan Al-Khalidiyya has come from off the pace, and he finds plenty for pressure to come with a late challenge. And you can see here that Talal is just wanting the line, but he drifts out towards Afsan, as you can see, quite seriously in the last 100 metres, particularly as Afsan is coming with what looked like it would be a winning run. There's contact between them. The verdict ended up being a neck victory for Talal Al-Khalidiyya over Afsan. But the stewards on the day reversed that and gave victory to Afsan Al-Khalidiyya after an inquiry that happened after we were on our way home.
Well, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi was on board, does not cover himself in glory at all. Firstly, he's looking to his left and looking at the big screen, and then watch this, a beautiful drone shot that we've got. It's full on right hand down to close the gap. The horse doesn't really drift. He drags him over, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's aware that Afsan's coming at him, and he wants his horse to drift into the path of Afsan so that the other horse has to check his stride to go wide. You'll see jockeys do it all the time, just not as dramatically as this. And this is, particularly when you see it from above, and it's great that we have the drone shot there. You can watch this from different angles and say, well, is there that much in it? And you watch it from the side, and you're not quite aware of how far he comes across, and you don't really see the body language. But there's very little doubt that he ensures that the Talal Al-Khalidiyya from this, they then quickened late that day, which doesn't suit him, as you saw from last night. He's a horse who maybe doesn't snap onto the bridle as quickly as some, but he finds an awful lot for pressure. And we saw that last season, even in Taif, that sometimes he could race a little bit lazily, but when a challenger came, he would knuckle down really well. But in a race like the one on turf last time out in Abu Dhabi, it was really run for the speedsters. Didn't really suit him. He wasn't given a hard time when he was beaten. We know that's not the Afsan we saw on numerous occasions last year. And in a race that was set up reasonably well for him here, he found loads for pressure to regain his reputation, really. You know, a couple of defeats had seen questions asked about him. The race he won on his previous start was just an open against inferior rivals, but he showed all his tenacity and grit to, you know, I was going to say to get the better of Talal. He didn't get the opportunity going past, but he clearly would have. And yeah, the pair of them clearly come out of that with their reputations firmly intact, and the handicapper had them separated by just a pound, and that pretty much proves that that's spot on. You'd almost have them in the same rating.
Yeah, like two good boxers. They've now both had two scraps. Talal has won one, Afsan had won the other, and now they will hopefully meet in the Obeya Classic on Saudi Cup weekend. They might have a run before that, but I imagine they'll be separated. But the Obeya
we're going to Obeya qualifier, but it'd be massively unlikely they would run in that. And Talal probably needs a break now because he was having his second run in a week, and that probably wasn't ideal for him. So I mean, fans of Talal will point out that he actually finished first past the post, and they'll also point out that, you know, he was very, very much on his toes, having won a cup race just a week ago, and that probably wouldn't be the ideal preparation for that. So they will think that he can get his revenge, given a bit of a break. But I think the pair of them will probably both be rested until the Obeya Classic, and it promises to be a classic.
It will be an absolute corker. If you have any opinions at home, please remember to get involved in the comments on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. We'd love to hear what you think. I know people like Keith Jurgensen, who's one of our really committed viewers to the purebred Arabian scene. He is hugely invested in what goes on in that division. And Keith, if you've got any opinions or anything that we've missed on the channel, please let us know. We really do appreciate everybody getting in touch on the English-speaking channel. Remember, like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notification for all things Saudi racing with an English-speaking background. We are running up to the Saudi Cup and then beyond the Saudi Cup as well. It's our second year doing this, and I feel, Rory, we're getting better and better with each passing show.
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Just constantly on the improve. But it's not just Rory and I bringing you all the action today. Hannah Baycroft is down in the parade ring. Hannah, you were in the thick of the action yesterday and you saw Talal Al-Khalidiyya nearly turn himself inside out in the parade ring. What did you make of the whole day?
Yeah, he did indeed, didn't he, Callum? Firstly, hello everyone, how are you all? If you joined us yesterday, it was a very exciting day, wasn't it? And it was a bit different as well because, of course, we had that Arabian display, which was really interesting to watch. I really enjoyed the day and, of course, seeing the major competition take place in the final race. Of course, like you said, Callum, he was turning himself out here in the parade ring, but it just goes to show he can absolutely perform so well. Despite the outcome, I've still very much enjoyed the race. But on to today, Saturday. Well, you can see behind me, it looks a bit overcast today, doesn't it? It's not as warm as it usually is at this time of day, but nevertheless, we've got 12 great races coming up that we're very much looking forward to bringing you all at home. So we better head over to our race day commentator because I can see behind me in my peripheral vision that the horses are coming out ready for race number 1. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Gary Capewell.
12 Anna Ajalaya Abdullah Aziz. 12 Anna Ajalaya Abdullah Aziz Al Musma. 13 Bafiq is Rayan Al Taresh. 14 is Kointa Sama Al Sharani. 15 is Kafal Toom Tariq Al Machour. 16 Malak Al Hossan Mohammed Al Hubail. 17 is Kishar Scratch horse number 18. Number 19 is Bint Al Deem Youssef Al Hussein. 20 is Milton Asil Al Sharani. And that's your lot. So let's go back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, runners in the pre-parade ring ahead of this contest. Raw, what do we make of this? It's a local bred horses maiden. Both of us have been through the form of this one. There's a lot of them that I thought you could discount quite early.
Yeah, I thought it was a really nasty race, to be perfectly honest, in terms of picking the winner. No offence to the participants, but I didn't particularly like it much. But yeah, there were only maybe 4 you could make really positive comments about. There's a few newcomers who might be okay, but we tend to find that newcomers at this stage of the year tend to be pretty vulnerable, and there are question marks even over a couple of the form horses in here as well. So hopefully, the 1 or 2 of the obvious ones run to form. Otherwise, we might have a bit of a shock on our hands.
Yeah, 20 in the field. Should we run through them top to bottom? Would that work for you, Raw?
Yeah, it works for me.
Abu Al Thul is the top one. That's horse number 1. Has had 2 runs in the career so far.
Yeah, showed a fair bit of ability when third on debut in Taif, and then was up to open company on his next start, probably running to a similar level in a race won by One Amin, and he's returning from 4 months off now. Could well improve, having the benefit of 2 runs, but similarly, you'd want to make sure that he's fit after that layoff.
Really intrigued about horse number 2, although coming off a big layoff, Anna Al-Basel.
Yeah, this won a second time out, subsequently disqualified at Taif in a 1200-metre maiden. Was a very good second to Wasim Faisal in the Taif Cup. A little bit unlucky not to win that. Wasim Faisal's come from out of the clouds to win, and we'll get to see that shortly. And would have leading claims on that. You know, almost winning a cup race in Taif and running on what looks a pretty weak maiden here. You'd like to think Anna Al-Basel could win. We've seen a few horses come from those Taif races, though we haven't always shown the form straight away here in Riyadh. And again, fitness is a marginal concern, but when you start going through the rest of this field, you really hope that Anna Al-Basel is fit, because otherwise it's not easy making a strong case for much else in the race.
Yeah, slightly concerning and a tough race. Just a little bit of housekeeping for you as a reminder. Number 13, Bakfek, does not run. That's the 13, doesn't go. And the 21, Troop 1, does go. It wasn't available on the graphic, but the 21 Troop 1 does run. Let's have a look at some of these in action. And the first one is going to be Abba Al-Basel. This is a very decent performance in the Taif Cup. Looks like the winner turning into the straight, but just gets run down by a horse we've not seen since.
Yes, the winner here is in the noseband in about 7th place on the outside, and Anna Al-Basel appears to be wearing down the leader and going on to win this cup contest. But as I said, very late in the day, the horse in those greyish silver colours, Wasim Faisal ends up winning narrowly. This is a good effort from Anna Albacel, particularly in the context of this race where form is thin on the ground.
Yeah, you surely think this will be an excellent opportunity. But Kalido is a horse who shouldn't be ignored, has plenty more recent form to the name, was last seen finishing a really good effort to finish third on this occasion.
Yeah, I'm slightly dubious about the level of form here, but again, we see the Al-Qatani colours out in front with Gawak Allah, who wins the Minister of Education Cup last time over 1,400 metres. And if you look behind them in third, staying on all the way to the line, is Kalido to put up a career best effort. Not much pace through this race, but just keeps plugging away over 1,400 metres. Drops back to 1,200 now. And if you want to knock Kalido, although that piece of form looks good enough to win this race, that was his 10th start. So he's had plenty of chances for a young horse. This looks his best chance on paper. But you just wonder whether he might struggle for speed, dropping back to this sort of trip.
That was my big concern with him. I think he's a bit slow, and he's shown over 1,200 metres before that he's been found wanting. The next is a debutant. This is Ala Al Muham. Makes debut here by Son of Frozen Power out of a local dam.
Yeah, an interesting one because it represents the Jimmy Jerk and George, who had a really impressive winner in these colours last week. And certainly one of the more interesting ones in the paddock. Really want to hear what Hannah has to say about this one.
Hannah, it's all yours. Number 2.
Yeah, that's the one we're on, so let's have a look. Anna Albacel looking very, very well on the toes there, as you can see. He's a real gorgeous looking horse. Lovely muscle on the hind end, across the neck as well. A real looker, actually. Stepping back, horse number 3, Anna Al Muham. Lovely chestnut here, really muscular on the neck. You can see got the earplugs in, and the hind end looking rather muscled too. You can't really see much underneath, but still, he's a real big chap, this horse. Dropping back, horse number 5, just behind. Bacare has the earplugs in and the noseband, got the tongue out there, but giving you all a good look to the camera. And just an update in the paddock, Anna Al Muham, number 3, went right up vertically. But luckily, Bacare here is keeping it calm, which is what we like to see. He's got a real gorgeous shine on his coat. And finally, the horse behind, number 6 now. Just dropping back to horse number 6, Hajan. Lovely muscular hind there. You can see real nice definition in the hind end for sure. Nice and tucked up underneath and a real nice shine. You can particularly see some lovely... Oh, he's having a little hop and a skip there. You can see some nice definition on the shoulder also. But I think for me the pick will have to be number 2, Anna Albacel. Looking absolutely fabulous. A picture, I have to say, particularly when he jig jogs. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yeah, great to hear Jeffrey Foccard in the chat. Looking forward to the races at Saudi Arabia this evening. You and I both, Jeffrey, we're both looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it with my racing analyst, Rory Delagi. Let's go to Bacare. We just saw that horse and shot. Didn't look bad in the parade ring. That's number 5.
No, yeah, I quite liked Bacare from what I saw of him in the parade ring. He showed the speed to lead on debut at Taif. And then was just faded back into 4th place. But given he had gate speed, I think he's got to be interesting here over 1,200 metres on a faster surface. Doesn't have the best of draws until 70, but as a jockey on board, Alex Moreno, who should be able to steer him across. And yeah, hasn't got an official rating for that debut, and it's easy enough to sort of knock the form of early Taif maidens. But I like the speed that he showed, and I like his build. He looks like he's developed a little bit from Taif as well, so he would be on my short list.
Hajan is the 6th. I think he's improved with every start.
Yeah, he's gradually going the right way. Finished 6th, 8th, 5th, and 5th. Comes out of stall 4 here, which is a decent position for a horse with experience. Finished 3 lengths 5th to Alcaraz in a similar race to this over course and distance 3 weeks ago, and he's got obvious place claims backing that up, which seems likely.
Yeah, we moved down to Karimi, who made a bright start to his career, but then was well beaten in open company last time out. Comes here off a break.
Yeah, he was. We've mentioned the race that he was behind in last time out. That was a race won by Juan Amin at Taif, and obviously Abu Al Asul was ahead of Karimi that day. Needs to bounce back, and others are preferred.
Kazaj is the 9. Has had 2 starts and needs to show a lot more.
Yeah, hard to fancy based on the 2 efforts to date.
Mokad was beaten by a whopping 237 lengths on debut.
Yeah, there's tailed off and there's tailed off, really, isn't there? We still not aware who the jockey is for Mokad yet, and perhaps nobody wanted the job, but that's impossible to fancy on what it's shown.
Yes, Shagroof is the 11.
Shagroof's best effort came when fourth behind Almatybe Sweet in a 1600-metre maiden, 2 starts back, but was beaten over 1800 metres last time and dropped sharply in trip. The drop in trip might help, but easy enough to look elsewhere, to be honest.
Yeah, we move on to the 12, who's a debutant by New Line, who's been based over here for a while.
Yeah, by New Line out of a mare who didn't show an awful lot in multiple starts here, so not the most obvious newcomer. We've actually passed over the most obvious newcomer, but we'll perhaps come back.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Cointer is the 14. That was unplaced on debut.
Yeah, looked badly in need of the run when beaten a long way behind Messamia here in November. The winner won well that day, but that was beaten the best part of 40 lengths, so needs to improve an awful lot on it.
Kafatoum is another one who's been well beaten on both starts.
Yeah, easy enough to pass over. 124 lengths in total. This one's been beaten in 2 starts, so pretty easy to put a line straight through it.
Malak Al Hosn is the 16. Has put one half-decent effort in between 2 poor runs.
7th to Thranaged a couple of starts ago, hinting at ability, but disappointing that I couldn't do any better last time out, and makes pretty minimal appeal.
Then we've got Keisha, who's the 17, last seen finishing 76 lengths back on debut.
Yeah, tailed off there, and again, you can't take any positives from that debut. A lot of horses, we get horses who leave their debut form completely behind because they were in need of the run mentally and physically, but there are no real positives to take with most of them. Sometimes they really stand out in the parade ring, and that's the one thing you can see, particularly if you've seen them on debut, but no real positives I can take forward for Tasser Al Nazarene.
The 19, 20 and 21 are all debutants. Probably the most interesting pedigree is Toop 1, who's by Commissioner.
Yeah, obviously we've seen a couple of nice ones by Commissioner, including in these colours. Commissioner King, obviously, sported the silks of Faisal Muhammad Al-Khatani. And, sorry, I'll take that back. That's the non-runner, isn't it, at the bottom? Took one also by Commissioner, out of a mare called Gala Safuk. It's actually Irish bred, despite the name, but was sold unnamed. And she is a half-sister to a horse called Scotland, who showed useful form on the flat and over hurdles for Fitri Hay in the UK, ended up with John Joe O'Neill. But on that basis, I would have thought that Toop 1 would need an awful lot further than 1,200 metres.
Interesting. The horse that we missed, go on, tell me who I breezed on.
Well, I mentioned that I was interested to hear what Hannah had to say about Anna Al Muhim, but this is well bred and represents Jimmy Jerkins. So I thought we mentioned it very briefly by a horse called Friends Lake, who won the Florida Derby, out of Hamayim, who was winner of the Eastern Region Government Cup here in 2020 and was a 4-time winner. So given the yard had an impressive winner here the other day and knows how to ready one, and this is a well-bred debutant in a race where you can put question marks against virtually everything in the field, he has to be of some interest. But he didn't particularly catch Hannah's eye, I didn't think.
No, he's a big chunky sort. It's certainly not as eye-catching as the 5, Becker, who certainly does look lovely in the prelims. There's Abdulaziz, I can't remember there. Who was on that? Who's on the 6? Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, who would be smarting from his defeat in the last race yesterday, hoping to bounce back. He rides the 6. Wow. Hajan, who I imagine will put up another good effort. I think Hajan's got massive place claims here and could be an interesting one for anyone looking for a little bit of a place prize there.
Does that mean that you might be thinking about it as a selection then, Callum?
No, it's not where I'm going with my selection, unfortunately not. Yeah, Anna Al-Basil is top in the market at 7-4. Kalido is second in at 9-4. Anna Al-Mum is 4-1. That's the debutant there. Bakir 5-1. Hajan 11-1. Milton it's 12-1. Bar the rest of those. There's a couple of those of bigger prices, but again, you're mainly looking towards the top of the international market here for your selections. I think the top two will likely be people's top two, and if you're looking at a more of an exotic play, those top two would be a nice little forecast, I think.
Yeah, I personally would be surprised if they finish first and second. I think although they set a fair standard, both of them have had a fair number of chances. Obviously, Anna Al-Basil has put his head in front before and showed very good form in that cup race last time out, but that was a while ago. And I can see a little bit of a shock over this 1,200 metres because I don't think the 1,200 is necessarily ideal for all those at the top of the market. But it will suit Bakir, who looks all speed.
And is that going to be your play in this one, Rory?
I'm going to take a chance on that one, number 5.
Rory takes a chance on the 5, Bakir. So that's Rory with the 5. I'm going to dip my toe in the Kalido waters, who is the 8. I think this will be a completely different test than what he faced last time in a much better race than this. He's got fitness on side, which is more than you can say for Anna Al-Basil and Bakir. But I was also very interested by Hajan, who could run nicely at 11-1 on the international market. Hannah, who do you like in this one? Who caught your eye the most in the parade ring?
After looking at the 4, number 7, Karimi, actually caught my eye. Beautiful shine on the coat. I'm ready to go. But I just wanted to add, Rory, with your selection, hopefully you heard me, that Anna Al-Muhim was a little bit naughty. So after I saw him walking around, he did then go up vertically. All was fine, but yes, definitely feeling the new atmosphere here for sure. So yes, my selection for this race will be 7, Karimi. I really like the look of this horse. So I can see them circling, but we'll head back to you guys in the studio for more of your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yeah, Karimi, Hannah's selection there. And you could just see what she meant there with Anna Al-Muhim, was just taking a bit of a keen grip, still circling down at the start. So we'll be very keen to get on with things. I don't think Ricardo Sosa Ferreira will have much of a choice in holding this one back. We're just seeing one getting checked by the vets. That's Bakir. Your selection there, Rory, just getting checked over. They're going to check a tendon there, definitely. He's only bouncing because he's on 3 legs. He's not limping, but they're going to check him. Anyone behind the vet tape, as you see, is being checked, and they'll make sure that he is fit enough and ready to go. Is obviously coming here off an absence, so that would be a slight concern. Rory, if they do withdraw that one, have you got a second string selection in here?
I think I'd probably end up with Anna Al-Basil as a default selection.
I'll put Rory if the horse doesn't go. So Anna Al-Basil will be your default selection if that one doesn't go. But they're loading up pretty quickly here. So Gary Capewell, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Everyone's going in quite quickly. I'm waiting further news on Bakir. It's obviously being checked over. It's due into stall 17, so quite wide on the course. Stall 2 for Karimi, who's just playing up a little bit there, is Mokaed. And he had the 1 career start thus far, due into stall 10. Anna Al-Jalila is also about to come in. And you can still see from that shot Bakir is behind the stalls. So at the moment, it looks unlikely we're going to be going with this one, I would say. So that will leave us with a field of 17. And still out at the back are Hajan, who's just coming in now, waiting for Karimi to load, and also Anna Al-Jalila. And they're going to go in together for the opening race of 12 today. And Anna Al-Jalila coming forward will be the final one. The debutants in the lineup coming into stall 6. And they will be ready for a start. 1,200 metres for the opener. And Bakir is going to run. So everything all okay there, which is good news. And he and Alexis Moreno coming into stall 17 to complete the lineup. So we're ready to go. 1,200 metres in front of them. Set for a start. Long hold, but they're off and racing. 1,200 metres in front of them. And from the starting stall towards the inside Kalido one of the first ones to show, along with Karimi in a noseband. Cointer is also racing well to the fore in the blue headgear, and wider out on the course is Milton in the black colours as they run to the far turn. Quite a few of them running green towards the rear of the field, but it is Karimi and Cointer who lead them out of the back straight. They're being followed by Milton, then Anna Almaham in the red colours towards the inside. Kalido runs the rail as they make the turn back towards the home straight. Anna Albastel's getting a nice run through. Blue and white colours with the white cap as they make the turn at the top of the home straight and head inside the final 400 metres. Karima the leader, but Milton on the outside, now trying to throw down the challenge. Third on the inside for Kalido as Cointer begins to backtrack. Anna Albastel towards the outside is trying to make an effort as well as they make the run down to the final furlong. And Bakir in the noseband furthest to the left also running on, but it is still Karimi now being pressed by Kalido as they come inside the final 200 metres. Karimi on the far side of Kalido. This pair to fight it out. Karimi still just in front from Kalido as they race up towards the line. Karimi just about holding on, and it is Karimi who wins the opener, beats Kalido into second, with Abu Alasol running on to be a never near a third, and Milton finished in fourth. And that's one for Hannah in the Paddock selections. Nicely drawn on the inside. Karimi broke smartly, was never too far away, and has fended off the late challenge of Kalido in a race where very few got involved. And this is probably a race where the draw has played a part, because the front pair have come from stalls 2 and 1. The third horse, Abu Alasol, never near a third from stall 13, and Milton, shaping promisingly on debut, has finished in fourth. 7 beats 8, 1 and 20 in a time of 1:15.61. 3/4 of a length and 5 lengths the winning margins. Karimi, Kalido, Abu Alasol and Milton the order in the first race. A winner for Hannah, and Karimi's off the mark at the third attempt.
Mohammed Al-Daham has guided Karimi to success here in our opening contest, repelling the late challenge of Kalido. Coming out of stalls 1 and 2, first and second, Rory, are we going to see inside draws at the 4 today?
Well, certainly at this trip, it may well be the case, but we did have speed from some of those drawn low anyway and experienced, so it's no surprise that we have seen that. I was hoping that that Bakir could get across from stall 17, but that was never really going to happen. He did manage to get in touch off the home bend, but he had to cover extra ground, whereas I was hoping that he would just burst out the stalls quickly, get straight across and into a challenging position, but he's had to creep his way on the outside, and it rarely works over this track and trip.
You weren't the only one who was a supporter of Bakir. George Lazaridis in the chat was hoping it was Bakir's opportunity to improve and show his credentials. He did not do as much. We also had some support from Kalido from one of our Arabic viewers as well. So very well done to everyone involved there. And unfortunately there with the second place was Kalido and a win for Karimi. But good start for everyone involved, and well done if you found the winner. And well done Hannah, 20-1 on the international market. Let's just go through the result there. Karimi first at 20-1, Kalido second at 9-4, and Abu Al-Hasul third at 14-1. Hannah, well done, it's all yours.
What a start to the day. We've got Mohammed Al Daham, who is just weighing in. Of course, we've seen him lighting up the track recently and kicking off Saturday with a winner. We'll just wait for him to give his tack. There we go. Congratulations, Mohammed. Well done for starting the day with a winner. So this horse has had some time off, but quite clearly come back looking great and feeling great.
Yeah, first, alhamdulillah. And I thanks for the trainer. This horse I ride Taif 2 times. First time he finished 3 with me, and after that I think some problem for this horse. He ran with me, but nothing, not do anything, and he take time, come back now, very good. When I ride first time, I see good horse, just maybe for heavy horse not fit, but alhamdulillah now come very good.
Bit of time, like you said, come very good. He looked well in the paddock. I liked the look of him. Obviously likes the track here. So you had the inside draw of stall 2. So talk me through coming out of there.
Yeah, very good horse, mashallah. Good start, good jump. I have a speed, no problem. Alhamdulillah, I know gate the inside number 2, but my horse is very good and he's smart. When I open the gate, go quick. Alhamdulillah, he come very good.
Well, like you said, when you first got on him, you knew he was quite a special horse. He's a 3-year-old. Where do you think he could go next?
I think he's a nice horse, because he ran just 3 times, 1 time lose. Because I think some problem for this horse, sick or like this. But I think this horse can go more distant, no problem. Because when just a break, he go in front, but he go relaxed, don't go like crazy. Go easy with me. Inshallah, I hope next time go mile and he win, inshallah.
Right, further for next time. Well, thank you very much and well done.
Welcome.
I really appreciate Mohammed Al Daham giving us all that extra information, and well done to him, creeping ever closer to Adel Al-Faredi, who tops the Jockeys Championship. But that competition is going to be a corker all the way right to the line. And Rory, he mentioned the horse got a great break, but he was able to relax in his hands, and he's confident that the step up and trip will actually suit him better.
Yeah, he wasn't just raw speed here. He was up with the pace from the start. As you heard from Mohammed, he showed lots of promise on debut. Was a bit disappointing next time out, but Mohammed was of the opinion that maybe he had a physical issue, and that's why he's been off the track since. But whatever it was that was amiss there was soon corrected. He was obviously well drawn in stall 2. We're going to see the start of the race again. He gets away quite well. We saw Khalido and Abdullah Al Saidi getting away really well from stall 1. You can see him determined to get the start right before the stalls opened. And he got away very well. Didn't have the same pace though as the winner in the early stages. One of the newcomers
probably the difference
also
in the race, isn't it? There.
Yeah, quite possibly. Cointa from stall 3 also showing early speed. And worth mentioning Milton, who's in third place at the minute, in the mostly black colours, same colours as G won't, who ran very well on his debut and ended up finishing 4th. And there wasn't an awful lot of change. My selection's on the outside of the chasing group there, being forced wide round the bend. Whereas Abu Alasso, I think, has come from quite a long way off the pace in the greenish colours. He runs on well for 3rd, but Khalido and Karimi have been up there from the start.
Turned into the straight, just got a little bit unbalanced on the bend, and good performances all round, so a lot of the field there. But the front 2 pulled a little bit clear of everything else. Khalido, he's trying, bless him, but he just can't reel in a horse. He's not giving half as much in the finish, but just keep finding for pressure. I think there's a lot more in the tank there with your winner, Karimi.
There probably is, and with the runner-up, it's worth pointing out that he's just very one pace. We've seen that in his races before. This is his 11th start. He's been placed multiple times. He doesn't do anything wrong in his races, and you see actually he sticks his neck out.
No, he tries.
He doesn't have a turn. He doesn't have. He's got good gate speed, as in he can jump out, and he'd be, after 5 yards he'd be ahead. He doesn't have the speed to go with the really fast horses in the early stages, and although he runs on late, he doesn't really change gear, as we saw in that the Good Cup race last time out, which was run to suit him. Even down in class, he couldn't quite get his head in front, but he's doing very little wrong, and no doubt his day will come at some stage.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You really would hope so. Let's move on to race number 2, Rory. This is our next one we're going to take a look at. Small field contest that we're getting excited about here. Non-winners of 3, just the 5 of them in the field. Let's get runners and riders from Gary Capewell.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, race number 2, just 5 of them. Horse number 1 is Caper, Mohammed Aliami, Colton Field. 2, Falat Kir, Camilo Ospina. 3, Macthor, Alexis Moreno. 4, Opt Shaham, Mohammed Aldaham going for a double. 5, Sahab Al Mokhtar, Ricardo Ferreira. Back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, Caper must be named after you there. Capewell, Caper's got to be something in there, surely. Rory, just a 5 in here. When I first looked at it, I thought I could split it between 2 and the rest, but would you say any of the others would have a chance?
Yeah, I wouldn't be absolutely adamant, but it doesn't look the hardest puzzle to solve of the day. But I'm always wary of saying that in a race like this. 2 and 5 are the obvious pair, but there could easily be improvement from Macthor. He's only had the one run, so it's not a foregone conclusion.
Let's have a quick line on the one as he's in shot.
Yeah, Caper won on debut, and that hasn't really worked. Well, it hasn't worked out, and 3 runs into been disappointing.
And to the 2.
Falakir, both of his wins have come at 1400 metre, her wins rather, and while she's been beaten by Motatha Betta in 1600 metre cup races the last twice, this is a drop in class which will suit. 1200 metres is probably a minimum, but would have to give her a big chance at this level.
Macthor is the 3.
Won by Head in the same in a fairly weak course and distance maiden on debut, but probably better than the result. Looked like winning that by a wider margin at one stage, and will come on for that run, but does need to improve a fair bit to beat these.
The 4 is Oxenam.
Beat a 54 rated filly by 2 1/4 lengths over course and distance on debut, well behind Falat Kir, when last but won in the King Fahad Cup last time out.
Well, here's a good look. This is the 5, Sahab Al Mokhtar. Wow, this looks rip-roaring ready to go.
Yeah, this was second, beaten 8 lengths by Messamia in a course and distance maiden in November. Messamia subsequently disqualified, so Sahab Al Mokhtar was given that race. Fairly similar form when behind Lady Sophia in a course and distance open last week, a week before, seems.
Week
I think
before,
it was, yeah,
week before last.
A bit more required based on that.
Hannah, you're down there looking at them. Give us the line on all 5.
Yeah, let's have a look, shall we? So number 1, Caper, right here. Now, the coat wouldn't be screaming shine and be attracting me to him, but he is very well muscled for sure. Underneath, you can see his obliques, and he's very well defined, particularly on the fitness muscle. Scooping down behind him is pricked, and his temperament's very nice. He's got very kind eyes. On to the girlies now. So we've got number 2, Falat Kir for the white stable. Camille Ospino takes the ride. She has got a little bit sweaty in between her hind legs and just underneath the belly a touch. The handlers have got her, but you can see the way she's curving her neck there. She is wanting to just crack on with the job, so hopefully she can hold it together and not get any sweaty. You can see dapples on her coat though, which is a very, very good sign. Number 3, just behind, only 1 run for this horse, and Alex Moreno takes the ride on Mokhtar. Got the cheek pieces on and the noseband. A larger hind end on this horse, but again, nice and tucked up. Well, I say tucked up underneath. You can see the obliques. They are very defined. Not as tucked up as perhaps a super fit racehorse, but there is good muscle coverage across this horse. It does have the earplugs in. But looks a little like it's agitated and she could do some funny moves. So we're just going to make sure we stay safe by this horse. Well, we'll move on now. Number 4, Okt Saham, a grey. Walking out much better than the rest, which is what I like to see. She does look like she is a bit soft behind. However, the fitness line is defined, so that's a good sign. She's got good coverage across her body. She's got the Dexter ring bit in as well. And lastly, number 5, we have Sahab Al Mokhtar for the red stable, who is definitely on her toes. She's got the earplugs in as well, to suggest she is a little bit sensitive to sound, and perhaps this is a thing she does. Now, she has been getting sweatier between her hind legs. It's actually foaming with sweat, so ever since she's got into the paddock, she's beginning to sweat more. It is warm, but there is a breeze, so really there's no need for that. Hopefully she can keep it together, but like I said, she's on her toes, paddock negative for me. So that's your 5 runners for the next race. You've had a look at them now, guys, in the studio. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, really intrigued by this contest. Just the 5 of them, but you could give chances to plenty of them. I couldn't take my eye off Saab Al Mokhtar, who is the horse just coming through short there, the 5. Absolutely gorgeous, rip-roaring fit, and hopefully can run a big race. Let's look at Fallock Care in action. That's your international market leader, 130 on in your international market, and is running a very good race behind a pretty smart runner in the process here. This was a run on penultimate start, finishing 3rd, bumped into the same rival again to finish 6th.
Yeah, this is behind Mortatha Betta both times. She was actually the first string on the cap on this occasion, with the winner wearing the red cap. She won by a wide margin, but Fallock Care has run well in the context of the rest of the race. This was the Princess Setat Cup, a really competitive race, which the winner turned into a procession. But most of those in behind had decent form, and that's the best form in the race.
This is Max Orr, who was winning on debut. This daughter of Gaius, interesting pedigree. She scrambled home a bit here, though, Rory.
She did. I mean, she probably just needed the run. She took the eye beforehand. She looked like she was going to win very easily through the race. Ended up winning by a head and the same, with Sylvester de Souza on board. This was maybe not as impressive as it promised to be. Aldana was second, has let the form down since. The third has run well since, though, so...
Yeah, his rider, Alex Moreno, is with Hannah.
Yeah, quick word, because the bell has gone. Talk to me about your ride. 1 run from this horse from 10 last time.
Well, last time she won 1,200, so we will try to do the same thing, break and go.
Yeah.
So we will see what's going on.
You confident?
Always.
Yeah. Always confident. You hop on board. Best of luck, Alex. Always confident. We love it. Back to you guys.
Just another quote to add to the list there of pain is pain and always confident. We love that. We absolutely love it. This is an interesting contest. At the race, Rory, how do you think it's going to be run? Because this is over the 1,200 metres. They're probably likely to go flat out. We saw it a speed favouring nature of this course in our last contest. Are you imagining this is going to be just flat to the boards all the way?
Yeah, but there shouldn't be any track bias in this, which was a small field. I suspect that Max Orr didn't have to go the kind of speed that Fallock Care had been going in previous races to lead last time out. But they might be happy for the other jockeys might be happy for Alex Moreno to again go to the front on her. She's a dangerous one if she gets loose in the lead, though, because she's entitled to improve a lot for the debut. And although the form isn't worth an awful lot at this stage, as a daughter of Requinto, she's a proper sprinter on paper, and I think she isn't one I'd want to leave alone. But I don't think Fallock Care is going to sit too far off the pace with Camilo, and he'll be looking just to have her on the. Just on the shoulder of whoever leads and look to pounce in the straight. She's got a big class edge over these based on the races she's been running in and should be able to win however this pans out. Well,
the international market agrees with you. 3-1 on Fallock Care. They're almost back to this defeat is out the question. Max Orr now available at 13-2. Caper at 12-1. Oxaham at 9s and Sahab Al Mokhtar at 8 here in this contest. Mr. Delagi, I'm going to ask for you nice and early here. I imagine you're sticking with Fallock Care.
Yeah, I think Fallock Care will win. If you want me to give you a forecast, I'll try to do that as well.
I will never say no to getting a forecast from Mr. Delagi.
I'm hoping that Max Orr sets the pace and Fallock Care will use her as a target and run past late in the day to win, and they will finish first and second.
Lovely. You know that doesn't give you bonus points, right? But it's just nice.
I feel like I got bonus points, so that's all right.
That's all that matters. I'm certainly going to join you with Fallock Care here. The market suggests defeat is out of the question. And you look at some of the other horses. Sahab Al Mokhtar has struggled to get home in her races when she's last been seen. She's shaped with plenty of speed. She's got plenty of early toe, but she's almost run like she's got a hole in her towards the end and has dropped back dramatically in the last couple of furlongs. So even if she is up there on the turn for home, she looked great in the prelims. I'd be slightly concerned about the way she sees out her races. The 4, Oxaham, has been well beaten when faced with this sort of level of competition before, despite winning on debut. But that win might have been in a far weaker race than we
yeah, it wasn't a great contest that Oxaham won, but she's still, after only 2 starts, moving up markedly in class second time out. She's still entitled to improve, so I wouldn't rule her out entirely.
Is there a slight concern that Fallock Care might be over the top? It is her 7th career start so far.
It's always possible, but I wouldn't have thought so. She's most of the stables horses are going fairly well. They're not necessarily massively precocious, and they tend to hold their form fairly well. So I'd have thought that Falak Care, she certainly doesn't look like she's over the top, but then they never do until they run badly, do they?
Until they run badly. That is the case all the time. You did be slightly concerned that she was third last time out in what was arguably a better race than the race she faced on her third on her penultimate start, and a better race than what she saw last time out, and she actually finished sixth last time out. So I've got a slight concern. That would be my only concern. Obviously, we've seen a few shorties beaten here since we've been in Riyadh, so you'd be slightly concerned, sort of bouncing around.
Not concerned enough not to be with it, though.
Not concerned enough not to be with it. No, but yeah, you've got to be open to these things.
I'd have to say it was a Group 1 she was in last time out, so I don't think it was a weaker race than the previous one.
But a lot of these local Group 1s are Group 1 in name and not necessarily in the nature of the horses that are also in there. Because remember, the horse that you liked, who finished third on that occasion, she was having only her second career start. She's a lovely horse. That wasn't a bad Group 1. No, exactly. Not at all. Not at all. But I'd just be suggesting that I think we thought her penultimate start was a really, really good race at the time.
Now, of course, Falak Care looks great, but I am going with number 3, Mac Thor. Now, of course, Falak Care looks great, but I am going with number 3, Mac Thor. I love Alex Moreno's way. He's always confident, and I've said it before, what's in the brain goes down the rain. Nevertheless, the horse looks nice also. So that would be my paddock selection. I think she's got a good chance at taking on Falak Care from her first time out last time. So we'll see what happens. We only got 5 in the race, so it's all to play for. Gary, it's now all yours.
Thank you, Hannah. 5 runners down at the start, and we're quickly closing in on the scheduled off time. Full time 3:35, and the 5-strong field will shortly begin the loading up process. And it's difficult to get away from Falak Care, really, just very much favoured by the conditions of this race, and on ratings is going to obviously take a fair bit of beating. And that's obviously reflected in the international market. But yeah, difficult to get away from, I thought. Loading up beginning. Sahab Al Mokhtar, the first one forward. Got a Ferreira on board. Caper and Mohammed Aliami going forward into stall 5. Falak Care into stall 3. Mac Thor into stall 2. And the grey Oxaham Mohammed Al-Dam going for a quick double to complete the lineup into stall 4, as Mac Thor just a bit edgy approaching the starting stalls. Backs away. So they are the two we're waiting for. Mac Thor, noseband and cheek pieces. 3 of these wearing nosebands. Caper and Falak Care, the other pair. Here's the grey Oxaham to complete the lineup. 1 from 2 in her career thus far. Again, she's just having a little bit of a look. Caper the only colt here against the 4 fillies. And we're set to go for race 2. 1,200 metres in front of them. Ready for a start. And away they go. Caper broke out smartly, albeit slightly out to his right. Not showing much pace, though, and Mac Thor is. And will lead them through the first 200 metres, with Sahab Al Mokhtar giving chase on the rail in second. Oxaham, the grey, on the outside, 3 wide. Between us, just pushed up to get a prominent position, Falak Care. Caper is struggling to lay off with the leading group of 4 who are heading out of the back straight. Mac Thor on the inside, broke smartly, showed good early pace. Leads by just over a length from Sahab Al Mokhtar in second. Falak Care having to be chased along 3 deep around the bend, and 4 deep Oxaham trying to come into it. And Caper, the one who's a few lengths behind as they make the turn for home. And Falak Care's in real trouble here at the moment. It's Mac Thor who leads off the final bend by just over a length from Sahab Al Mokhtar with the white cap in second. The grey Oxaham down the centre in third, now pulled out 4 deep. Falak Care beginning to get into top stride, but it's still got 3 lengths to find as they come down to the final 200 metres, and it's Sahab Al Mokhtar on the outside of Mac Thor coming inside the final 200 with Oxaham in third. Paddock Care not getting there in fourth as Caper runs on a bit from the back of the field. It's Sahab Al Mokhtar in front, racing up towards the line in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira, and will win by a couple of lengths. Oxaham in second, Caper up for third. Flat effort from Falak Care in fourth, and Mac Thor led most of the way, faded down the straight, last of the 5. Sahab Al Mokhtar has won in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. Took up the running, approaching the final 200 metres. Looked to be travelling well on the home bend as Mac Thor had given him a good toe into the race. In the end, Oxaham down the centre has run on to be second, and having been badly outpaced early on, Caper has run on to be third. Falak Care, never really comfortable, heading out of the back straight. Milo Espino was already having to push away, could never land a blow. 1 minute 16.03 the winner's time. Wins by a length and a half and a length and a quarter. Sahab Al Mokhtar, Oxaham, Caper and Falat Care, the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 2.
Michael Jordan had a flu game and was made famous for his exploits during that flu game, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is channeling his inner MJ with his flu game performance right now. That's his second winner of the weekend, and he's not feeling great, but he's still riding very well and has guided the outsider of the party to victory here. 10-1 was Saab Al Mokhtar's price, and Oxaham also 10-1, and Caper in third, Rory, the outsider of the lot. And the two big names have fallen flat on their faces here.
Yeah, there's only one big name in the race. Mokhtar beat a 50-odd rated horse by a head on debut. Falakera is disappointed. She didn't jump out the stalls very well. I'm guessing you don't know what the jockey feels, but I was surprised that Camilo Espina wanted to rush her up on the outside of others, knowing that he's got stamina on his side. He might have thought that both Sahab Al Mokhtar and Mokhtar might be short runners, because neither of those have seen the race out over 1,200 metres last time out, but it didn't work out.
Hannah, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Well, we see Sahab Al Mokhtar, who's even sweatier now, of course, after that run. But that was what was worrying me before the race. But nevertheless, she still got the job done with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. Just wait for him to hand over his stuff. Lovely stuff. Congratulations, Ricardo. That looked good for that horse. I mean, she looked like she was sweating up earlier in the parade ring, but actually, she got the job done.
Yes, she a little bit all the time. She a little bit with nervous. And the last two races, she jumped very fresh in the gate. And they lose the last 200, the last 100. Today, a little bit surprise for me, because I hope the filly jump again fresh. But he jumped more relaxed, and I traveled second. My feeling with this filly today is I come 600 good. No, I keep relaxed, don't want to go too much. And I wait the last 100, because I know if the 400 I start pushing, maybe lose again. But I'm very happy win, and thank you to the stable.
Now, how are you feeling? You look better than yesterday. Did you get a good night's sleep? That's the important thing.
Yes, I'm better. But you know, it's yesterday, today, maybe more 2-3 days I come better. But I can ride.
Yes. Oh, exactly. And that's 2 wins for you this weekend, even though you're poorly. So exactly, you can ride. That's the main thing.
Yes, and today I hope more winners. I think I have good chances for my stable also. Sheikh Abdullah with Tamer. I hope win.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Ricardo Sosa. And thank you, Jose Soto Belamonte. He says, what a surprise! Ricardo guiding home the outsider of the group to win. And yes, it was a bit of a surprise, Rory. And I'm sure when we watch the rerun of the race, we'll be able to dissect a bit more. But at this point, the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, well, yes, she had travelled well into the race. Last time out, in a race won by Lady Sophia, she led into the straight, but did a little bit too much on the front end, didn't really relax, as you heard Ricardo say, and she's gradually faded from the home turn to finish 4th of 7. This time she's got a lead into the race, and she's relaxed a little bit better, which has enabled her to see it out, whereas Macthor really burst from the stalls and went fast early on. You'll see Macthor from stall 2 getting that really good start in the first colours of the red stable and blasting away, but she did roughly the same as Sahab Al-Mutara did last time out. She's raced keenly on the front end and hasn't settled, hasn't lasted home as a result. But Falak Kerr is the one to look at here in 3rd place, and Camilo's keen to sort of push through here between horses and to engage the front pair as quickly as possible, but he's not travelling. I just wondered whether it would have been better in this circumstance just to allow her to gradually pick up the bridle, give the front pair a little bit of a lead, but hopefully could gather his filly up and get her to see it out. But it may well be she was just giving him no feel through the race, and as you said, she's had a couple of hard races in cup competition on her last 2 starts, dropping back in trip here as well, which wouldn't have been ideal, but you'd have thought that she would have had the natural tool just to be able to track these through and come at them late. But she has fluffed her lines quite badly, and he ends up getting Camilo gets caught again by Caper, who came out the stalls okay but lost ground very quickly in the race, and then has just run through beaten horses. So it's not a particularly big performance from Caper in picking up 3rd. It just gives you an idea of how the speed has gradually dissipated in this race.
Yeah, you can see Alex Moreno, he's not oozing confidence on board the lead. You can already see the distress signs, but if you compare that to Uxaham and your eventual 4th there as well, all really pushing on. There's only one jockey going well, and you could have called in the winner from a long way out. You just needed to know whether he was going to go past and stay there, and that is exactly what she did. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira really galvanising this filly to take a big step forward, and she's done just that, and now has bounced back to winning ways. She won her only race in the steward's room so far. This one she won outright on the track. So well done to everyone connected with her, and well done to everyone at home if you found her. She was the rank outsider of the 5, but it ended up leaving them all trailing in her wake. Good performance there, and a good performance to get stuck into. Now we have to move on to race number 3 because the horses are already behind me in the parade ring. But this is another fillies contest with fillies and mares 0 to 80 handicap with local and imported horses. It features a horse that I know you love, Rory, Princess Yara, the 3.
Yes, she was my selection when she ran last week over the 1200. I expected her to start slowly and finish well that day, and she did. She started very slowly. It was in an impossible position off the home bend, but absolutely rattled home and looked like she might get there with 100 yards to go. Didn't quite do it. But she's got an awful draw in stall 19 today for one who won't go forward, so she's actually got to cover ground just to get in behind them anyway. She's up in trip, which looks like it would suit last time out, but she hasn't been staying 1600 metre on a couple of previous starts. So I think I'm probably going to go for her here, but again, what she really wants is a 1200 metre contest where they do go fast and they fall in a bit of a hole late on, so she can run at them.
Right, Gary Catewell is a man in the chair today, and he can take us through the runners and riders for this. Gary, a few more runners to worry about now.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to in this race, Callum. Race number 3, number 1 is Al Rafiar, Abdullah Al Saidi. 2, Tarabot, Salman Al Rashid. 3, Princess Yara, Abdullah Al Qaridis. 4, Cloudy Sky, Luis Morales. 5, Compliant, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 6, Mumiyaza, Sama Al Sharani. 7, Craft in Silk, Abdullah Al Awafi. 8, Mother Mary, Tariq Al Mansour. 9 is Zainab, Alexis Moreno. 10, Malaine, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. 11, Satirical, Ricardo Ferreira, scratch number 12. 13, Fadwak Uyunik, Mohammed Al Daham. 14 is Lama Al Zufi, Ali Al Mutib. 15, Norose, Naif Al Anazi, scratch horse number 16. 17, Al Jude, Fawas Wanas. 18, Safar, Rayan Al Taresh. 19, Desert Jewel, Khalid Al Mamoni, scratch horse number 20. 21, Amirat Fard Ahmed Al Azari. 22 is Alwar Mohammed Al Shurima, and number 23 is Hugger Tree Ali Al Mimoni. We can go have a look at them in the parade ring with Hannah.
Thank you, Gary. Oh, this one's absolutely gorgeous. Number 1, Al Rafaya. She's got a gorgeous face on her and lovely ears, a nice eye on this one. She has got a little bit of a fluffy coat. She has got very slight sweat marks underneath, but that would not be a concern for me because it's not too much. And her temperament, she's very chilled out. The next horse, number 2, who's looking very well. This is Tarabot, 7-year-old mare. She's very tucked up underneath, for sure. You can really see those obliques. Temperament-wise, she's nice and chilled, as I said. You can really see it in her eyes as well. Her hind end is also very well muscled. Number 3, the one that always catches my eye when she's in the parade ring, Princess Yara. She's looking wonderful yet again. Gorgeous in that coat, a really nice shine. She's lovely and tucked up underneath. And her hind end is nice and round, but yet muscular at the same time. So plenty of meat there with the muscle, which is very good. Some nice power. She's looking very well. She's got the noseband, tack-wise as well. And the last horse we're going to look at is number 6, Mamayaza. Got the headgear on, the cross noseband and the ring bit. Another one who's very muscled behind. The fitness line is well defined. She does overreach slightly when she walks. You can hear her clucking her hooves together now and again. But then again, she is waving her head around now and again, so yes, that could be part of it. Got a lovely tail on her as well, but her body wise, as I said, lovely and muscled behind. Fitness line looks great. She's another one that I like the look of. I would like to see her walk out better though, instead of messing around with her head. So that's 4 of them in the parade ring for our next race. Over to you guys in the studio to talk through them.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, an interesting 0 to 80 fillies and mares race here, Rory. Let's have a look at some of them in action. Princess Yara, the 3 horse in this race. This is the race you were talking about earlier on. She is going to be the type that's just going to come on past beaten horses here. But you're thinking they're not stopping in front of her. She's quickening on through them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. What she wants a scenario where they do begin to paddle a little bit. She comes from a really awkward position. You see there at the back of the field in the orange colours with a green cap, but she really gets going now and she rattles home. We see a lot of horses making late headway here, but all they're doing is plugging on. She is opening up and quickening here, and you know, you think she's going to run onto the place, and then briefly think, oh, she's going to win it. I was hoping, and although she finishes full of running, she doesn't quite get there.
Giavont winning that race, that one, wasn't it?
Yes.
And this is Satirical, who will also see running a very decent race around some good horses too on the turf, but back on the dirt today.
Yes, this is Satirical making a debut here, finishing 4th to Shanko and Love de Vega in a 1200 metre turf handicap last time out. Shanko, a bit of a surprise winner this day. But Love de Vega come here in very good form. So this is a good start for Satirical, who didn't win for John and Thady Gosden in the UK, but showed a bit of promise here. Whether it handles the dirt is the question. Obviously, fair start in Saudi Arabia, but you know had form on turf in the UK, and now showing form on turf here. But the dirt surface is a question mark still.
Yeah, let's start at the top, work our way through them if you're happy with that. Let's start with Al Rafaya. I'm surprised we've not had too much of a mention of this one. The favourite on the international market, a winner of a 0 to 75 last time.
Yeah, she won 2 handicaps in Taif in September and bounced back from a rare poor run. Ironically, because she was disappointed that day, the stewards had her routine tested. She actually failed that test and got disqualified.
There you go.
And then she bounced back to win a fillies handicap over 1,200 metres last time out, beating Jasmine by 4 lengths. She's up in class and up in trip, but clearly in very good form and one to consider despite that drawn stall 14.
Tarabot is the 2, has been finishing there or thereabouts recently.
Yeah, been running respectably on the whole. Tarabot, best recent effort, won second to Alfesa Leia in a 1,200 metre open here last month. Alfesa Leia's run very, very well on the turf. Subsequently, wasn't discredited when 5th to Moassess, who it runs in the same colours, in a 0 to 90 handicap over that trip last week. Needs a little bit more to get her head in front, but she's clearly running well at the moment and shouldn't be too far away.
Cloudy Sky was last seen running at Southall, makes Saudi debut today.
Yeah, that's a bit of a question. Lack of dirt experience, obviously a worry. Was a winner over 1,600 metres at Pontefract in July for Richard Fahey. That's her only win from 12 starts as well. So I thought on the whole, I tended to be a little bit negative about her here.
Compliant comes here after a year off the track. Has had 2 runs in Saudi Arabia so far.
Yeah, was a winner over 2,200 metres in the UK for James Fanshawe. Was well beaten in an 1,800 metre handicap win last seen, and that was a year ago. So this is probably a run for fitness.
Hannah, you've got some news for us.
Yeah, I've just got a bit of an update on number 5, Compliant, who's been really working herself up here in the paddock. She actually went up, reared up, and then nearly landed on the rails. So the jockey can't get on. She's sweating a treat. I'm just going to keep an eye on this one. But yeah, when she went up the second time, she nearly went over backwards. So this is one to definitely keep an eye on. She's now on the track as we speak. She's having a good look around. Of course, she's had plenty of runs in about. So really, there is no excuse. You've got her in vision now, I believe. So you can see she's actually cantering quite nicely. So some of these just need to go out to post quicker. And if she has behaved like this before, I think the obvious thing is to get her out there ponied up as soon as possible, because it's not nice to see. But I definitely think this 100% will affect her race, because rearing 2 or 3 times and nearly going over, not looking good for this horse, I'm afraid, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hannah, for that update. The 5, Compliant, bit of a paddock negative, was getting quite warm as well. You can see that there's no doubt she's had a bit of a stressful experience. Like you said, coming back from 12 months off, maybe she just needs to blow those cobwebs away.
Yeah.
Mumiyaza is the 6th, a winner on penultimate start on seasonal return, and not disgraced last time out in Cup company.
Yeah, she's interesting here, Mumiyaza. She'd be on my short list. Took a course and distance winners of 2 stars back, was 5th to Snafia in the Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup last time out, splitting higher rated fillies, but the handicappers left her on the same mark. So I think she's got to be competitive. She's not a regular winner, but she's well drawn, in good form, and ought to run a solid race.
She's got Osama Al-Shahani on board as well. We're going to have to rattle through the rest of these, Rory, because we're still only on horse number 7, Craft in Silk.
She is a useful filly on her day, but she's lost her way badly in recent starts and best watched at the moment.
Mother Mary is the 8.
A winner at Salisbury for Richard Hughes in 2023, but well beaten in 2 starts for Fahad Mislat, and drops down from 2,000 metres here.
Zainab's interesting, the 9.
Unplaced in 3 runs in Saudi Arabia, having shown a bit of form for Charlie Fellows in the UK, but had to go to Catterick to win and is no superstar.
The 10 is Mullane.
Winner over 1,400 metres in Taif, ran well, went second for a new stable here in November. 2 starts since have been a bit disappointing, although had a stiff task last time out. It does need to bounce back, but it's not impossible to see that happening.
The 13 is Fadwato Unek.
Well held on all 4 stars for current connection, easy to oppose and balance.
14, Alama Al-Zafli.
Course and distance winner, but last success came in December 2023 and running just respectably this season, finishing a fair 4 lengths 4th to Ajdal in a winners of 3 over 1,200 metres. Should be competitive, but others prefer it for win purposes, I think.
The 15 is Nor Rose.
Has won over this trip in Taif, was a good third to Malian and William Tell over 1,200 metre 2 starts back, and that would give her a chance here, but she was tailed off in a not so weighty handicap over 1,600 metres last time out, and no obvious excuses come forward for that effort.
Al Jude is the 17.
Been running badly for a while and is very hard to fancy on recent evidence.
The same can be said for Sapphire, the 18.
Indeed.
Let's move down to 19, Desert Jewel.
Best effort this season, we're probably finishing second to Princess Yara at Taif in September. Has shown bits and pieces of form here since, but hasn't been running quite as well at Riyadh as she was in Taif, and opposable despite dropping a little bit in class from last start.
Amirat Fard is the 21.
Was a course and distance winner back in March 2023, but 7 runs since have yielded no places.
Alwa is 22.
I wouldn't rule this one out. Was midfield behind Aina Wea last time out, and indeed the time before. Aina Wea, quite a useful sort. Wasn't disgraced on either of those occasions, so although the form figures don't read very well on paper, I wouldn't be surprised to see this run well at quite a big price.
And finally, Hug a Tree is the 23.
She's talented, but she's unreliable, and she remains a maiden, but has gone the wrong way since the early part of the season in Taif.
I'll get a selection in nice and early here, Rory, after hearing your expert analysis upon this one. I was looking at Arafea, the top horse, but I cannot take my eyes off Mumiyaza with Osama Al-Shahani on board, claiming 3 kilos. Now, the last time Osama was on board this one, she won by 6 lengths. That was in a non-winners of 1. Osama wasn't on board last time. He wouldn't have been able to use his claim anyway, but they put Adele on, which suggested that they thought this horse was going to run a big race. She wasn't disgraced. Osama's back on in handicap company, getting 3 kilos. Surely, Mumiyaza is going to be the pick for Callum.
Yeah, she's got a very good chance here, Mumiyaza. I'm loath to desert Princess Yara, but I do think I'm going to have the same sort of heartbreak with Princess Yara as last time. She's going to get herself in a poor position from stall 19. It's so hard from that position, unless you've got loads of early speed.
Which she doesn't have.
And she doesn't have. It's so hard for her to get a good posse. She will be running on really well at some stage in the straight, but there's plenty that could go wrong for her, and I'm going to go with you and Mumiyaza, who I think looks really solid from stall 4.
Me and Rory teaming up with Mumiyaza. Hannah, who did you like most in the paddock? We knew there was a paddock negative in compliance, so we know it's not that one.
I tell you who caught my eye as they were leaving. Nor Rose, number 15. Looked absolutely full of muscle and really fit. Looked really well. She's drawn stall 1, so we'll see how she goes. But yeah, couldn't take my eyes off her. She was leaving. Really muscled individual. So we shall see. But we'll hand it over to you now, Gary, for our next race.
Thank you, Hannah. Wide open this, isn't it? And as Rory and Callum have mentioned, it's wide open on the international market, and most of those that are well fancied in the international market are drawn quite wide, so that muddies the waters even further. I was probably going to take a chance on Satirical myself, a bit less exposed than 1 or 2 of the others. Hasn't had as many goes as well, and coming out of stall 10, not the worst draw, albeit I suppose could be better, but there are certainly those that are shorter in the international market that are drawn wider out. Got about 6 or 7 out the back. This is Satirical just going in. Ricardo Ferreira going for a double on the card. Mumiyaza coming forward into stall 4. Goes in perfectly okay. In goes Zainab. And Craft in Silk moving in as well. Still waiting for Nor Rose, who's due right into stall 1. You have to see her come in now. There she goes in. And out wider on the course, we're waiting for Sapphire with the red noseband. Also waiting for Maiden into stall 20. And Amirat Fard, who's in shot there with the blue noseband, into stall 18. Rose just backed away from the stall. She's got the hood on as well as the blue noseband. She's just a little bit on edge, isn't she? She and Elaine will complete the lineup. Elaine's one of the greys in the lineup. Tarabot, another of the greys here. There is Elaine waiting to go forward. Abdullah Al Hussein on board. And Nor Rose coming in. Again, the blindfold having to be fitted here. Just a little bit edgy. This filly's got a plum draw in effect in stall 1, provided she obviously isn't slowly away. 1 victory from her 8 starts to date. Valanazi in the saddle. We're just waiting for her now. All the others are in for this filly and mare's handicap. Over 1,400 metres. And now, look ready to go. But out very wide on the course. Amirat Fard's just been backed out of stall 18. Whether there's a check going on, it may well be. Whether she was a bit upset in the stalls or not, I'm not 100% sure, but she's been taken away to be checked. So she is the one that is not in the stalls. Here she is now, Ahmed Al-Azari in the saddle. And seemingly he's been given the okay to run, but because he's now heading back in towards stall 18. That will complete the 20-strong lineup. Ready to go, race 3. There's the blindfold being whipped up closest to the camera. They're off, racing away, 1,400 metres in front of them. Mother Mary towards the centre, one of the first ones to show with the grey Tara bottle, also showing good early pace. Towards the inside, Hugger Tree is prominent as well. And Nor Rose against the inside running rail, and also wider out Satirical in a white cap looking to edge across. Settling down end of the first 400 metres, at Nor Rose on the inside of Hugger Tree, Satirical out wider on the course. They're being followed by Cloudy Sky, another of the greys, who's followed out at the back straight by Princess Yara. They're being followed then by Craft in Silk in the orange jacket with the blue cap making a little bit of headway. Zainab towards that one's outside, then Tarabot as they make the turn back towards the home straight. From the inside gate, Nor Rose is the leader off the home bend. They've gone past halfway. Leads by just over a length ahead of Hugger Tree in second, Craft in Silk in third. Towards the outside, Zainab in the green jacket called upon for an effort as they make the turn back towards home. Mumayaza towards the inside is also running on with the blue sleeves, and down the centre, Malane's also coming with an effort. Craft in Silk strikes the front inside the final 200 metres. Mumayaza, one off the rail, is running on. Malane out wide, the greys also picking up strongly in the closing stages. Craft in Silk got first run. Malane inching closer inside the final 100. Craft in Silk has the lead from Malane, going close home. Craft in Silk has beaten Malane into second place. Mumayaza in third, and Hugger Tree over the line in fourth. Craft in Silk in the hands of Abdullah Al-Wafi has come home in front from Saul 11, a fifth career success for this 6-year-old mare as the action developed more towards the centre of the track as they came down the home straight. Malane, who has run an absolute stormer there from stall 20 in second place. The boys pick Mumayaz has run a creditable race in third, and Hugger Tree in fourth. In the end, 3/4 of a length for the winning margin, in a time of 1:28.62. 3/4 of a length and 3.5 lengths the winning distances. Craft in Silk has beaten Malane, who's run an absolute stormer from stall 20. Mumayaza in third, and Hugger Tree in fourth. 7, 10, 6 and 23 the numbers in race number 3.
Craft in Silk bounces right back to form here with a victory ahead of Malane, who ran a stormer from stall 20. Great spot there from Gary in commentary. And then we also had our selection, Rory Mumayaza, running well enough in third, but never really threatening the first two. And Craft in Silk bounced right back to form.
She did, and if you thought she was ready to bounce back to form, she'd become very well handicapped. But she'd become very well handicapped because she was beaten 59 lengths last time out and finishing last but one in a handicap. 23.5 lengths with 9th of 16 in an open prior to that, and she was last but one over 1,400 metres in her previous start, and last of all on her seasonal reappearance in Taif. So She hadn't been showing last season's form, but if you go back a year, she was running very well. She was a winner of a 0 to 85 handicaps, on a higher grade handicap than this, over 1,800 metres in December, and she won again in open company over a mile here in February in her next start. But her form has gone south since then. But she's a nice filly. She's UK bred. Her dam won the Ribblesgill at Royal Ascot, but she's probably best at trips short of 2,000 metres. And as you can see here, she's fully effective at 1,400 and stays 18. So she's been a bit of a money spinner for connections.
Yeah, good to see my best mate Abdullah Al-Orfi not having to duck away and run from me nowadays because I'm not down there to corner him. But he'll be over the moon with that, and he'll be very happy. Over the last sort of 12 hours, he's had a little bit of success there, partnering Afan Al-Khalidiyah, not having to worry about a steward's inquiry with this victory.
No, not many got involved really in this race. Crafton Silk was always reasonably handy. Maiden has come from a little bit further back, but she's, she got herself into a fair position from a wide draw and then ran on. And you're the likes of Hug a Tree, who's, as I said, she's a low onto herself. She's shown early speed and hung on for a fourth. Mumayaza was always tracking the leaders on the rail. There was a bit of cheap speed from some outsiders there in the early stages. Noah Rose showed a bit of speed from stall 1. You also had a bit of speed from Cloudy Sky. As I said, Crafton Silk was up there from an early
Princess
stage.
Yara.
Princess Yara haven't attacked her. It's a lonely place to be because she was drawn reasonably low last time out. She's come from stall 19. She's got no early pace and she's tracked across to the rail. But by the time she's done that, she's tailed off. And that was the problem today. Even though she was up in trip, you'd have thought that's a positive. But it's all about whether she can be competitive in the early stages, always slowly away. Last time she was able to latch onto the rear of the field and at least she had something to chase. Here they're just too far away from her at any stage in the race for her to ever feel competitive. I don't know where she finished in the end. She might have passed a few late in the day, but I did fear for her out in stall 19 and went cold in her pre-race. Disappointing effort also from Al Rafea, who was a very short price favourite given the competitive nature of this race. She never really figured. Satirical did show up for a fair way, but dropped out of it.
And Al Rafea on the outside now doing best work late, passing beaten horses really, and we've also seen Princess Yara alongside her. Actually, they're both picking up past.
Yeah, Princess Yara. I mean, from the position she was in, she's run a perfectly reasonable race, but she couldn't latch onto this front group, and the winner stays further as well, as we've seen. And she was, a rating of 76 is lenient for her and what she was showing last season, but she had to end up on that rating because she's been getting absolutely stuffed this season. And I'd say Taif wouldn't suit her. She didn't run well in Taif last year either, so she's been well beaten 2 starts in Taif. I thought she would. I quite liked her last time out. I thought, right, she had one run back at Riyadh after a break. She'll come on for that run reasonably well, and she ran the worst race of the season behind Nermeen last time out. But typically, once you give up on them,
yeah, exactly,
they tend to bounce back. And she does have a touch of quality about her when she's right. And I guess, like a lot of mares, when she's not feeling it, she's not feeling it.
Yeah, Noor Rose ran a big race for a long time after getting a little bit upset in the stalls, but ended up hanging on for 5th there, showing early speed. But the top 5 sort of broke away from everything else, didn't they?
They did, yeah, and most of those were very handy from the outside. Maiden running on the outside, but she gave a few flashes of her tail. I'm not sure she's entirely straightforward, the runner-up. I liked her in a week open early in the season where I thought she had a penalty kick and she's managed to get beaten by one who was coming out of a 0 to 55 handicap, which rather annoyed me. But she's run well again. She's been second 3 times now this season, but I do think she prefers coming second to putting her head in front, and her tail flashing up the straight gives you an idea as to why.
Yeah, she's having a good old think about it. Crafton Silk isn't the easiest either. She's not got the most exciting head carriage you'll ever see, but Abdullah Al-Orfi, just running full of confidence at the moment, gets her in front in good time. And fortunately, she was able to win that contest. Rory, we rattle on through. We move on to race number 4 already. And still, despite neither of us having any winners, you lead the tipping challenge here.
Yeah,
and you lead by 2. Now, are you going to start playing
I said I would be happy with 3 winners, but then, I was aware there was a 3-1 on favourite in the second race. I was kind of counting on that to give me one of them. Really, really tough day today, and it's not going to be any easier finding winners in the next.
Now, you told me yesterday, now's not the time to panic. Don't panic at this stage.
I was hoping that would make you panic.
Yeah, well, you know me, call it as ice over here. are you concerned? Because Hannah's closing the gap as well. She's the only one who's had a winner today. I think she's only 1 behind me, which makes her 3 behind you. So she's 2 behind me. My resident mathematician in my ear has suddenly got his abacus all wrong. So we go, oh, I was right all along. She's 1 behind me and she's 3 behind you. So the gap is closing. Could you strengthen your lead here in this next contest? It's a local bred horses open.
I'll tell you how this works. If I get the winner and you don't, I will indeed be strengthening my lead.
There you go. Or would I be cruel and just folly all the way through and hope to snatch you in the last couple of races? I couldn't do such a thing. It's all about the competition. And the man to take us through this thrilling competition is Gary Capewell. It's all yours. Unlucky in the last race, Gary. Come on, you can do better here.
Thank you, Callum. Field of 20 again. Number 1 is Marut, Abdullah Al Orfi. 2 is Jcsa, Tariq Al Mansour. 3 is Ala Mai, Rayan Al Taresh. 4 is Abu Hadid, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 5 is Al Asrar, Nate Al Anazi. 6, Fanar, Salman Al Rashid. Number 7 is Walad Chrome, Nawef Al Mudiani. 8 is Al Najim Al Hadar, Camilo Ospina. 9 is Faria Al Nayar, Rakan Al Obaid, scratch horse number 10. Number 11 is Al Frame, Asil Al Sahani. 12, La Mayakathi, ridden by Abdullah Al Rashid. 13 is Makam Al Sahad, Fab Al Timayat. 14, Najam Al Trashar, Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Ru Al Saudia, Mohammed Al Hubail. 16 is Yat Ganem, ridden by Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. 17 is Hasna Al Reed, Alexis Moreno. 18 is Riyadi, Mohammed Al Yami. 19, Abura, Victor Gutierrez. And the final pair, 20, Misail, Ricardo Ferreira. And 21, Besht Al Hakem, Abdullah Al Khamis. We could go join them with Hannah in the parade ring.
Okay, let's have a look and see what we've got ahead of race 4. Number 7 is here, Walad Chrome. Very much on his toes there. But lovely muscle definition behind. It's quite a long horse, actually, quite long in the back. Muscle-wise, you can see good coverage from the neck and across the body, but there's a long body for those muscles to cover. Ears pricked, as the noseband as well. Behind, number 8 for the white stable, Al Najim Al Haja. Drops the head a little bit as he walks around. Got a nice shiny coat on him as well as also. Behind, you can see the fitness muscle. He's not walking great. He looks quite stiff behind and looks like he's got a bit of a belly on this one, but the shine on the coat is gorgeous. Number 9, a bigger chap here. This is Farah Al Anaya. A shine on the coat, dapples you can see across the hind and along the back as well. That's a good sign. And actually dapples on the neck too. But a real cresty horse this is. And again, that muscle coverage is going right across the neck down, the back and along the hind. The top line looks great. He's chunky, but I like the look of him. Number 11 is behind. Al Frame is the next horse we'll look at. Looks a bit fluffy underneath, but the good sign is doesn't seem to be getting warm, so that's good. Real muscle on the hind there. You can actually see a lot of definition compared to the other horses we have looked at. Not so tucked up underneath, but it's the hind end that really stands out. You can see those lines. They almost look like they've been drawn on. Temperament, he is chomping on the bit. He does look a bit anxious in his eyes. He's trying to walk faster than the horse in front. So the good news is he's keen to get going, but they're not walking quick enough in the paddock. That's the problema we have. So that's 4 we've had a look at. Time to head to the guys in the studio to talk through the rest of the field.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, always grateful for the work that you do down there, Rory. We'll start with Marut, the 1.
Yeah, Marut is the 2-1 second favourite here as we look at these, and has a decent chance on the pick of his form. A 6-time winner already. He was just touched off in the 1200 metre open on his penultimate start, and far from disgraced to win 5th to Fighter in the Jockey Club Cup over that trip last month. he stays this longer trip and he will be competitive again. Still 11's not ideal, but he's got a touch of class compared to some of these.
I'm going to really annoy you. We're going to have a look at them as they come up on screens. We're going to start with the 12 when it eventually comes to us. Are you ready to bounce around the card? Let's start with the 12, Raw.
Yeah, gone right off the boil since taking a 1400 maiden at Taif in July and makes no appeal here.
13 is Makam Al-Sad.
Last few runs here have been poor, and even return to his recent best gives him very little chance in this contest.
We move swiftly on to 14, Najim Al-Sarah.
Did win a 1200 metre, not a 70 handicap at Taif last season, but has run 6 times since and been unplaced on all 6 starts, so others are better fitted to this.
Hannah is in the parade ring.
I am indeed, yes. We're going to catch up with Thelma Al-Dahani ahead of this next race. Talk to me about Masil. She looks really nice in the parade ring, really lovely and tucked up underneath.
Yeah, she's a good filly. She won the last race for her last year. And by the way, when she won, she have a small chip on her 2 knees. We took her to the hospital. We go for operation, 8 months off, and training back. Today normal race for her. I don't want to kill her. Just jump well like every day. And I don't think she will improve too much today because long time no run. I told the jockey only easy run for her because after operation, the chip you do for the 2 knees, You have to progress the filly step by step. She's a good filly. She will come. But I think today is not her day, Only galloping for her to make her fit,
Is that a chip on the bone on either knees? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. She have operation before 1 year. She get rest maybe for 8 months. And I train her step by swimming pool and training swimming pool. And she become too good, She gallops so many times, She's fit enough to run, But I don't think she have a form to win. I think after this race, if we give her rest for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, she will come back with a big improvement. She will be more better, performance for the next race.
Is the swimming pool something you use regularly in your training methods for bringing horses back?
After operation, yeah. Sometimes they have some problem in our horses. We use the swimming pool until the problem gone, and we return back to the track. This is usual. We do it in our stable,
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye.
Al-Dahani there, being very honest about his horse's chances. Currently 15-2 on the international market. Let's have a look at some of them in action there. This is Alan May. Just a really dogged, determined performance last time out.
Yeah, this has gone back a little bit, had a bit of a break since this. Ends up beating Marsoum Al-Nayef, the grey, who's coming through there quite narrowly in the finish. The pair of them also get very close together. But good performance in a better race than this on paper.
This was a cracking Jcsa race, wasn't it?
This is a strong contest, and if Alamai is on the same sort of form, you would hope that he would go close. He is drawn out in stall 19. I thought my old friend Marsoum Al-Nayef had won that race. Unfortunately, he's out for the season. He collapsed on a recent run, and although he survived that, he's essentially been banned from racing for the season. But Alamai has got a big chance on paper, but stall 19 does complicate things.
Najib Al-Hada is the next horse we'll look at. Another dogged, determined performance from a white stable horse. This is in a hands and heels race, and Courageous Knight, who's in second here, is crying out for the Pro Cush.
Yeah, the second maybe you'd say should have won the race, but it's a good performance from Al-Najim Al-Hadar to win. The front 2 come clear. There's only a 0-80 handicap, and this is a tougher contest, but seems to be going the right way. And Camilo Ospino rides. So the question is whether Camilo had the choice of the 2, because if he's chosen this one over Alamai, that would be very significant, wouldn't it?
Certainly is. We've just seen both of them in shot there. There is Camilo Ospina in that red cap. They're circling down at the start, Rory, so I'm just going to start firing off horses at you, and you're just going to have to be super quick about it. Are we ready?
Right.
Jcsa, the 2.
Winner of a 0-95 handicap 2 starts back and had a stiff task when 10th to Sodad in the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup last time out. Bit more required and widest draw not ideal.
We spoke about the 3, so let's go to the 4, Abu Hadid.
Last victory came back in December 2022 and hasn't registered a single place, let alone a win since then.
What do you do with a problem like Al-Sara, number 5?
Al-Azra has won 4 times, but the last of those came in 2023, and he faces a pretty stiff task on what he's been showing this season.
Yeah, the horse number 6 is Fana.
Back to form, went third to Ajzal in a pair of 1200-metre contests here of late, but this is a deeper contest than those, and we'll need to improve again to build on that sequence of placed efforts.
The 7 is Walad Chrome.
Well, I'll give Walad Chrome a brief mention after our last race. He was the horse who beat Maiden earlier in the season in an open contest. Maiden started coming back to form and finished second in our previous. And he's a big price here. He's about a 40-1 shot, but he is gradually getting his act together. And although it looks like his winning run's come to an end, he won not the 5 handicap, then he won an open, then he was up into Cup company. He hasn't actually been disgraced on recent starts, and he's got an outside chance of running into the frame here, but he's not as good as the main contenders, and it's minor money only for him.
Just a bit of housekeeping there. The 21, Best Kem, is just being checked over by the vet. We'll update you if we know anything more. We talked about the 8. Let's move on to the 9. I love this horse, Farah Alanea.
Yeah, really likeable horse, Farea Alanea. Has never run a bad race, essentially. Returned from an absence with a career best effort, winning a 0-75 handicap last month, beating Al Najm Al Hadar. That form has worked out, obviously, with Al Najm Al Hadar winning next time out. It was only a 0-75. He looked a class apart. Yeah. So he's impressive. A lot better than that. And although the handicappers only knocked him up to 85, which suggests that he's got about 10 pounds or so to find, I don't think he does. I think he's right up there with the best of these, and I think he will take a lot of beating. Straight into handicap company, you love to see it. The 11 is Al Frame. Al Frame, back to form after a few modest efforts, went second to Ajal in a 1200-metre open last time up, but isn't sure to back that up given its overall record. And as I said, I don't think the races that Ajal have been winning have been as strong as this race anyway. Lama Yakafi has gone the complete wrong way. Yeah, was a decent performer last season, but he's gone completely off the boil since winning a 1400 maiden at Taif in July, and doesn't make a great deal of appeal here. We've actually touched on the next couple earlier on as well. Hang on, just a little update as well. The 9 is now being checked by the vet as well. That's Fareh Alanea. The 9 is just being checked over by the vet in the vet section. Who have we gone over? So we need to go to we can go to Rue Al Saudia. Yeah, let's go Rue Al Saudia. Nice horse. Was 5th to Mahrout in a 1200-metre open in November, and has run at least respectably since. So he could sneak into the frame for all he's got to do in the figures. Got a rating of 72, but he's pretty consistent. Doesn't win very often, but often runs above himself in races like this. There's the 9 has rejoined the field, looking to get loaded pretty quickly. Just a little bit revved up there, which would be a slight concern for me now, but just a real stamp of a horse, exciting. The 16, Yaganem. Yatganem has won a race at least. That was on debut, but was off 2 years after that, and has finished well behind Ajdal in 2 starts this term, and is held by others in this race on that form. Hasna Alared is the 17. Better effort here, when a close second to Kabusea in a 1200-metre winners of 2 last time. And her second to Eadat over 1400 metres in Taif in September has worked out really well since. This one's got solid place claims from stall 3. We're going to miss 18, 19, 20 and 21. You've heard about 20 and 18 and 19. We'll find this tough. 21 still being checked by the vet. As we load, Rory, a selection from you, my friend. Farea Alanea. Oh, look at you. We're teaming up now, aren't we? Callum and Rory teaming up with Farea Alanea here in this one. Really like this horse's chances. Good-looking individual. Hannah, who's your pick?
Believe it, that was my paddock pick. Number 9, Farah Alanea, was the first horse that I saw come out. Gary, it's all yours.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, loading in quite quickly here now. Open looking heat again, isn't it? And again, quite a few of the fancied runners on the international market drawn out wide. Waiting for Abo Hadid to come in. Due into stall 7, just about to appear in shot. Also out to the back. Taking a turn there is Besht Al Hakel, one of the greys in the line. Doesn't like having the blindfold on. He's rearing up. You can see there Ala Mai and also Rue Al Saudia to load there out the back as well. And waiting for Besht Al Hakem to come in. And he's 4 from 30 in his career. Only a 4-year-old, so he's had plenty of starts. At the moment, for whatever reason, isn't too keen on loading. But And onto the stalls team. He's now in. So that will just leave Alamai into stall 19. And coming ahead of this one, Ru Al Saudia into stall 17. They go in together. 1,400 metres in front of them. And we're ready for a start. Set to go. They're off. Racing away, 1,400 metres in front of them from the starting stalls. Hasnar Al Reed towards the inside is one of the first ones away in a black cap, a little wider out. Al Frame in a yellow cap and noseband towards the centre, prominent, and with the red cap, Al Najam Al Hadar is also edging across to be in the leading group, along with Misail with the green sleeves wider out. At the end of the first 400 metres, coming through on the inside is Yatkanem to show narrowly in front. Yatnagem on the inside of Al Najam Al Hadar, with out wide of those Al Frame racing back in third. They're being followed by Farah Al Anaya, who's racing towards the inside of Misail, who's having to be nudged along. Ala Ma'ai is next in the field, followed by Mark Root in the red jacket. He's beginning to make a little bit of headway. Hasna Al Rida is on the inside and trying to run on as well as they make the turn for home. Yatganem at the top of the home straight, taken on by Al Najam Al Hadar, with here coming full wide Farah Al Anaya to deliver a strong looking challenge. Misail is still in there pitching towards the outside. Al-Amai is widest of all, but Faria Al-Anaya quickened away, coming down to the final 200 metres. Faria Al-Anaya going on by 4-5 lengths. Misail giving chase in second from the back of the field. Abura's running on down the centre as well, but racing up towards the line. Faria Al-Anaya for career win number 3. Beats Misail into second place. Abura has finished back in third, and the fourth horse over the line was Al-Najam Al-Hadar. Rory and Callum take a bow. Faria Al-Anaya has won, and Hannah, of course, as well, got into a decent early position, quickened up smartly off the home bend, showed that good turn of foot, and after that it was race over, and a salute from Rakan Al Ubaid going past the post. Misail has finished in second place, Bura in third, and 1 minute 27.75 the winner's time, wins by 4 1/4 lengths and a length and a quarter, confirming horse number 8 Al Najam Al Hadar finishing back in 4th. 9, 20, 19 and 8 the numbers in race number 4. Winners all round for Rory, Callum and of course Hannah.
Race that was from that horse. Incredible. I've got the trainer here, Mohammed Al Khalifi. Our analyst in the studio pointed out that actually this horse hasn't really ran a bad race.
No,
in recent times.
he ran 2 times this year.
Yeah.
He won the first time he ran, and this is the second time. He don't go to. He spent all the summer here in Riyadh. Same all my horses. We prepare him, since first week in Riyadh, but the horses have some issue, and we wait. I want to thank the owner. He wait with me. He said it's okay, take your time, no problem, and he gave us what we want from him.
Yeah. And it paid off. What was the issue?
Yeah, he have a spinning bone here. Yeah, but now he's fine, thanks to God. Yeah.
And he's very big. It's what I noticed in the paddock. So he really covers the ground well.
Yeah, no, this horse, we breed this horse.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
we breed this horse, and he was with me since he was a baby, and you know, thanks God, we watch him to grow up, we watch him to win.
Oh,
you know this.
It means so much.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that was absolutely lovely, wasn't it? I mean, this horse, when you look at him, especially when he comes into the parade ring, like I said, he's big, and you can see how well he can cover the ground. Lovely face on him as well. Well, I'll head it back to you guys in the studio, and you can talk about this, because this was wonderful, and I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Not just you, Hannah. I think Rory and I really enjoyed that. Rakan Al Abeid giving it a cracking ride, a young jockey with plenty of promise. Not the most consistent in the saddle, but he's got this right today, Rory. You were saying wide of all of them, don't make it difficult for yourself, and he did it exactly right.
Yeah, this is a horse with a really impressive stride, and I thought he was always going like the winner. The one thing I don't want to see here with the horses travelling well is just being committed for home too early. And I thought he has them covered in front. He just needs to move into that space wide and straight. Doesn't want someone to come on his outside and pen him in. And then once he's there, he can just ask the horse to gradually open up that stride. He's a lot better than the handicap mark he was given. And a horse with his form figures tends to be better than whatever handicap mark is thrown at them, because as we've seen, these races tend to be very competitive in Riyadh. And if you're able to continually hit the frame in your races, it's a sign that you're a little bit better than the grade you're running in, even if you're not always winning. And he's travelled like a dream through this race. He stands out in the parade ring. You saw that. We all picked him out looks-wise. And although he was stepping up markedly in class, a lot of these are running in better races. He was running in a not a 75 handicap last time out. But he absolutely bolted up. And the horse that he beat then won a not to 80 handicap next time out. And he was just let in lightly. Again, you can see from his size that he was a little bit of a slow developer last season, and you can see that the opening rating he was given was not enough to stop him. But he's been looked after by connections. We do like these homebreds that carry the Tariq Anaya silks, trained by Mohammed Al Khalifi, who speaks excellent English, gives us a really good rundown there. I'd be quite interested to know if he's got long-term plans for this horse. I mean, obviously, you tend to think of him as looking potentially like a group horse here, but obviously, given that he was rated 75 a couple of weeks ago,
they're going to take their time with him, aren't they?
They might as well take their time. But you can see him mostly black colours from above with the yellow yoke and the yellow cap, and he's pulling double at this stage. And it's just a case of Rakan Al Abeid easing him out once they turn for home. So he's saving all the ground at this stage. And now he just begins to ease out from underneath. Was Al-Najam Al-Hadar again, who he beat in that handicap last time out. That's the horse just behind him. Now he gets to the outside of that group in front, which is what I wanted him to do before asking for an effort. He asks for the effort now, and he just careers away to win in very, very good style.
Still a bit green, still shows signs of a little bit of greenness. Didn't quite handle the bend as well. Took one of those false steps as they do as they come around the bend as they're still learning, and drifted over to the rail. But what impressed me the most was the way he's got away from them. I know Misael is in second. Good pick from George Lazaridis there as well. He likes Misael in second. He'd be snarting. Maybe he got it each way. I'm not quite sure. But he'll be snarty at that, because look, they're side by side at this point, but the winning distance is so impressive, and I think that's what has blown me away the most.
Yes. The winner is clearly progressive. I liked him an awful lot coming into this. He looked one of the better bets on the cards. To me, when you see the prices, obviously when we look at these in the first place, when we write the races up, we don't know how they're going to price them up, but. There was always a chance. Did you say just before the off? Well, I think his SP might have been 7-2. I mean, we all talked him up, and the prices tend to collapse a little bit. He was 7-1 at one stage when the first show came up, but that soon collapsed as Misael went the other way.
Yeah, I've got the prices here. I can give you a result. The first is Farhan Alalay at 7-2. I've got an SP here. Misael in second. That horse was 9-1. And finally, in third, we had a Bora coming in at 50-1. Good to see Victor Gutierrez back. Seemed to have gone missing for a little bit there, Raw.
Yes, yeah, it's nice to see Victor in the winner's enclosure of sorts, but he'd like a winner, I think.
He would like a winner. He's been banging his head against the brick wall for a little bit of time. One man who certainly isn't banging his head against the brick wall is Gary Capewell. You can give us those runners and riders for our next contest.
Thank you, Callum. 13 of them here for race 5. Number 1 is Al Bakri, Abdullah Al Saidi. 2, Amirat Al Zaman, Ricardo Ferreira. 3, Maru, Naif Al Anazi. 4, Moataza, Bawasawanas. 5, Nafalom, Camilo Espina. 6, Abayat, Tharb Altimiyat. 7 is Aref, Khalid Al Mimoni. 8 is Al Jazi, Alexis Moreno. 9, Akara JR, Osama Al Rashani. 10, Asafa, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 11, Ayat, Mohammed Al Daham. 12, Ganabi, Rayan Al Turesh. 13 is Hathari, Ahmed Al Rashed. Runner number 14. 15 is Noof, Iyad Al Tarisi. 16 is Arub, Abdullah Al Musa. 17, Saudi, apologies, that's Abdullah Al Khridis. 17 is Saudi Aromatic, Abdullah Al Musa. 18 is Saudi Expo, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 19 is an on-runner. And number 20 is Zakat Al Matar, Ahmed Al Shra. We can go back to Rory and Callum.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, looking forward to this contest, Rory. We're going to get a selection from you pretty early here, I reckon, while we're still getting them in the parade.
Are you indeed? Well,
yeah,
let's just see what you get out of
I'm
me.
making some executive decisions
you?
here. A selection from you in this one. You've had a look at all of them. I can tell you where I was leaning.
Literally not had a look at all of them.
No, well, you have. You've done your form assessment for them. Let's have a look at some inserts and see what they are like. Amira Al Zaman is the first one we'll look at. This is a bit of progeny of Gaius. His daughter of Gaius made a very impressive winning debut. She won by over 11 lengths and did it in good style under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He keeps the ride. She remains over course and distance. Rory, this was a really eye-catching performance, but it's let down by the horses in behind.
Yeah, the horses that she's beaten on this occasion are not superstars, but she's won it very, very easily indeed. And given her pedigree, she's likely to improve again. And yeah, I was taken with this. I don't think this is anywhere near her ceiling. You've got to love the way she strides out to the line. She's going to stay a bit further than this as well. In time, obviously, her sire, a top-class mile-and-a-half performer. So I thought this was likeable. It doesn't when you win by that distance and you've got a bit in hand, it doesn't really matter what you're beating.
It certainly doesn't. Let's look at Naflahon here, though. She was very impressive last time out. This was a dominant victory. Ran around a little bit under pressure, but once she hits the straight and narrow and works out what her job is, she absolutely careers away from them.
Yeah, she was impressive here, but she'd had a few starts. She hadn't looked anything out of the ordinary. And I remember talking about this race. It was the first 1,800-metre race of the season for the younger horses. And we thought, we might have something that improves past them here and runs really well. Did not think it was going to be Nafla Tom, who ended up winning by 16 lengths. And I do have question marks after the race about just how good that race was. But obviously it was an open contest, wasn't it?
It was an open contest, yes, because our immediate thought was she could still sneak into a handicap somewhere, wasn't it?
Well, she hasn't. The filly she beat into second isn't anything special, but she obviously...
Perhaps not super race fit, but she is tucked up underneath. She's, as I said, she's quite tall. Quite a few of them are in the paddock today. Behind now is number 2, Amarit Al Zaman. One run and broke it up. Maiden on debut. This horse to me strikes me like she is dull in her coat, but actually I think that is just the colour, because you can see patches of a lighter colour coat. She's very filled out for a 3-year-old, very muscly and a very, very muscled, strong shoulder for sure. A nice indent in that fitness line behind as well. But she's big. You've got some big ones here. Number 4, we're going to drop back to now as the bell goes in the paddock for the jockeys to board. For the white stable, Motazar. Number 4. Points for the handers there, doing a tremendous job with the grooming. They've put quarter marks on the hind end. A finer horse, this one. She is tucked up underneath. Temperament-wise, she looks very lovely. She's having a good little look around. Lovely ears on her, but it's the eyes. Got a very kind eye on this horse. She's got a nice shine to her coat, actually, and a hind end as she walks now, and I can see the sunshine, really defined indeed, but a lot finer than some of the others we've looked at. Lastly, number 5, Naflathon. Camilo Espina takes a ride on this 3-year-old. Again, the stable have done a tremendous job turning out there with the markers on the back. Gorgeous shine on this coat. This is probably the shiniest out of the 4 we have just looked at. Perhaps not as defined on the hind end, but nevertheless still muscly and looks a very strong girl. She has the headgear on and the cross nose band as well. They're all heading out onto the track now, so it's back to you guys in the studio to discuss this next race.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, good to have a look at them in the parade ring here. Rory, what did you make of those ones, and do you want to go through them?
Yes, I certainly do.
Okay, let's start with the one, Al Bactry, who is last seen finishing second.
Yes, and now I'm going to have to find my notes again on Al Bactry. Right, here we are. Dual type winner. Best recent effort went second to Garami in a 1400-metre open last time, but was beaten 11.5 lengths again. Has placed claims on balance of form, knows how to win, but probably vulnerable to something with a bit more improvement to come.
We've spoken about the two, so let's move on to the three, Maru.
Yes, Maru's a 25-1 shot. Was a Nara winner at Taif in August, been unplaced in 3 runs since, and has, minor claims at best.
Moatazar is the white stable runner by Nyquist, interesting pedigree.
Yeah.
Won on debut.
Has the beaten of Al Bactry as well on that. He's actually a shorter price here. Beat Garami over 1,400 metres. And she couldn't really build on that in a winner to 2 here last month. She isn't one to give up on that quickly, and obviously on a line through Garami, she's got the beating of Al Bactry, so I'd expect her to improve at the second time of asking.
Abayat is the 6th here, who's been doing okay recently.
Yeah, but unplaced in all 7 starts, hasn't been absolutely stuffed. But no places so far in those 7 runs. Has drawn a stall 19, so difficult to fancy.
Adef is the 7.
Only placing today. It came in a course and distance maiden in August, and makes little appeal all told.
What do we know about this daughter of Tiz the Law, Al Jazzy?
Al Jazzy's out of a mare called Funny Moon. She was a dual winner, and this filly cost 90,000 at the Breeze Ups last spring, so has to be respected with Alex Moreno riding. But it's never easy for debutantes in races like this, but certainly enough in both her pedigree and her price tag to mean that you've got to give her a second look.
Al Karajaya is the 9.
Well beaten in 2 starts to date and didn't appeal to me.
Sapphire is the 10.
No show really in 4 starts to date. Got a rating of 54. That's probably harsh enough, to be honest.
Ayat, the 11 on debut.
A Connect filly who cost a modest $13,500 at Ocala Horses and Training Sales in June last year, and doesn't particularly take the eye on that, either the pedigree or the price tag.
Ganabi is the horse you've already mentioned a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, Ganabi, well, has been in the frame of maidens over shorter trips recently, but has been well held in both tries at this distance, and probably has her work cut out from stall 20.
The 13 is Hasari. We've not seen this one on the track yet.
28,000 guineas yearling by Havana Gold, but she did go through the sales ring for only 11,000 last year, which is off-putting to me.
Yes, concern. Noof is the 15.
Noof has had both starts to date over 1,200 metres, improving on debut in 3rd to Macthor last time out. A fair bit of improvement needed for this longer trip, and Macthor didn't do an awful lot for the form earlier on.
Yeah, Ayad Al-Tarisi takes off a crucial kilo. Arub is the 16.
4 starts to date and has been soundly beaten really in all 4, despite finishing 5th on penultimate start. Is fairly well drawn here, but was tailed off last time and is difficult to fancy on overall form.
Saudi Aromatic is by Mendelssohn.
Has a rating of 68. I think you can probably ignore the last run for Saudi Aromatic. Was placed 3 times in a row. Most recently went second to Alcanza in a course and distance event in November, where the winner was enormously impressive. She's just a little wiry thing, Alcanza, but she's got a massive engine. She looks really talented. So there was no shame in being beaten that far by her. Was unsuited by the drop to 1,200 metres in the Gulf Cup last time out. I think it's got a pretty good place chance back at 1,600 metres.
Saudi Expo is by Sire I cannot get my head around without parole.
Yes, good horse without parole, but he wouldn't appeal particularly as a sire of dirt performers, and Saudi Expo's not beaten a rival in 2 starts.
We move down to the final one. Zakat Al-Matar is the 20.
Was second in that race. We saw Naflatom win earlier in the season, but had plenty of runs before that suggested she was pretty moderate, and I think that does ask a little bit of a question about how good the form of Naflatom's race is.
Yeah, very, very interesting contest. We've been through all of them, Rory. Can I get a selection from you now?
I'm going to go for Amirat Al Zaman, which I was going to do in the first place, to be honest. But you know.
No, that's fine.
I won't have you rushing me.
We've got plenty of time. That's all good. I'm going to go for Naflahom here. I think she might have turned a corner, and hopefully with confidence high, she can get ahead in front here. They're still circling down at the start. So, Hannah, have you got a selection for us from the parade ring?
You, Callum, I really like the look of number 17, Saudi Aromatic. She looked nice going round and to post as well. So that's me locked in for race number 5. I can see them circling, so we'll head back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Really appreciate that. Of this contest here, we've laid our 3 selections out there. I think there's a few dangers in here, most notably the one who I think we've all just let slip beneath us here, and I don't think it's a bad horse, Al Bakri, this filly by Sioux Nation. We know the Sioux Nations thrive on this surface, especially in Saudi Arabia. The real stallion to follow here, and he's got Al Bakri.
The Sioux Nations have a better record at Taif than they do at Riyadh?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you.
I'm going to say yes, although I don't have definitive evidence, mostly because all racing at Taif last year is listed as being Riyadh anyway, so the figures are a little bit mixed. But I know we noticed how well the Sioux Nations were doing last summer when we were in Taif, and I suspect that his strike rate at that track is quite high, and Al Bakri has won twice at Taif this season.
Yeah, you may be absolutely. Tick the 17, just checking to whether anyone selections from home got some. Tick the 17, just checking to whether anyone selections from home got some love for Naflahom in the comments as well. So best of luck with everyone with your selections. Gary Capewell, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners loading in here for this 5th race on the card, and I would be with the 2 horses as well, Amirat Al Zaman for me in this race. But as the guys have gone through, there's lots you can give chances to. Certainly on the international market, though, Amirat Al Zaman has been very well found in the market. Got a decent draw as well towards the inside, and Ricardo Ferreira going for a double on the card. And this is Amirat Al Zaman just coming into the starting stalls now, and going in perfectly okay. So there's 4 more runners out the back. Oetazar is one of those, just coming forward now. Rube and also Ayart coming in goes Rube. Ayart going in at the same time. Zakat Al-Matar will be the final one. 0 from 7 in her career. She's just having the blindfold fitted. Ahmed Al-Sharar on board. Wasn't too keen on having the blindfold on. And putting it back on again now. And she's inching towards the stalls. Abiat is also out of line. She too 0 from 7 in her career. It's very not enjoying having the blindfold on, and you can see that Abiat Saab Altimiyat briefly dismounted, about to get the leg up back on board. A few maidens in this heat, obviously a couple of 3 newcomers in total as well. Zakat Al-Matar, a few of the stalls team behind her now, getting her to come forward into stall 12, and Abiat into stall 19. 1600 metres this time for this fillies contest. We're just about set to go. Ready. And off. Racing away, 1600 metres in front of them, but slowly into stride was Al Jazi, is towards the rear of the field in the early stages. Towards the inside, Amirat Al Zaman is one of the first ones to show in the red colours, with Nuth in the black and white checks also racing prominently. Al Bakri towards the outside, and the yellow cap completes the leading group of 3. They're being tracked towards the inside by Arub. Out wide on the course, Saudi Expo in a white noseband, showing good early pace as well, and Saudi Aromatic in a blue noseband is going to be 4 wide towards the far bend. They're being followed by Naflahom and Moataza, who's next towards the inside. Out wide of those is Aviat in the blue and white checks as they make the run out of the back straight. And it's Amidat Al Zaman who shows in front by just under a length from Nuth in second. Saudi Aromatic is racing back in third. Hathari with the red sleeves on the inside in fourth place, followed by the blue and white checks of Abayat towards the outside. Naflahom is next in the field, being followed by Arup. Most of the others are struggling as they make the turn back towards home. Ganabi trying to make a bit of headway, very wide on the course, but as they make the turn in, Saudi Aromatic trying to draw alongside Amirat Al Zaman as they turn for home inside the final 400, but Amirat Al Zaman looks to be travelling best. Goes on by 2 lengths now from Saudi Aromatic in second from the back of the field. Naflahom is now getting into top gear, but has got a lot of work to do to reel in this leader. Amirat Al Zaman inside the final 100, 5 lengths to the good of Saudi Aromatic in second. Naflahom continuing to run on, but racing up to the line. A double for Ricardo Ferreira. Amirat Al Zaman makes it 2 from 2. Saudi Aromatic was second, Naflahom in third, and Moatazar finishing in fourth, just ahead of Zakat Al-Matar in fifth. 1, 2, 3 for the team. Hopefully you're following them in. Absolutely flying with their picks these last couple of races. Amidat Al Zaman broke smartly. She had probably the best profile coming into this, didn't she? She had the decent draw as well towards the inside. Was able to use good early pace to get into a decent early position. And as she and Saudi Aromatic pulled clear off the bend, she gradually began to clear away from that rival. Naflahom and Moatazar got outpaced but have ran on to finish third and fourth respectively. 5 3/4 lengths the winning margin, 5 3/4 lengths and 2 1/4 lengths. And the winner wins it in a time of 1 minute 41.58 seconds. A double on the card for Ricardo Ferreira and Amirat Al Zaman wins race 5.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has recorded a double on the day as Amirat Al Zaman has absolutely hacked up here. Second start, she's now 2 from 2. This daughter of Gaius might be a bit smart.
Oh, she is. And this, in fairness, listen, she was very well drawn in stall 2 here, compared to 1 or 2 of the dangerous. Naflahom, who's finished third, was out in stall 16 and dropping back in trip. So plenty in her favour here, but she's moved so sweetly through both of her races today that she could be called the winner before halfway. She's an absolutely gorgeous looker. Look at that head. I'm not always in agreement with everyone here about the looks of some horses here, but no one can deny that she's stunning.
Pretty.
She'll make a lovely broodmare, I would have thought, in time, but she's. So there's a lot of Gaiath about her. She's going to improve in time. He wasn't the type to show form at 2 at all, and he blossomed as a 4-year-old over 1.5 miles.
Hannah, it's all yours. Let's hear from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira.
There we have it, a double on the day for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and a double now for Amirat Al-Zaman. Well done, Ricardo. That looked very well done indeed. Talk me through the race.
Yes, good, you know. All the time, Sammy speak very good about this filly. Now second run, second win. Filly pace, you know. I start one, just jump good. And 600 breathe, step by step. And I know I come very comfortable, never finish, she keep going.
I mean, of course, she's only 3, but she's a big girl, isn't she? And also powerful. What do you think?
Yes, he have a good power. He's a big filly. I hope she can improve more for one day win cup. I open Sammy and all stable, you know. He give me all week sport, give me winners, and I hope the best.
She looks like she could stay further. Where do you think she should go next?
I don't know. He's the trainer, but for me, he goes step by step. You know, he's a professional filly, but maybe I hope ready for big cups. But with babies, I like step by step.
You're a step-by-step kind of man. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has the winner of race number 5, and Rory's done in fairly good style. And like you said, you could call the winner from halfway there. You were always very comfortable, but a good run from Saudi Aromatic in third, and Naflahon proving that she just wants further.
Second.
Sorry, I apologise. Saudi Aromatic in second, and Naflahon just proving that she wants further. The 1800 metres clearly was what gave her the victory last time. Dropping back in trip just didn't work out for her, but arguably the 1, 2, 3 have all run fairly decent races.
Yeah, you've really got to bear trips in mind here. Naflahon was a strong second favourite here, but she'd had 4 or 5 starts without looking anything out of the ordinary before winning over 1800 metres last time, and definitely benefited. She pulled 10 lengths clear on that final furlong, so she definitely benefited from the trip. Whereas the second here, Saudi Aromatic, was probably overpriced because of finishing on place in the cup race last time out. Over 1200 metres that would be far too short for her. She'd been placed 3 times, second actually 3 times in a row over this trip. So she was just bouncing back to form and showing what she could do. But the winner is the classic part of this race. She's not won this by absolute miles, but I just love the way she goes through her race. She's so relaxed, and she's got a lovely stride. Noof is the one on her outside who showed early pace. That's shaped well for a long way, but it had been stepping up from 1200 metres and clearly was a non-stayer at this trip, so wants to go back sprinting after this. And with Noof just beginning to drop out of it now, it's Saudi Aromatic who moves into second, but never really looks like overtaking Amirat Al-Zaman while still running a race full of credit. And you'll see Naflahon in the white blinkers coming from further back in the field and staying on strongly in the final furlong to grab the minor honours.
Yeah, it's been a race that's been decided already before they turned into the straight. Saudi Aromatic tried as she might to reel in the favourite, a short price favourite that she was, but is unable to do so. And in fact, the further she goes, the better she gets, Rory.
She does, yeah, and as I said, on pedigree, certainly on the sire side of her pedigree, he would not be a commercial sire, would he, Gayath? For all he was hugely successful.
Arguably, he's one of the few of those middle distance ones that could be. He was a £2 million foal.
Yes.
When he was a baby, and that's one of the things that they're really pushing with trying to sell him as like he will have very nice foals.
He will, but they will have to push because people just don't like middle distance pedigrees, and horses who are at their best at 1.5 miles or further are hard to market. We've had some absolutely stunning Ascot Gold Cup winners, or Gold Cup winners, I should say, Ascot Gold Cup being the original. Just impossible to market as standards completely. Yeah,
not particularly sexy pedigrees, but Gayath started just to ruffle a few feathers towards the end of the season on the European season winners in France, Britain. I think he had some success in Germany as well. He's getting success here in Saudi Arabia as well. This might be his best progeny out here at the moment, but she certainly won't be the last, because people will be looking at this and thinking, I could get my hands on another one of these Gayath babies and hopefully get the same success as the Red Stable are seeing here. She was impressive, Rory.
Oh yes, if I had a few million to throw around, I'd be very keen to get myself a Gayath 2-year-old.
If I had a few million around, I'd get myself a mare and get her covered by Frankel immediately, because the return on investment there is lovely.
Well, you say that. It's about $1 million to be covered by Frankel, isn't it?
600,000 or something ridiculous now. They're making enough money. Yes, just seeing the winner coming through here and winning nicely. Nice to hear Jose on the chat, one of Ricardo's best mates from home. Another double for Prince Faisal's Red Stable, and despite having a cold, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is still rattling off the winner. The winner yesterday, 2 winners today, all in a weekend's work for the jockey who was the #1 rider in December.
Yeah, he's I was gonna say, it's not a class apart here because that's doing down some very good jockeys, but he's a class rider. I didn't think he was at his very best at times last week. He was desperate to get a winner, I think, on a really big weekend. But normally, just the coolest rider, a jockey you don't mind seeing on a front runner, gets them very relaxed. You also don't mind seeing him when he drops one out because he's a very, very good judge of pace around here, whereas most jockeys who ride in the surface tend to ride as if they need to be near the front, and if they're not, they panic a little bit, whereas he's one of those who is pretty much unruffled on a hold-up horse.
Yeah, very exciting to see what he does with the rest of the season and whether he takes part in various jockey challenges towards the end of the season. Gary Capewell, we're on to race number 6. It's Layla Doro time. Can she build on her reputation? Give us the runners and riders.
Yep, thank you, Callum. Big field here. Number 1, Layla Doro. Rebel Icon, Mohammed Aldaham. 14 is Samus, or the Jcsa. 15 is Swift Victory, Ricardo Pereira. 16, Give It Up, Mohammed Aliami. Number 17 is an on-runner. 18 is Mawazi, Rayad Al-Taesh. 19, Ocean Cruiser, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 20 is Sultan Road, Abdullah Al-Qridis. We have 2 more. 21 is Word Without End, Ali Al Mamoni, and 24, missing at 22 and 23. So those don't get in. 24 does, and Al Razi driven by Ahmed Al Rashed. Let's go back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, we move on, and today, for me, Rory, this is Layla Doro time. We'll just catch them as we get these camera shots, actually. So we'll wait until they go to the 3, which is Composite. And we'll start with that one when we get to them, as we currently look at Ben Hamrash. But we won't be on there for long.
Yes, so we'll move on to Composite number 3, who was a 3-time winner for George Bowie in the UK. But you have to translate that form to dirt here, and not hard to oppose on current form.
Here's Layla Doro in shot. Now we're getting a good old look at her. Huge reputation last season after what she did, but this season has just been a little bit disappointing.
Well, this season's been okay. First of all, he's a gelding, not
sorry, every time.
It's easy to think that with a name. But won 3 times in Taif earlier this season and looked as good as ever. Had a really good season last year. Disappointed the last twice, but with the yard backfiring on all cylinders, I really think that Layla Doro should be bouncing back, and I'd be disappointed if he doesn't.
So yes, Layla Doro
looks
the
well.
one in shot. He looks really well, doesn't he? He's a very good-looking individual. He was when he was a baby too. Just took the racing by storm, really, and ended up running some very good races behind some very smart prospects.
Yeah, he's rated 101 here, but he's been higher than that in the past. His form last season, up to the very highest standard. And as you can see from his build, it's not like he's a sharp 2-year-old who's not the type to train on. He really should be at least as good this year. But obviously the yard were under a cloud earlier in the season. That just seems to have held them back a little longer than they would have liked.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what we can do about a problem like Atomic Impact, a horse that I think has bags and bags of ability, but is just proving harder and harder to win with, Rob.
Was 4th in the Not 85 handicap here in November, but well held twice since, and this is a tough one. He did win earlier in the season, and I think Tom Collins was on him that day, so he did well to catch Atomic Impact on a winning day.
That's Saeed there, number 6. Withdrawal last week, and clearly looks in great shape today, Rob.
He's a really hard horse to catch. I don't know what the issue is with Saeed, but when he's good, he's very good. He's won twice in recent times. He won a course and distance open by 7 1/4 lengths last month. Tailed off either side of that, though, so just really hard to predict.
Courageous Knight is the 8 in this race, second last time out in that race that we saw the footage of in our previous contest. He's a horse that I was saying was crying out for the Pro Cushion, a hand and heels race. I imagine we'll see a better performance here today.
We will, but he's up in class into open company. He was in a not to 80 handicap last time out, when second to Al Najim Al Hadar. We saw Al Najim Al Hadar run pretty well early on without boosting the form particularly. This is a tougher contest, but he's clearly running himself into form. He's rated 78, which gives him plenty to find, but he's been a higher rated horse in the past. He's been nudging 90 at his best. He just was on the slide until his last couple of starts, but does seem to be refinding his form.
The 10, Louis Courtois, is a fresh horse from the UK, with last seen running at Lingfield, I think. That was on the all-weather. Hannah is in at the parade ring. Who have you caught up with?
I've caught up with Al Dahani. He's got 2 runners in this next race, and one of them he owns. So let's chat about that one first. Number 13, Rebel Icon. This must mean so much more to you because you own the horse.
Yeah, he's a good horse, but he have a bad luck with me since we start from Taif. The last 2 races, it was a little good for him. He can place. I'm happy for him. But today, I think there is 2 horse, 3 horse very strong for him. I tell Mohammed to take care, and because he's a one base horse, he need to put him in a good position, and I hope he do a good race.
Well, then next we've got number 15, Swift Victory, with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. He's obviously got 2 runners already today, so could be another luck on his side, another win.
Yeah, this horse, the last 2 races, he comes second. The last race, he should win. He should really win. But by the way, in the straight, in the 2 furlong, Ricardo come from inside, and they close in the gate for him, and he stopped, and he opened it hard. When he opened it hard, the other horse maybe 10 lengths in front of him. He come photo with him. Today, I tell Ricardo, be careful. We don't want to switch from inside or something. Make your way good. And really, there is a horse for Prince Faisal, is a good horse, and there is a horse for Prince Mut'ab, is a very, very, very good horse, Lilla Darra. I think it will be a big fight between these 3 horses,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
A look at Swift Victory, Rory. This is Swift Victory in short here. This is my selection, nice and early. I love this horse. Completely missed the fact that it was running. I absolutely adore this horse. I've been with him the last 3 starts. And has had excuses every time, and it's certainly one that I'm really, really keen on. It's a very, very eye-catching performer. The last 2 efforts being second, and both with excuses. One in 0-85 company, one in open company. Comes into this race in cracking form. He's just got such a nice turn of pace.
Yeah, has a rating of 89, so was a little bit defined with the very best in the field, but going the right way. Was a winner in the UK for Jason Tate. James Tate, rather, I should say. Jason Tate, jockey from the old days. Falmer, interestingly, when we spoke to him earlier in the season, said we asked him who he liked getting horses from, and James Tate was one of the first names he mentioned. And this horse is clearly going the right way. He's stepping up again in class in terms of the ceiling of this contest, but he's going the right way. And as Falmer said, he probably should have won last time out. And stall 12 isn't ideal in this contest, but he's drawn right next to Lela Doro, who's in stall 11, and you'd like to think he could go fairly well. And the trainer, as always, sounds pretty confident that he'll be there or thereabouts at the finish.
Doesn't always sound confident. He wasn't confident about Messamia, and that horse goes and finishes second.
Not Messamia.
Messamia?
No, that's a different filly. But yes, his filly finished second.
That one.
But she's one to put in the notebook because if you can find her name, he said there was first run for a year after knee surgery. Told jockey not to be hard on her. She'll be better next time out. Messail, there you go. Yeah, Messail, one for the Saudi notebook for sure. But stick Messamia in there as well. She'll win another race. She'll win a race. Phelpsy is the 11, goes for the red stable, pretty inexperienced in Saudi, made a very exciting start with second on Saudi debut, but was hugely disappointing in a cup race, a King Faisal Cup, though. This is a much calmer water. Yeah, that was a very tough race last time out. Ex-US performer, Phelpsy, did run well when second to Mulazem over course and distance on Saudi debut, and if he can build down at the second time of asking, he'd have placed claims here. Rebel Icon was Sam's horse that he also mentioned here. This horse was last seen finishing 4th, and that was in an open contest over the mile. Yeah, has shown a little improvement in recent starts, finishing 4th in open races won by Hob, Al Watan and Saeed on his last 2 starts, but he needs more in a tough race. Obviously, he's held by Saeed here if that one runs to form. But he's not going to be disgraced. He's going to run a fair race. It'll be a bit of a surprise if he's good enough to win, though. Maiden Al-Sabai trains Ocean Cruiser, who is the 19 in this contest. I thought was slightly eye-catching on seasonal return after 3 months off the track. Wasn't disgraced, but I didn't really fancy Ocean Cruiser. Hasn't won a race of any description in 12 starts. Didn't run too badly behind Swing the Ring, who ran well here yesterday, over 1,800 metres last time out. Drops back to 1,600. would need a career best to finish in the frame, to be honest.
And finally, one horse we didn't give a proper mention to was Salute the Stars, who's quite well fancied here, 7-1 from 14 in the international market. There has been money for 4 Salute the Stars.
Yeah, he's a 3-time winner at up to 1,800 metre in the US, most recently for Brad Cox, who didn't have him throughout his career, but had him for the last year. He does need a second look here. I'm not mad on US debutants here as a general rule, even if they have a fair level of form. It strikes me that most of them need a little bit of time to adjust to what is a slightly alien surface. You'd imagine it's the same, but the dirt here in Riyadh is very different. It rides differently to dirt at most US tracks.
Yeah, so interesting to see how that horse gets on, but well fancied on the international market. We already saw Music City, a US horse, winning on Saudi debut, but that was in a much, much easier contest
well,
than this.
Making debut here, not a horse with form in the USA.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, that was a breeze-up purchase, wasn't it, Rory? I stand corrected.
And Salute the Stars, obviously, on the ratings has got a big chance. It's rated 92, has £9 to find with Leila Doro, but Leila Doro is also conceding 2 kilograms, which brings them quite close together, so £4. And if you want to look past Leila Doro, obviously a couple of disappointing runs of late, so you could say, well, he's not really running up to his mark at the moment. So I can see why there'd be support for the likes of Salute the Stars and Swift Victory here.
Let's get a tip here, Rory. Who do you like?
I'm going to stick with Leila Doro. I think there is potential each way value against this horse, but in terms of finding a winner of the race, I think he'll win, but I really want him to win as well, because if he doesn't win this, I think his season's a bit of an anticlimax, and I really want to see him firing on all cylinders come the spring.
So Rory's picked Leila Doro. I've gone with Swift Victory. Hannah, who's your pick?
I like number 4, Salute the Stars, for me, and Alex Moreno on board. But I just want to let you know what Fama said to me just a moment ago, which would be great for the viewers as well. With number 15, Swift Victory, he's very complimentary about him anyway, but he's more excited about him for next season. So for those avid viewers, get the Swift Victory in your notebook for next season. But back to my selection. As I said, number 4, Salute the Stars for me. Over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Hannah. It's loading in here. And 4 or 5 of them currently out the back. This is Courageous Night going into stall 4. Comes one of the greys in the lineup, Mawazi. Mawazi, another of the greys. They're drawn fairly close to each other. Again, Give It Up was into stall number 15, World Without End going in, and Louis XIV wider out on the course coming forward now. Resting for Atomic Impact now into stall 5. It's an interesting one, this, isn't it? Because obviously, given the ratings and how the weights are framed for this race, Leila Doro should be winning. I haven't seen that already. Fantastic strike rate. You can always pan out like that, though, of course. 1,600 metres in front of them. They're all in. And away they go. Racing away. But slowly into stride was Al Razi. That one's towards the rear of the field early on with Calm Hadar. Towards the centre of the course, good pace shown by Saidi in a noseband. Better pace towards the inside by Salute the Stars, who's going to head over to the inside running Grail and lead at the end of the first 200 metres. Out wide of those, Rebel Icon in yellow and black is also racing well to the fore, and even wider still, Mawazi, one of the greys, edging across to probably have the overall lead. Mawazi out wide on the course then, with towards the inside Salute the Stars. Amongst horses with the noseband is Saidi. And Composite is also racing just in behind the pace towards the inside as they run towards the far turn. Salute the Stars on the inside, just in front, but Saidi around the outer with the orange star on the jacket is still right bang there as they make the turn back to the straight. Mawazi on the inside, just beginning to lose a position or two as Ben Hamrosh is running on. Leila Doro towards the inside, spot the green cap, beginning to pick one or two of them off in the noseband. Also out wide, Swift Victory is also getting involved as they make the turn back for home, but it's Ben Hamrash who circled the field to come through to lead. 300 metres just over left to go. Ben Hamrush strikes the front and strikes for glory. Goes 3 lengths clear as they make the turning. Courageous Knight on the inside, disputing second with Swift Victory. Layla Dora down the outside is now beginning to get into top stride, but Ben Hamrush very much got first run and it surely has an unassailable lead. Coming down to the final 100 metres, Ben Hamrush away and gone. Layla Dora's running on to grab second, won't get anywhere near Ben Hamrush, who wins decisively. Ben Hamrush the winner, Layla Doro in second. Third in the end got quite close, with a few of them running on towards the outside, but no doubt about the winner, and we'll confirm third in a second. Ben Hamrush has won in a time of 1:40.25, fourth career victory for this 5-year-old. Layla Dora just got going too late in the end. Well beaten. It's Ocean Cruiser who's up in the end for third. Horse number 19 and Swift Victory back in fourth. 9 3/4 lengths that winner has won by. 9 3/4 lengths and 2.5 lengths. Ben Hamrush and Abdullah Al Saidi. Layla Doro, Ocean Cruiser and Swift Victory. 2, 1, 19 and 15 the numbers. 9 3/4 lengths the winning margin. Ben Hamrush, finish race 6.
Handicap 2 starts ago, and he would have been a big price for that. I don't recall what his SP was, but he was coming off 2 reasonably heavy defeats. And he then stepped up to Cup Company last time out when he was 8th of 12 behind Akfiq in the European Union Cup. And had a bit of a break since then. That was the end of November. He's come back better than ever with this win. And although it's easy to say, right, well, he's only a 77 horse, everything else has got to run below par. There are too many horses rated in the 80s and above in this to suggest they've all run below par. Swift Victory clearly ran his race to me. He's rated 89. He's run very well. He might just want a slightly shorter trip Swift Victory. He tends to travel very sweetly. He hasn't found an awful lot off the bridle. You say that, but you know,
into things there,
he's travelled very well. But the winner is travelling very easily and got away as well. So it made it quite difficult because then he had to try to chase the winner down. That's never easy to do. And Layla Doro, who didn't quicken instantly, he's a horse who wants further than this ideally, Layla Doro. He's run on strongly late in the day to get second place. He'll appreciate a return to 1,800 or 2,000 metres. And this at least was a step in the right direction based on his last run. But still disappointing that he couldn't get the job done in an ordinary open.
You'll notice that Abdullah Saidi in a 1 kilo claimer, he's not able to use that claim in this level of competition, but I think he's given them the slip here, hasn't he?
Well, yes, but he's you wouldn't say that he's stolen the race as such, but yes, he's just sailed along quite happily towards the head of affairs. There was again plenty of pace on early. Salute the Stars went forward, Said went forward. Courageous Knight went forward to some degree. Louis Quatorze. There were quite a few horses who showed a little bit of early pace, but our winner got himself in a decent position and has just travelled really smoothly, just on the heels of the leaders. You see him there in probably about 6th place, but only a length and a half behind the lead. and he just travels a bit more sweetly than those around him through the race. Saeed just in front at this stage, but the jockey's sitting very pretty on our winner Ben Hamrush at this stage, who wasn't, he was giving way to most of the runners in this race because of that win 2 starts ago. But yeah, he's just carried his jockey to the frontier, hasn't he? He's not had to be asked for a massive effort. So he's been able to keep some for the finish. You see Lelador is having to be asked to make his move from midfield. And Swift Victory has moved forward in the outside, travelling well. He's covered a bit more ground, but again, as we heard Thamar Al-Dahani said to Ricardo Ferreira, make sure you don't get yourself in trouble and steer a clear path. But you can't be expecting Ben Hamrush to have stolen a lead like he has here. And it's not just a case of he's set a slow pace and they've ignored him. He's, the pace was solid enough in the early stages, and he's travelled really sweetly to come past those leaders without his jockey having to ask him to do much. So he does seem like he's taken a big step forward, Ben Hamrush. I didn't get a time for the race, but no doubt we'll hear that shortly. That could tell us a lot.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here.
It's a good time, 1:40.25. If you get a time like 1:42, 1:43 for an open race, that either you've had a pace collapse or you've had a horse setting a slow pace. But to hit 1:40, that's a really solid time for this grade. And clearly the race has been run at a solid gallop throughout, and Ben Hamrush has won very easily. So despite that rating of 77, you have to decide that this is suddenly an improving horse. He's not a youngster. He's now a 5-year-old, but clearly just getting his act together now to have won as he has. In my experience, the handicapper won't hit him that hard for this. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up next.
Yeah, well, Foslas, centre of the National Hunt Universe today, with its meeting on despite the cold weather. This is where this horse won a few starts ago when he was back in England in August 2023. Under Safi Osborne, he won a 3-runner contest. Since then, well beaten in 2 subsequent starts in Britain, moved to Saudi Arabia and looks to finally be adjusting to the temperatures and the way to run.
Yeah, he's been trying at a range of trips. Obviously, it took him a few runs just to get his act together. 2 runs here late last season, having been on the go in the autumn in the UK. So those were just for acclimatisation. He was held in after a break on his return at Taif. Run well on his second start. I say well, he was beaten nearly 13 lengths, but finished second in a winners of 2 behind Tell Me All. And then, as I said, 2 starts ago, he produced a minor shock to beat Imperial Ace in a competitive 0-90 handicap. And although he was beaten in a cup contest last time out, those can be tough races to find your feet in, and he's shown himself to be going forward again with this win. So you'd have to have him around 90 on this performance.
Yeah, hugely impressive victory for Ben Hamrush, who's absolutely hacked up. Remember, live on the JCSA English-speaking channel. Remember to get involved in the comments, like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications. We love hearing from you and love hearing your selections. Winners or losers, we have plenty of both on this channel. But Gary Capewell can take us through the runners and riders for our next contest.
Thank you, Callum. Been called worse. Number 1 is Ali Alal, Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 2 is Abu Al Bashaya, Victor Gutierrez. 3, Ajmal Tahayar, Asil Al Sarhani. 4 doesn't go. 5 is Al Dalwawi, Mohammed Saeed. 6 is Bark Nair, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 7, Black Power, Mohammed Al Yami. 8 is an on-runner. Number 9, Lugano, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 10, Mucho Carreras, Abdullah Al Saidi. Abdullah Akridis. Number 11 is Kurum Najd, Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 12 is Sam Al Humadia, Abdullah Al Afi. 13 is Shawes, Sama Al Shahani. Number 14 is Shival Omar, Camilla Ospina. 15 is Danart Chrome, Abdullah Al Khamis. 16 is Shafifa Mohammed Al Daram. 17 is Teodar Ali Al Mimoni. 18 is Tors Khalid Al Mimoni. 19 is Tulsa Eddie Castro. And 20 is Wahij Abdulaziz Al Musa. The reserves that get in: 21 is Hazazi Ayed Al Truisi, and number 22 is Wafban Thab Al Timayat. Let's go back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, let's focus on this next contest. Tricky race, this, isn't it, Rory?
Yes, not my favourite maiden race that I've ever seen, but they're all puzzles to be solved, Callum.
We will do our best to find the winners. Ali Alal is the one.
Making a belated racecourse debut out of a mare who failed to win in 13 starts. And hasn't produced any winners at stud either, so not easy to fancy on paper.
I've got no idea who the sire is as well. Zarino.
I'm going to suggest he's by Zar.
Oh, good shout there.
But, yeah, not a recognised sire, it has to be said.
Abu Al-Bashaya is the next horse we'll look at, the 2.
A son of Dramedy. Career best effort, win 5th in a 1200 metre contest 2 starts back. Disappointed in a winners of 1 over course and distance last time out, went behind Green of Truth. But that was a tough old contest. You didn't want to be too close to the pace on that day. And then what looks a fairly moderate maiden, it wouldn't be a surprise to see Abu Al-Bashir bounce back.
I thought Ajmal Taya would have a big chance here today.
Has a rating of 58, so it's a rate of £6 behind Abu Al-Bashir, but the last 2 efforts have been decent from this one. Was second to Quador over 1400 metres 2 starts ago, and then not disgraced when 4th to Estahuz in an 1800 metre maiden last time out. Dropped back to 1600 metres today, should suit. And ought to run well, but stall 20 would be the concern there. We've seen that it's been difficult to get across from wide draws earlier on today.
Al-Zamawi is the 5, has plenty of experience.
Yeah, made a promising enough start to his Riyadh campaign, but hasn't really built on that. And was down the field in the course and distance maiden last time out, making him difficult to support.
The 6 is Bark Nayef, only had the 2 starts and quite disappointing.
Yeah, 2 starts, well beaten both times, not easy to make a case for that one.
The 7, put your fist in the air, it's Black Power.
I should have been ready for that one, shouldn't I? Returned from a 4-month break to put up a career best effort when behind Quador in a 1400 metre maiden last time out. If able to take a step forward from that, would have a chance. I mean, previous form wasn't particularly good, and the rating of 51 tells a story. But it's always interesting when these horses who show little in the first few starts begin to show better form. The penny begins to drop. They can be underrated. So Black Power is not ruled out. Still 10's a fair draw.
Lugano is the 9.
Lugano's got a good draw in stall 4, has a rating of 50. Again, we've got a lot of horses rated around the 50 mark, which gives you an idea of how tricky this race is. Was ahead of a couple of these when 3rd to Jamrat Arab over 1200 metres on his penultimate start. Failed to build on that over course and distance last time out. And this trip probably not ideal.
Now it's time to take a little break here, Rory. It's time to discuss the legend that is Mucho Kereces. Now, I remember you discussing Palance as a horse who was a very cheeky sod when he started and then eventually became a sort of better racehorse. Mucho Kereces was a nutcase, became a bit of a TikTok superstar because he liked to dump his jockey on the home turn at Tythe. They managed to work out how to get him around that bend now, and now it's all about trying to get him to win a race. But now he's decided that he doesn't quite fancy winning races, shows a lot of high cruising speed and sticks his head in the air when asked.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a physical issue beyond that, whether it's entirely mental with Mucho Kereces. But after showing speed last time out, he quickly backed out of things, and you wouldn't be surprised to see the same again. He's well drawn to show speed again, and you get the impression there's a bit more ability there than a rating of 51 would tell you.
Definitely is.
Probably all in his head, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, he was cantering all over his opposition on those 2 runs at Tythe and spectacularly dismounted the jockeys, so best of luck if you're sticking with him. Kuram Najd is a horse that's been off for 5 months, but showed a little bit on debut in Tythe.
Yeah, 5th of 18, first time out, showing speed behind Nasser Al-Mohammadiyah. Obviously, fitness must be a little bit of a concern coming back from that, but I don't like to be too negative about horses who've, finished midfield after showing speed first time out. It's something to build on at least.
This is the thing we have here, where we're kind of, if the less sins you have against your name, the more interested you are in a race like this. Sam Al-Mohammadiyah is horse number 12.
Yeah, showed ability in handicaps in Tythe and shaped as if just in need of the run when 8th behind Raf Ya Alem and of course in distance maiden last time out. You'd like to think he'd jump forward from that, but he's been absent again since, and he's drawn out in stall 17, so a couple of negatives there to offset the potential positives with him.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye, Han?
Well, Callum, they've just come in the paddock, so what a perfect time to have a look at some of them, as you say. 12 is the horse you're looking at, Sam Al Muhammadia, looking very well in that coat. Quite fuzzy underneath from a winter coat appearing, but nevertheless, doesn't mean it'll affect the run at all for this colt. Has the noseband, but overall it's the shine that stands out. Dropping back now to the horse behind number 13, Shawiz. He's been having a good look around since he came in the paddock. He's walking a bit short behind, but they're not walking particularly fast. I would quite like to see them pick up the pace. Nevertheless, the coat looks very, very nice. A drop in the belly could need a little bit more, I'd say, for this horse. Number 14 is the horse behind, Shibla Omar. And Camille Ospino takes the ride. Very beautiful looking coat. All in all, this horse looks spectacular. We're just going to watch out because number 15 behind is getting quite on his toes, and now he's bucking. So we're just going to stand by in case anything else happens. But for the moment, we'll stay on the 14. As I said, looks very, very good in the coat. Nice and muscled behind as well, and underneath you can see lots of muscle definition across the neck. He's a finer sort, but still well muscled, and he's got the D-ring snaffling as well. No noseband, so it looks to be quite straightforward. Now we'll look at Mr. Naughty behind, number 15, Danat Chrome. He's the one that's been hopping around this mare, Well, she really is being a naughty mare, isn't she? She's on her toes. Her hind end has been up in the air more than on the ground, that's for sure. Those hoofs need to stay where they are. She looks a bit dull in the coat, but she's got a gorgeous fitness line, really beautiful indentation on the back, and she's nice and tucked up underneath. I think she just wants to crack on with the job. Now, because she has been prancing around, she has got a sweat patch underneath. She's got a very short coat, so there's no winter coat there at all. So that's something we'll keep an eye on, but there's a rather big sweat patch. But you'd expect that from the behaviour she's been displaying here in the paddock. They've got her under control, though, so it's all good. So that's 4 of them here in the paddock. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, we were on horse number 13, so we'll go back there. This is Shawiz.
Yes, Shawiz has had a couple of runs and been well beaten both times. Beaten 100 lengths on debut, beaten 67 lengths last time out, yet to beat another rival.
Just getting a look at a couple of these. I'll just focus on what we can see here, just physically on these.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to do in these maiden races.
6, I'd say, is getting a little bit on the warm side. Still got that winter coat on.
Yeah, and not standing out. The 7's not. It's fit enough, but doesn't blow you away with the way it's carrying itself through the parade ring.
I'd say this is the complete opposite with the 8 we're just having a look at now. No strength in the back end. It's the 9, sorry, I should say. The 9 that we're looking at now. No strength in the back end, but just a little bit weaker. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. What else has caught your eye, or who are you with?
Camilla's caught my eye, and guess who's next to me? That's right, Camilla, we're going to talk about your ride in the next. Horse looks very gorgeous, beautiful shine on the coat. Bella's just gone, so just talk me through what we are expected to see.
Yeah, no, it's good horse. I saw the races. He finished second in one time, but 9 furlong. Today is mile. It's a similar race, it's maiden race, and the trainer, he told me the horse is in good form, and I just try to come close to the pace, and then we'll see.
Thank you very much. As I said, the Bella's gone, so I will let you go. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Camille Ospina there. There's the 12 in short. That's a better looking individual there. Salman Mohammedia, the 30 we just talked about. Here's the 14 that will just pop up on screen very soon. I love this horse. I think he's got an almighty chance here, the 14, Shibal Omar.
Yes, Shibal Omar. I'd expect, I haven't looked at the prices for this, I expect him to be a favourite. Was second in an 1800 metre maiden here. 2 starts to go in a big field behind the Estasad. And then was stepped up markedly in class to tackle the primary championship behind Fell last time. That's the form lines that we've seen left, right, and centre.
That form is working out really well, isn't it? For a race, it's often a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, it was well run and looks pretty reliable this year. He was only 10th in that, but wasn't persevered with him beaten and wasn't beaten that far in the end. And he had good form. He was 4th in the Taif Sprint Cup trial, or the Taif Sprint Cup prep, I should say. In August, was well beaten in the Sprint Cup itself, but he had decent form in Taif, and he's shown signs in his 2 starts that he's at least as good at this track. And although the form figures don't look fantastic on paper, he looks a little bit better than these, to be honest.
He would be my absolute nap of the day in this race. I think he's got an almighty chance. 5-2 on the international market. Let's continue our way through them though. 15 is done at Chrome.
Mr. Naughty, as Hannah was calling this. Not without ability, but largely fairly well beaten. Often around midfield in its races, coming off a minor break again, having finished midfield in a maiden here in March. He does show ability, or she shows ability on a regular basis, but doesn't translate that into places.
Yes, Shafefa, I should say, it's a 16.
Yeah, just had the one run, was beaten 39 lengths in a very moderate maiden won by Barhoa in Taif last season. I remember being there for that.
Hey.
It wasn't a particularly good race, and Shafefa needs to improve an awful lot to get involved.
Nasser Saeed Khalid Al-Mutari is the owner of Tilda. A few of these horses have been running well today. I've noticed the blue check colours with the red sleeves. There's clearly something going on, and they're moving quite nicely.
Okay, I never tend to make assumptions about an owner's horses.
I think they're all trained by the same bloke. I think it's all
yeah.
trained by the same guy. I think that's the reason.
Nasser Al-Mutari is the trainer, and Tilda, just a hard horse to fancy, thoroughly exposed, does have ability, was second in a maiden behind Min Al Ras at Taif in September, but we see this horse on a regular basis, and she's not progressing at all. Every now and again she'll sort of run one of her better races and get involved and pick up a bit of prize money, but generally speaking she's opposable. The
same can be said for Tours, who we've seen dance every dance.
We've seen Tours finish down the field in a 0-60 handicap last time out behind Rimal Al-Motara. That's not good enough to win a maiden, even one that looks as ropey as this one.
Yes, now we've got Tulsa, who's a 19.
Haven't seen Tulsa since November. Had been running very badly when last seen. 16th of 19, 17th of 18, 17th of 18, and 3 or 4 runs this season, beaten at least 30 lengths on all those starts.
Wahaij is a 20, would have place claims, I thought.
Place claims at best, wasn't beaten that far in a winners of 1 behind Grain of Truth last time out, despite finishing 9th of 20. That's not bad form in the context of this race. Was second in a maiden at Taif behind Jadoon back in August. And there's bits and pieces of her form that give her a solid enough place chance here. She's had her chances, though, 17 starts without winning, and she's got place claims at a price, but you'd be surprised if she's good enough to win it.
Yeah, we just saw Tours going out to post there. Looked really well, that chestnut filly. She looked a red hot fit, so looking forward to seeing her. Hazazi is the 21 and Wasban is the 22, both making debut.
Yes. The 21 Hazazi is by a sire called Elsa Approach, who I've never heard of.
By
never
New
raced.
Approach? Dawn Approach? Anywhere in that pedigree?
Neither of those, I don't think. Was in training with Clive Cox. It's from a good European family, but never raced for Clive Cox. Cost quite a lot of money, but never raced, and is now seemingly doing stud duty here. Half-brothered a couple of winners here. Idaho Mare, he won 3 times in the US. Makes a small degree of appeal on paper, but you'd have thought that this would probably need the run. And the bottom one is number 22, Wathban, is a finest artisan half-brother to a local winner called Dalul, who had a little bit of ability. That's gone back a few years, though, and nothing the dance produced in the last decade has made much of an impression.
Just saying a couple that really shot out to me. The second fab, the 12, Sam Al-Mohammedia, looks in really good nick in the just going down to the start there. That horse is available at 9-2, just squeezed in a little bit from last season. Shibal Omar, the money keeps coming. 2-1 fab now.
That's because you're banging on about what a certainty it is. Of course, money's coming for us.
Nap of the day, Raw. Nap of the day. Look at the rest of the card, it's tricky.
I know, well, it is, exactly.
This horse, I mean...
Some would say a maiden full of horses with loads of experience who've never won and lightly raced swords with patchy form wouldn't be the ideal betting medium, but you're all over it, it has to be said. I'm going to go against you here.
Love it. Who do you like, Rory, in this one?
I'm going to go for Abu Al-Bashair.
Can you give me a number for that one, please?
Number 2.
Number 2, Abu Al-Bashair.
Was a wee bit disappointed behind Grain of Truth last time out, but has bits and pieces of form, and Stall 2 could be a massive help here.
Is that Grain of Truth form just a bit weird? There's a lot of horses that seem to come from that race that we see in races like this.
First of all, there's 2 different form lines with Grain of Truth, and you've got to be careful which one you get. The first one was a maiden where Grain of Truth won by a mile, and you know, the highest rated placed horse was 50 odd. So being placed behind Grain of Truth in that race, or finishing 4th or 5th, was not a particularly good effort. But Grain of Truth bolted up, one with plenty in hand. Then Grain of Truth disappointed next time out in a handicap when a hot favourite, but was given, went to the front and went too hard. Then won coming from off the pace next time out. Then disappointed going from the front again next time. So the form lines with Grain of Truth can be a little bit hard to unpick.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've got a bit of trivia for you here, Rory.
Have you indeed?
What
Okay.
are the 3 cities in this race?
The 3 cities?
The 3 cities. Have a look at your field. What are our 3 cities in this race? While you're looking, I'll just give you a little bit of a guide on some of those as they're circling down at the start. Look at this spectacular pantheon of sport we have here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It's just one of the premier sporting venues in the world. It's a gorgeous racecourse. Everybody that comes to the Saudi Cup always immediately wants to come back, and tickets for the Saudi Cup are still available February the 21st and 22nd. It's looking like an absolute corker of a race. Rory, do we have an answer?
Lugano, Tours and Tulsa.
Oh, that's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. I thought we had you. I thought you had you on the ropes, but no, you just fight your way through. Just a reminder of selections. Shibble Umar, number 14 for me. And Rory likes Abu Al-Bashaya, number 2. Hannah, who's your pick in this one?
I really like it was tricky. I was kind of drawn to number 6. 6 for me, I'm going to lock that in as I keep changing my mind. So we'll throw it over to you guys. Gary, it's over to you for this race.
Thank you, Hannah. So we've got Callum playing his nap here, Shibble Omar. Rory with Abu Al-Bashaya, number 2. Hannah with number 6, Bark Naef. And I'm going to be with horse number 12, Sam Al Muhammadiyah. So that's 4 against the field. Surely one of those has got to win. We are almost on post time now. And the runners beginning to load in. Ali Alal will be one of the first ones to load. You're into stall 15. Interesting heat, though, isn't it, for this local bred maiden? 3 of them making their debuts. A few of them a bit more exposed than 1 or 2 of the others. You go through the field. I mean, Tildar, she's north from 24, so she's one of the more experienced ones. But Shibble Omar Callum's nap of the day, 0 from 10 in his career thus far. Loading up process now is commencing. 1 or 2 of these, as I say, lacking in experience, a little bit edgy behind these stalls. Horse number 7, Black Power, just being taken away from the others to be checked over. So horse number 7, Black Power, will have to be checked over before giving the all clear to run. In comes Shibble Omar, whose responsibility on his anchor must be in his shoulders, giving Callum a nap to this horse today. While Hage, she's about to come forward. And Shah West going in as well. So at the back still is Ajmal Tahayar coming in along with Saham Al Muhammadiyah. And we are just waiting for Black Power, who is out of line still, and Tours coming into stall 11. Black Power, if to run, is due into stall 10. So they're the 2 stalls we're waiting to be filled. Black Power standing waiting patiently out the back with Mohammed Al Yami on board. Lever's been given the all clear to run because the jockey looks ready to go. Tours and Khalid Al Mamoni coming in. Just getting a bit restless in the stall next door. This horse is backed away again. Tours. In comes Black Power. Some of the others are getting a bit restless. They've been in a while. Tours is going to have the blindfold fitted. Probably last chance for this horse. 1,600 metres in front of them for this local bred maiden. The starter's assistant issuing out some instructions. And the jockey also having his say there. Really got a little bit warm down at the start. You can see a few sweat marks on the neck. It's getting a little bit worked up now, this one. Will be the last one to load forward. It's due into stall 11. She's one of the 6 fillies in the lineup. She is now in. So, no, she's not. She's backed away again. Not sure how many more chances she will get. Sana may be beginning to lose patience. And she's a little bit away from the stalls now, probably a good 15 meters or so. Just trying to get her to calm down. Vet there also having words, and the stalls team getting in behind. Blindfold has been removed, so surely this is the last chance for this horse. She's 0 from 14. The entire stalls team doing excellent work here to try and persuade her to move forward. Into stall 11, she goes in very quietly. Amazing what happens at times. Anyway, they're all in, 1,600 meters in front of them. Well done to the stalls team. Ready to go. And away they go. 1,600 meters in front of them from the starting stalls. Good pace is being shown towards the inside by Danart Chrome, albeit soon headed out wide on the course by Harzé on racecourse debut, who was also racing well to the 4 in the early stages. Could have nudged the green headgear towards the inside, also well to the 4. Shibal Omar wider out in the green jacket. He's gradually edging across and is being followed towards the outside by Saam Al Muhadia, and out wider on the course is Tulsa as they race towards the far end of the back straight. On the inside, it's Kurum Nudge, who shows narrowly in front, with Harzé in second, with Shibal Omar getting a lovely run through in third. Tours has moved into fourth, just ahead of Saam Al Muhadia. They're being followed then towards the inside by Mucho Caras, who's trying to make a little bit of headway. Towards that one's outside is Wahij, as they make the turn back towards the home straight. Most of those are having to be pushed along. Ajmal Tejas trying to make some headway, but he's quite wide on the course. On the bend back for home, they make the swing in. Kuram nudged in front with, on the outside, Shibal Omar. No excuses from there, but now just having to be pushed along to try and close on the leader. Tours is back in third. They're being followed towards the inside by Wahij. They're inside the final 200 meters. Shibal Omar strikes the front, goes on ahead of, in second place on the inside, Najm Kuram Najid from the back of the field, trying to run on down the outside is Wahij, but it's Shibal Omar out in front, racing up towards the line. Shibal Omar off the mark at the 11th attempt has beaten Kuram Najd into second. Tours in a photo for third, and that's close, with Wahij on the outside disputing that position. But Callum New, the nap of Callum Halliwell, has been landed in no uncertain terms. Got into a decent early position, just stalking the pace. Took up the running on the crown of the bend for home as he was pushed into the contest by Camilo Ospina. Took up the running in the end. He's won by 5 1/4 lengths, with Kuram Najid in second. Wahij is just going to get the verdict for third, and Tours in fourth, a time of 1:43.04 seconds. Shibal Omar, Kuram Najd, Wahij and Tours. 5 1/4 lengths and 2.5 lengths the winning margins, but more importantly, a winning nap for Callum Halliwell.
The nap has landed. Yes, get in there. Camille Ospina has guided Shibal Omar to victory. Went off a really impressive 9-4 favourite there, Rory. I know you get in trouble when you nap 9-4 shots, don't you? But that one felt good. That one felt really, really nice. The race where he just looked like the obvious selection.
Of course, he was.
The
Yeah,
best
absolutely.
back form in the race.
I think your greatest work here was just so scundering me with your talk about this horse that I couldn't agree with you just to be associated with something else in the race. But he's run really well in his last couple of starts. He's got the most solid form in the race. The only negative potentially was the draw in 14, but he was immediately into a good position at the start of the race and considerably better than I was. I've ended up going for the horse drawn and stall 1 on the hope that he had reasonable form as well. I thought he'd get a better position early on, but he was in a hopeless position by the bend, and it ended up running 3 horses to finish 5th. But Shibal Omar has won it nicely. He's deserved this. He's run well in some better races than this in his career, and it wasn't the strongest maiden on earth, and he's probably about 3 seconds slower than our good open race over this trip half an hour ago. But he deserved
It's an important win for him as well, because it's one of those, if he couldn't win this, then you start questioning where can we go now, because this is arguably a very weak contest compared to what he will have to face going forward. But the interesting thing was, I think we called it quite well, Kuram Naj, the horse who had the one run where he finished 5th, less sins against, has ended up finishing 2nd, and Wahij, who we said would be in there amongst the places, but it's probably going to struggle to win.
I suspect the second might be the best horse in this race long term.
Probably.
Really, he's travelled through the race really, really strongly. And just got a bit tired late in the day, but still hung on for 2nd place. That was his first run for quite a while, and he'll benefit from it, but he does look a natural speedster.
Yeah, certainly an interesting race. And another horse to mention was the horse that showed blazing early speed, Hazazi, on racecourse debut. Looked like put up a mature performance for a long way before getting, obviously, no surprise, tired later on.
Yeah, that one was the one with a slightly odd pedigree by Elf's Approach, the sire who I had to look him up this morning. He did cost a lot of money. He was well bred, but he never made the race course. But you do get plenty of successful stallions with that kind of profile. Out of a mare called Heidelberg, might be all right.
Camilo Ospina is with Hannah.
He is, yeah. Let's have a word with the winning jockey. Congratulations. You did tell us after all, didn't you? And you were drawn 14, but you were in a good position in the race. Congratulations. Talk me through it.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Mohammed, the trainer, for giving me a chance to ride this horse. He's okay. He's maiden race. He plays before, he finished 2nd, and today he's a good race for him. I told you before the race, he just coming behind the pace, but the horse is coming very good. He's pulling good. And thanks God, when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good and keep going until wire.
Yeah, well, Callum in the studio, he liked this horse from the beginning of the day. He was very much looking forward to seeing the ride. So, yes, he was a fan for sure.
Thank you. This horse, he finished 2nd. He has very good 2nd and 9 furlong. Today is mile, but he has a speed. I spoke with the trainer. We tried to go behind the leader horses, and then the last 400 meters, I asked him, and he sprinted a little bit, and thanks God, he kept going until wire.
Trainer Mohammed Al-Khalouk is on form today. Thank you very much, Camille. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Camillo. Yes, what an opportunity this horse has had. But Rory now 0-70 handicaps beckoned, and it could be a lot harder from there.
Yeah, but he's had a couple of stiff tasks. He's been in cup races a couple of times. This is much more realistic for him, and he's run to a mark in the 60s. In winning it, I don't think the handicapper is going to be fooled into thinking he's anything much better than that. But as I said, he's well established now, and this was no more than he deserved. But it's the horse in the yellow blinkers there, just fading out of things in 2nd, who I think is the one to put in the notebook for.
Well, you're not the only one that had him in your notebook. Adil in the chat with a big supporter of Guram Naj, who's finishing 2nd, and Gukwa Fly 64, who's a regular viewer of the channel, has said, "Good evening, everybody. We're glad you could join us, Guka. We're looking forward to the rest of the racing. Plenty more to go." But Rory, at this point, you mentioned your eventual seconds bang up there. The horse that showed early speed is up there. The winner's up there. Your selection, who broke from the inside gate, is down in the 3rd wave.
Yeah, and his race was over at that stage. Immediately having to come off the rail and trying to work wide to get a position. It's not okay to finish 5th in the end. Sort of closing gradually in the straight, but no real sense of bad luck there. Just lack the pace to get a good position, to be perfectly honest, and that's always going to count against horses like that in handicaps. But as you said, the winner was well placed from the start. The 3 horses I've written down straight out of the gate, 11 and 14 were 2 of them, and they ended up finishing first and second, with Shibboleth Omar immediately able to overcome that drawn stall 14 just through his experience and the fact that this is nowhere near as competitive as some of the races we've seen. We talked about how difficult it is in a competitive open race to get over from stall 18 or 19, but in a maiden race where some of these are shown very, very ropey form, a horse with decent speed and decent experience should be able to get a good position, and that's what's happened with Shibboleth Omar, who's won this with the minimum of fuss. Yeah, they've finished strung out like washing line, haven't they? It's Tours there that ends up finishing in 4th, is why he just gets in your selection there in 5th. I thought Tours looked great going to the track, but had to be physically lifted into the stalls, and maybe it will be one for a stalls test next time. Yeah, we'll see. Had an unfortunate experience last time out to her, so I can see why she might not be as keen about that. But everything went okay in the race for her. Despite all of those things. So maybe this run will be a little bit more of a positive for her all round, and she'll be okay at the stalls next time. But in my experience, once you start playing up at the stalls, it tends to become a thing. Yeah, talking about the winner here, the concern I had turning into the straight is that this horse has never been in this position before, and you just wonder whether the ears are going to go up and it's going to have a look around. But actually, it's shown quite a willing attitude, head bound down, ears piped back, head just cocked to the side a little bit. Notice that from the start, so maybe a visor wouldn't go amiss. Yeah, he's doing all right. I wouldn't mess around with him at this stage. See how he does in a low-grade handicap next time out on the back of this, and maybe if he gets a bit disappointing, you can try the headgear. But I think he's okay. Plenty of these horses carry their head slightly awkwardly on the dirt surface, and he didn't look like he didn't want to do it. He looked like he was pretty straightforward in the way he strode to the line. So no massive negatives for me. And a win for Camille Ospina as well. He'll have needed that. A couple of defeats from some big name white stable runners, but coming for an outside ride here gets the victory. Yeah, it's very hard to keep him off the score sheet at a meeting like this, Camilo, and he's still ticking away. Every time you see Mohammed Aldaham have a win, I think, well, he must be closing Camilo down. You just keep forgetting that Camilo does tick away. You expect him to ride doubles and trebles, and when he isn't riding doubles and trebles every day, you think he must be treading water, but actually still ticking away, still on 56 winners now for the season, so he's maybe 5 or 6 ahead of Mohammed Aldaham still. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting as we roll on toward the end of the season. Can the jockeys catch Adel Al-Faradi? But we must move on to race number 8. It's a 0-85 handicap. It's for the fillies and mares, and Gary Capewell can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Calder. Well done with the winning nap. Race 8, number 1 Direct Security is a non-runner. Number 2 is Afasa, Camilo Ospina. 3 Default Protection, Mohammed Saeed. 4 Paradise Row, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 5 is Johora, Fawas Wanas. 6 is Hexameter, Alexis Moreno. 7 Ritornel, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 8 is Valinor, Khaled Al Mamoni. 9 is Mawakit, Rakan Al Obeid. 10 is Fox Flame, Abdullah Al Saidi. 11 is Al Reem, Mohammed Al Yami. 12 Corinthia Palace, Ayad Al Turisi. 13 is Mag Karim, Salma Al Sharhani. 14 is Rital, Abdullah Al Kridis. You can go join Hannah in the parade ring.
Thank you, Gary. Well, we're looking at a white stable horse here, and I tell you what, their turnout today is on form because this horse has got quarter marks looking fantastic in the coat. This mare, Afasa, got the headgear on and the noseband. Now, body-wise, she's big. Now, not big in a bad way. She's full of muscle, and you can really see definition on the hind end, including the fitness line and underneath as well. She does have her tongue out, but that's nothing to worry about at all. We're going to look at the next horse now, who is behind. We've got a bit of a gap here in the parade ring. We've got some non-runners, but as this one catches up, who looks like it's in its world of its own, this mare. Default Protection, horse number 3. Very fluffy. You can really see the winter coat on the belly, on the neck, everywhere. Lacking some muscle on the top of the hindquarters for sure. You can actually see the hip bones. So needs some meat and some muscle. She's got a gorgeous face on her, but as you can see, looking a little bit tired. I don't think she kind of wants to be here, actually. She probably wants to be in a stable having a snooze, but nevertheless, she's very sweet. But the body and what I can see muscle-wise, it's not for me, I'm afraid. Now, behind, we've got a keen bean here. This is Paradise Row, this horse that we're looking at now. She's having a great look around. Beautiful face on her and a nice marking there. Having a good look at the camera. Again, this is another white stable runner with lovely patterns on the hindquarters. She's walking out far better than some of these other horses. You can really see her striding forward with her front legs. Underneath, it does look like she is a little bit fuzzy on the winter coat side, but the rest of her body looks nice and short hair, so clearly she's been rugged up compared to the other one. Carrying her head quite high, but of course you've got the noseband there to help with the head carriage. It does look like actually her front end and her hind end is sort of two separate components, and actually I think she's lacking a bit of muscle in the abdominals. I'd like to see her walking better and using them. Dropping back now, we have got a big gap, but we've got a horse here, number 5. Number 5 is coming up now, grinding the teeth there. Here we are. Got the noseband on, having a little look around, but you can see getting a little bit warm. The veins are coming up on the neck, but the coat, however, the shine is looking gorgeous. Great definition on the hind end and underneath. Also, I'd be a little bit worried with her, this premium tap one, number 5, Jahura. So we'll see how she goes. Hopefully she can keep it together. Behind us now we've got horse number 6. Coming up now, a chestnut. Number 6, Hexameter. Got the headgear on and the noseband. Worked up quite a bit of a sweat. Now, it's not as cold as it has been here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but it's not warm enough to have sweat. So if you can see on her hindquarters, she's almost dripping with sweat. Not a good look at all. She's the sweatiest horse I've seen. But muscle-wise, you can see she's got plenty of it. But I'd be very, very worried about how much she seems to be working herself up, especially as it's very contained. You can't see her acting out or anything like that. So this is inward nerves. Behind, another sweaty horse. Have they all had a bath or something? This is number 7, Ritoranelle, who's having a look around, but you can see the anxiety in her eyes. And of course, that's very apparent with the sweat on her neck as well. But considering these two horses are... No, and I will check if they've been watered down, but by the looks of their face, they do look a little bit worried, a little bit of a worried head on her. But yes, muscle-wise, though, she's not looking too bad at all. The sweat, for me, is a question mark. Behind, who's really walking out with her legs here. Well, of course, actually, what a silly thing to say. What else would she be walking out with, Hannah? But no, she's really walking with those front legs. She actually quite a show her off for, actually. Number 8, Valinor. She's a nice chestnut. Got some nice muscle on top of her neck and along the top line. But yeah, not quite sure what she's doing with her front legs. So that's some of the horses here in the paddock. I'll leave you guys in the studio to run through them.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, let's run through them top to bottom. Rory, we start with Direct Security.
Yes, Direct Security, number 1, is a shortlist one from a useful maiden. Taking a drop in class here, having been unplaced in cup contests the last twice. This is a lot more realistic, and she's not taken lightly.
Default Protection was looking very sleepy in the parade. Oh, sorry, I've missed out Ifasa, haven't I? And I've just realised Direct Security might be a nonner here.
Right, well, let's
it is an honour. Let's try that again, Raw. Let's try that again. That was shocking from me. A fast is the first one we're going to look at. That's the 2.
Good second, the Shajwa, and of course in distance open before finding the rampant Ayadat and Co. too strong in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup last week. Expected to bounce back, eased in class, and should go well.
Another one, though, who's had quite a busy time of things. Would you say, Raw? Would we put her in the same category as what we saw earlier on with the White Stable runner?
No. I mean, I just think that's too hard to predict.
Yeah.
It does happen occasionally, but I think it's... once you start trying to predict when horses are going to have one run too many, while they're still in reasonable form, it's very difficult. I don't particularly like horses backing up very quickly. That's something that, unless you've shown you can do it before, it's a concern for me, except over sprint trips.
Default Protection looked very sleepy in the parade ring, coming back from a 10-month absence.
Didn't she? Yeah, it's hard to fancy her the way she behaved in the parade ring. She beat Monsieur Jumbo at Taif last summer.
But everyone beat Monsieur Jumbo at Taif.
Monsieur Jumbo was rampant in Taif last summer. He did really well. Not so good here at this track. Last seen finishing unplaced on turf in March. On paper, she looks like she's going to need to run, and in the flesh, she looks like she's going to need to run quite badly.
Was this the Monsieur Jumbo when he was in great form, and not Monsieur Jumbo with a back injury?
Yes, indeed. This is last season.
There we
yes.
go. Paradise Row is the 4. You were saying to me, Rory, she won a race here almost a year to the day.
It was exactly a year to the day. The
go.
11th of January last year, Paradise Row made a winning debut in Riyadh in quite spectacular style as well. She was a reasonably big price that day too. That was in a course and distance contest. If she repeats that form, she goes very well here. She was disappointing last time out, but had been running very well until her most recent start. Been placed 3 times before blowing out last time out. And if you ignore that, she's interesting, particularly if you take the view that horses tend to come good at a certain time of year, which she might do. And of course, we saw a good filly bounce back to form from nowhere earlier in the card, didn't we, in Craft and Silk?
Yes, exactly that. Johora is the 5, comes here for 2 months absence.
You can make excuses for the most recent run from Johora as well, but she hasn't added to a debut success for this yard. So typical of the premium taps, they sort of bolt up first time out and look like they're really useful, and they don't all go on as well as expected. Johora's just sort of struggled to find her level.
Now down to 6 is Hexameter.
Yeah, the next 2 obviously representing the Almondale stable, if you like, and both of them looking to sweat quite badly in the parade ring, unless they were washed down before they came out. But I don't think that would show. If they're sweating between the legs, that's not something that you'd ever see from being washed down. So that's a little bit of a concern for the pair of them. Interested to see if they shape in kind in the race. Both half decent sorts, but both coming here out of form. Richard Nell's been running well enough in decent company, but we expected more of her this season, and she hasn't quite kicked on the way she would. Hexameter's been bitterly disappointing in recent starts.
Valinor is the 8, has now had the Saudi debut. We'll be looking to build on that.
She's an interesting prospect, I think, long term. And she ran okay on her debut here, but she was in the frame in Maidens for Joseph O'Brien in Ireland last year, looking like a stayer. And looking like a step up to something like 2,400 metres would suit in time. She ran okay on her debut here, I suppose, if you're being generous. Was sort of midfield in an 1,800 metre handicap. Should do better with time, but I think even further than 1,800 metres is going to be important for Valinor, and we're still finding out whether she can handle dirt.
She bumped into that interestingly bred, the very well bred Ruby the Red in her last start in Ireland. Won't be facing a horse of that quality here. Mawakit is the 9, in very good form. Old Mawakit.
Yeah, not the easiest in the world to win with, but did win at the 12th time of asking 2 starts ago, Mawakit, and then ran really well on balance of form, went second to Al Mosalema in a course and distance 0 to 85 handicap last time out. This is slightly harder on paper, but I'm not sure it's all that competitive. I think the race she was in last time was tough enough, and I expect her to run a decent race again from stall 1 with Rakan Al Obeid looking for a double on the card.
Fox Flame is the 10.
Another ex-English performer. This was in training with Charlie Johnston in the UK and is a multiple winner over longer trips. Has won on the all-weather, but obviously untested on dirt, and I think 2,000 metres would be a minimum requirement for Fox Flame here.
Al Reem is the 11.
Al Reem comes here in pretty moderate form and is also out of the handicap as well, so difficult to fancy despite being reasonably well drawn in stall 4.
Can the same be said for 12, 13 and 14?
Yes, everything else is out of the weights down there, although you can make a case of sorts for 1 or 2 of them. Corinthia Palace, for example, was up against Dance Desire a couple of starts ago and was well beaten, but then fared a bit better when 4th the same rival last time out, finishing in front of Ritternell. So she's got place claims if she can repeat that form, but she's fairly inconsistent on the whole. But you can argue that she's heading in the right direction with those last 2 runs.
This feels like the title of this race should be "We're trying to avoid Dance Desire stakes," because a lot of them have been beaten by that runner.
Yeah, Mad Kareem is another one who's finished behind Dance Desire last time out, and she's 10 pounds out of the weight, so difficult to fancy. And Retail has got absolutely no chance if the handicapper is correct.
And also finished behind Dance Desire last time out. So clearly, no matter what happens here, the Dance Desire form might get a cheeky boost. Again, she is well fancied in our last race. Looking at the international market about this contest, I'll get the price up to you as soon as I can. A Farsa is your 15-8 favourite. Mawakit there at 3-1 second favourite. Paradise Row at 5. Johora 11-2. Default Protection at 7-1, and it's 14-1. Bar the rest. Rory, give us a selection.
I am going to go for a Fasa. I was drawn towards Mawakit, but a Fasa was my initial selection in this dropping in class. I'm going to stick with her.
Well, I was drawn massively to Paradise Row, so that's going to be my pick here. Horse number 4 for me, horse number 2 for Rory. Hannah, who was your pick?
It's 2 for me, Afasa, locked in for race number 8. Gary, oh no, we're going to go to you guys back in the studio to talk us through some more of these horses in this race.
Oh, Hannah, we were doing that so quickly. We don't want to give Gary 3 days to talk about these while they circle down at the start. We're more than happy to get a little bit more insight into here. Mawakit, well fancied. That last run was positive. What made you pick a Farsa over Mawakit?
Because I'd chosen her that way when I wrote the race up. So both of them were shortlisted. Yeah, it was pretty tight, to be perfectly honest. It was a toss-up in the end. But I thought, well, when I looked at this at 5 o'clock this morning, I went for a Fasa. Sometimes my brain works better at 5 o'clock in the morning than it does at whatever it is now, 6:15 in the afternoon.
6:15 in the afternoon. Quick one, we were just discussing off camera. Ahmed Mahmoud versus Abdullah Al-Mushawar. I was saying, is it very much like a Charlie Appleby and Said bin Saror situation? You've got the numbers. What do the numbers say?
Well, this is essentially Abdullah Al-Mushawar's first full season with a licence. And this season he's had 33 winners from 190 runners, so 17.4% strike rate, and his strike rate when Camilo is riding for him is 20.4.
Oh, so wow, okay.
I don't think, it might be slightly better with Ahmed Mahmoud, but I think Ahmed has more runners than Abdullah Al-Mushawar, so I don't think there's a huge amount between it, but if you let me dig it out, I can find that out for you as well.
Well, let's do that after the race because they're already loading. So, Gary, this time it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, runners loading in down at the 1800-metre start here. This filly and mare handicap 0-85 without horse than 1 direct security. Leaves us with a field of 13. In goes Johora. That was Buenos on board into stall number 5. And we're locked and loaded. Ready to go. Race 8. They're off. Racing away from the starting stalls. Mad Kareem towards the outside is prominent. Towards the inside, Mawakit showing good pace. The blue and red of Al Reem also prominent. And with those is Hexameter towards the outside in the noseband as they link with the crawls proper. So on settling down, Al Reem on the outside of Mawakit with Hexameter on the outside in third. They're being followed by a Fassar towards the inside of Johora in the same colours but with the red cap, who's racing wider out. They're being followed wider out on the course at this stage by Mad Kareem, who's tracked on the inside by Fox Flame as they run to the turn. Valinor is next, followed by Ritornell, and held up towards the back of the field, Corinthia Palace, and Default Protection is the back marker. On the run out of the back straight, Hexameter got through on the inside to get over to the rail and lead. Leads by just under a length heading out of the back straight, William. On the outside in second place, Paradise Row. Third on the outside for Johora. Next on the inside is A Fassar. Out wide of those is Fox Flame. They're being followed by Mad Kareem. Towards the inside, Valinor, black and white colours beginning to pick 1 or 2 of them off. But this leader travels strongly. Paradise Row on the turn back. Bowman has skipped away. Gone 4 lengths to the good inside the final 400 metres. Paradise Row kicking on. Johordar giving chase in second. A faster on the inside of Fox Flame in a dispute for that position. Valinor is next down the wide outside. Default Protection's running on a bit. The leader all of a sudden getting a bit weary. Paradise Row inside the final 200 metres, but is still 4 or 5 lengths in hand over Fox Flame in second. Down the outside, Default Protection continues to run on inside the final 50 metres. Paradise Row got first run though, and Paradise Row in the end sees it out well enough to win for the third time. Default Protection up for second, ahead of Fox Flame in third, and Ritournelle, another one, made a bit of headway from the back of the field to finish fourth. Another one for Callum. Cannot stop tipping winners this afternoon. Paradise Row from stall 13 wins for the third time in her career in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Has beaten Default Protection into second place. That pair both drawn wide on the course. Fox Flame, by contrast, the third, was drawn on the inside. Ritournelle, who didn't get too many mentions until leaving the back straight, has ran on in the end from the back to grab four. The winner's time, 1:55.22 seconds. 5 lengths and half a length. Paradise Row, Default Protection, Fox Flame and Ritournelle in race number 8. Another winner for Callum Halliwell.
Well, Abdulaziz Al Faradi was disqualified or demoted. Was he disqualified or demoted?
Demoted.
Demoted from winning a $1.5 million race last night, where he spent the majority of the contest looking over his shoulder, wondering where Astan Al Khaldir was. And on this occasion, Rory and I are screaming at the monitor, stop looking over your shoulder and just ride the race, because he was doing exactly the same thing when cantering on Paradise Road.
All the screaming that happens during races here, Callum, is yours.
Don't lie to the people at home. You're there like a banshee.
No, I'm not. Yes. Also, you weren't complaining about his ride last night until you realised it wasn't Adele Al Faradi.
Yeah.
And then you're retrofitting that, aren't you?
Yeah, but no, there's no evidence of that because we weren't on air. So it's all rumours and hearsay. But Abdulaziz Al Faradi has guided Paradise Road to victory here. She was a winner on this very day last year, and she'd repeated the feat today in quite comfortable fashion. Never really in doubt as they swung for home.
No, she's won it nicely. As I said, she was. If you put a line through her last run, she'd been in pretty good form this season, and she was shortlisted for this, but didn't get the vote from me. But yes, you were happy to give her another chance, and exactly a year on from her only other win in Saudi Arabia, she's won again. Not the same card, it has to be said, just exactly the same date. Yeah. So if you're looking to back her next season, I'm afraid that's a Sunday probably. So. You'll be disappointed. As Colin says, you might be waiting another 5 years before she actually before she's able to run on the 11th of January again.
Yes, but if you watch this race through, I think it's interesting to talk about a few of the horses, because Fasa, the selection of both you and Hannah, never really looked to be going. There were distress signals quite early on. You can see Camillo in the red cap and white colours.
You never want to see a Camillo working in the early stages of
No.
a race, do you? So it's usually a negative with the white stable runners, because when they're in form, they tend to tank through the races, and Camillo's...
Sorry, he's in the green cap, isn't it? It's Johor in the red cap, I
Yeah.
apologise.
But he still, hasn't gone through this quite as well as you would like compared to Paradise Row, for example. The other one he was disappointing for me was Mama Keat.
Mama Keat's bang up there, isn't she?
Well, she led after a few strides, and then just gradually decided this wasn't going to be her day. You see, she's now in 5th place on the inside, but she's already engaged reverse gear, and she just wasn't at the races today for whatever reason.
I hate to say it, but Rakan Al-Abaid haven't asked too many questions. It's almost like he's allowed them to go past, and it's only now, you can just see his elbow, it's only now that he started really niggling along. I have a funny feeling that she wasn't here to win this race today, because she's not been asked too many questions.
Worth bearing in mind as a jockey, her upturn in fortunes had been with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira riding her in her last 2 starts, and that might be the case. She'd looked a tricky mare to win with before that, and she was given a lovely ride by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira to put her head in front. She's sort of latched on again to the bridle late on, but her race is gone by that stage, and she sort of runs past a couple of beaten ones. That Richernell dropping out the back of the Telehaven shows, but I don't know what's wrong with the horses from this stable at the moment. They were doing so well this time last year, but few of them are really running their races at the moment.
A lot of them have been retired though, haven't they? The Alex Moreno's one that he
Sunset
loved,
Flash.
Sunset
Yeah,
Flash,
yeah.
she got retired, and she was
But
towards the end of
this
her
was a
season.
stable, and obviously we got a different trainer in charge.
Yes.
Naif Almondale was the trainer last season, and they were 3rd in the trainers list with imported horses, and just struggling for winners this season, which is unusual. And the horses just haven't. I mean, we saw both of them in the parade ring, both sweating profusely on a cold day, which suggests that something's not absolutely 100% with the stables runners.
Hexameter's stopped quickly as well, hasn't
Yeah.
she, in the end? You can just see she's on the inside in the all-green colours, and it's the red epaulets of Ritornell that sort of boxes on.
Sorry, yes, it was a hexameter I was talking about rather than Richernell.
Yeah.
Richernell sort of plugs on the outside,
Yeah,
and hexameter is the one who's been well beaten this season. In the end, Richernell has run another one of her typical races this season, finishing about 5th, having never really featured with a chance, but again not beaten that far at the finish without giving the impression that she's firing in all cylinders.
Yes, Paradise Row wins this contest. Just looking to see if a full result has come through. It has. Paradise Row first, 5-1. Default Protection has run a massive race in second, 7-1. And Fox Flame third, 25-1. Hannah, you have gone walkabouts. Where on earth have you ended up?
Welcome to the wash bays. Well, I thought you could come and have a look and see what we've got going on here. So let's come over here. These are obviously our runners from the last race. We'll just move out the way so we don't get run over. Got a little cough there. It's just the water up his nose. Who have we got here? Let's find out. Which horse? It's a white stable runner. We know that much. What's the name? Afasa. So this is my selection and Rory's selection number 2, where she's having a good wash down here. So you can see one of the handlers there, he's washing all behind under a tail, getting all that sweat off, because that's where obviously the sweat would be. But if you end up leaving sweat there, they can get very sore. It's important to note that this water is warm. So remember, I keep saying that the temperature here fluctuates, particularly in the winter. So obviously earlier in the day, it's lovely and warm, but at night it's chilly. So I wish we had warm water at our yard, I'll tell you that. But yeah, they've got all the warm water. You see all the pipes along the top. So this is one of the wash bays. That's Alfeza, looking great, and we'll say goodbye to her. Let's see what we've got down here. So we've got a couple more wash bays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 wash bays. It's quite fun down here. I wonder if I can get a job down here. Well, we've got another one. Now, this is a rather cute one. I liked this one going down to post. What's the name? Karim. Aha, that one. Doesn't she look lovely? So if you haven't seen this before, it's quite nice to see them getting washed down. So it's important to know that the water doesn't go in their ears, because obviously horses don't like that. They'll just wash all over the body, and the idea is to cool them down so that their bodies go back to the temperature that they need to. That's why you'll see all horses, when they be ridden, get a good wash off. So we've got some more horses down here. This was the other one that actually got quite warm. Remember me saying, and I wondered if she'd had a bath. This is number 7, Ritornell. So she was quite wet in the paddock, but that wasn't a hose down, because she's having that now. She was sweaty, so he's given her a good wash down, making sure all that sweat is away. She's pretty, isn't she? Having a little look around. What else have we got? Well, if you spin around now, we'll look behind. So remember our outriders? They're parked up over here. So just so you know, obviously they're on duty all throughout the day, but then they come and have a rest, which is nice to see. So they're having a little chilled out time. They come and they do their work, and then they tie them up here. They have a rest, probably have a nibble. If you keep coming this way, you can have a good look here. They're actually having a little snooze, which is lovely to see. I think this one here is Abu Jaffa. So Faisal is the rider of Abu Jaffa, and this is the horse I end up cuddling actually before we go live. Love this horse. This was a former racehorse. I believe, I'll double check with him, but I think he said she was a very good miler. So yeah, she's very nice. We have a regular cuddle. She's thinking, leave me alone, because I've been having a rest. But yeah, that's a little look on the wash bays. She's thinking, no, I want to rest. We'll leave her alone. We'll head back to you guys in the studio, but that is the scenes here at the wash bay. We'll go to you, Gary. We're coming to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Good insight there. 15 runners for race number 9. Number 1 is Bada, Bawas Wanas. 2, City Streak, Abdullah Al-Qidis. 3, Iron Lion, Camilo Ospina. 4, Derivo, Ahmed Al-Shra. 5, National Gallery, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Calculation, Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 7 is Mutashim, Salman Al-Rashid. 8 is Billy Bats, Victor Gutierrez. 9 is Dandoon, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 10, Rare Ninja, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 11, Sultan Sent, or Sultan Sent even, Hasil Al-Sharani. 12 is Tribute, Sultan Al-Mimoni. Number 13 is Union Strength, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 14 is Khalid Al-Aziz, Tariq Al-Mansour. And number 15, Super Fluidity, Mohammed Ali-Armi. We can go back and rejoin Rory and Callum.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, let's take a look at some of these in action. The first horse is definitely the talking horse of the race, Bada. So exciting last year as a youngster, but returned with a disappointing run on his most recent start this season. We're going to have a look at him winning last season at the end of his season, and it was so impressive here, Rory. Big white face, you can't miss it. He destroyed a good field on this day.
He did, and he deserves to have the rating that he does. I didn't run to it in his reappearance, but this is a really impressive performance, winning the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship last season. He also won the Gulf Cup, which was run in January last year in good style. He made his reappearance in the Gulf Cup here last month, that race changing its place in the calendar. And he looked rusty and was in trouble from an early stage. But he was so good last season, I can't believe that he isn't capable of winning good races again.
He did take a while to get going last season as well. But let's move on to Derivo, who we're going to see plugging on to finish second. My concern with him is he's just not particularly quick, but there's no disgrace finishing second to a weapon here in Scotland Yard.
Yeah, Scotland Yard wins this race very easily, and he took a respectable second, running on from mid-division. He doesn't quicken, he just passes horses who've already given their all, but he's a classy enough individual in terms of, you know, where he's capable of finishing compared to the very best horses around. So he gets a rating of 100, which he does tend to run to, but he doesn't do it in flashy style, and I would have thought that this is Bada's race to win or lose. I hope we see him looking sharper than he was in the Gulf Cup, and I hope he's back to the form he was showing last season, because he's an exciting horse to see in action. He's also just a really really good-looking, flashy horse.
so flashy,
you don't
isn't
see
he?
too many horses with white faces here, and it's nice to have a horse with his looks. Running like a movie star on the track as well, and I'm hoping he's back to his best. It looks like Hannah's caught up with him.
I was about to say, Hannah doesn't know that we can see her, but we can see you caught up with Badr, Hannah, so tell us how he's looking in the parade ring, this hugely exciting horse that's on the comeback.
Thank you. Yeah, let's have a good look at him, shall we? Here we are, number 1, Badr. He's a very nice looking chap, I tell you that, and he has, I can see some dapples on the top of his hindquarters, which looks great. Lovely shine in his coat, and his hind is very well muscled. He does look a little bit long. I tell you, he's not the longest horse we've seen here today in the paddock, but he is quite a long horse, actually. It's nice to see them walking out better. He's not striding out, but he is walking well, which means he's really using himself and his muscles, which means we can get a better look at him. But he looks great, that's for sure. Dropping back now, as we have a pause here in the paddock while Badr relieves himself. Number 3 we're going to look at next, Iron Lion. So number 3 coming up here, the grey, where Camillo Ospina will take the ride. Son of Roaring Lion looks fabulous here in the paddock. Got a very nice, kind eye as well. He's just having a look at... We've got a few more people joining us actually around the parade ring, which is nice to see. It was a bit quieter early on. But his body, let's have a look. Nice definition on the hind end in that fitness muscle. He looks nice, and he looks like he's got a very strong top line as well. Jimmy Jerkins runners, who we're going to talk about next. Horse behind horse number 4. Deriveno is the next horse. He's wiggling his tongue there. Horse number 4 is the one behind. Nice shine again on this horse. Lots of nice shiny looking horses in here. He's got the earplugs in as well, playing with his tongue. That's nothing to worry about. His body though, he's not walking too bad. Picked up the pace a little bit because they were a bit slow earlier in the paddock. You can see he's got great definition on his shoulder in particular, and then across the rest of his body. Last horse we're going to look at in the paddock here, number 5. National Gallery. Ricardo Sosa Ferrero takes the ride for Thamma Al Dahani. Now this grey has got more definition on his hind end. He looks like he has a bit of a belly, but he doesn't really, because you can actually see the definition of the oblique muscles underneath, which is very reassuring. I think that is just how he's built. We've seen the likes of that with a bigger belly and Monsieur Jumbo, so I'm sure this one is no different, but you can tell he looks well, particularly in his fitness, because of the engine, the hind end indeed. So that's a look at some of these here in the paddock. Jimmy Jerkins' horse does look very nice. I think that could be my paddock selection, I think. It's back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Let's go through these Rories, because Hannah mentioned Iron Lion, which I'd like to talk about, but let's start with City Streak, who's the 2 in this contest.
Yeah, runs in the same colours as Badr and his. I was going to look at my notes there, which I've already torn up accidentally. Let's go back to what I have written here.
Did you look for the notes again?
Was a 2100-metre winner for Andrew Balding in the UK, and faced a stiff task when he was well beaten on a Saudi debut last time out. Time to do better in time, but again, this is on paper. This looks a stiff enough task as well, and I'm not sure he'd be thrown in here to beat Badr. First time, so it looks like he's getting a little bit of experience, but he's one to keep an eye on further down the line, possibly back on turf, because the 2100 metres on turf is where he's won in the UK, so he's got that trip again on the turf here to utilise, and I expect we'll see him on the green stuff sooner rather than later.
It's just to blow the cobwebs away, isn't it, this sort of run, you'd imagine. Could the same be said for Iron Lion, who's the 3 here?
Yes, I think that must be a possibility. Again, a useful middle distance performer for David O'Mara in the UK. He's got 3 wins at up to 2,400 metres last year, having his first start here, and he's got the ability to go close if he adapts straight away, but likely to need it.
Derivo is number 4. He's trained by Jimmy Jerkins, and Hannah is with Jimmy right now.
Yep, he is here, Callum. Yep, that's who we're going to talk about right now. Derivo, he came second to Scotland Yard last time, which was very impressive. Talk to me about him. He looks well in his coat. He looks good in the paddock. What do you think?
Well, he usually shows up. He usually runs his race. You know, he might be lost a step since last year. He really ran over his head last year. I thought in a few of those races. I thought he ran incredible. And this year he's been almost the same, but maybe not quite as good. But he's run he ran 1800 a couple of times last year and ran very well. And I was kind of kicking around where he'd be better off running this year, but I thought, after thinking it over, I thought the 2000 might be a little easier on him. He wouldn't have to hustle, the rider wouldn't have to hustle him so much early and keep him going. So, but yeah, you know, I'm expecting him to show up today, you know, a lot better than he did last time. He's an awful good horse. If he's anything like he was last year, his last 2 or 3 starts here were just astounding. And, you know, I'm sure he probably needed his last race, and I'm looking for him to really pick it up this time. So he certainly has him to beat, and a few others. And but you know, usually with a good trip and with his usual gutsiness, I think he should be okay.
Yeah, and like I said to you when I came over to you, he looks really great. He's a real eye catcher in the paddock.
Yeah, he keeps his flesh good. He's by a stallion, Dan Silly, that's a Danzig line. Danzig was a big stallion back home in America and always had chunky-looking horses all the time, and you could see it in him a little bit. He runs further. He runs a lot further though than his pedigree suggests. I think you know, Danzig, he was a miler, 7/8 miler himself, and all the Danzigs usually were. But I think there's some decent stamina on his mare side, so I think that's where it's coming from.
Good stuff. Well, thank you for that. I look forward to seeing him run. Like I said, he looks great. He's my paddock eye catcher. I'm sure he's going to go well.
Yeah, he's 9 years old. He's getting up there, and he's you know, got to give him credit.
Yeah. Well, actually, while you're here, when they are getting older, he looks great. I've mentioned that many times. But you know, do you keep the training methods the same even with him?
Yeah, I mean, every time I feel sorry for him and don't train him in the morning, it comes back and bites me. So, you know, we. As long as his races are spaced out good enough, we always make sure he has a decent work coming up to it. Yeah. So, and we did this time too.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Best of luck.
Okay, thanks.
Great to hear from Jimmy Jerkins. As per usual, every time I feel sorry for him and give him a day off, it bites him in the backside. So great to hear that. Let's move on to National Gallery, the 5, who I think has claims here, but will need to bounce back from a poor run last time.
He's just a horrible horse, National Gallery. I've been sort of tempted to be with him a couple of times because he's Thalmers. You know, you get these races, you think I might be winnable, and he's got the talent to do it. He just doesn't put it in. You know, he's got all the talent in the world, but he's now been placed, you know, second once in 13 starts in the last year, and he's with a genius trainer who gets the best out of his horses, and he just doesn't really want to know.
Ben Hamrash with a horse that beat him 3 starts ago. That form's taking another positive
the form's
kick.
worked out. He was beaten 5.5
nice.
lengths that day in a handicap, and this is obviously a tougher race again. So nothing would surprise you if he did suddenly bounce back to form, and then Thalmer said, "Oh, we find a problem with his brain, and we had it replaced."
Back issue, special massage.
Monsieur Jumbo was a back issue. I just think with National Gallery, all the issues are in his head, and that's what you need to sort out.
Calculation is the 6 that goes here. Beautiful pedigree, one of my favourite pedigrees out here, but has shown very little and went dramatically backwards on turf.
Oh yeah, it was awful. It was awful last time, which is surprising because actually he's got a turf pedigree.
He was your pick, wasn't he?
Bred by the late Queen, by Dubawi out of the Queen's Vase and Gold Cup winner Estimate. So, you know, one of the most storied horses in Royal Ascot history, you know, to win twice at Royal Ascot for the Queen in her colours, and Calculation, you know, by an absolutely top-notch sire in Dubawi. He stays very well, but he ran over 3,000 metres last time out on the turf and was just never going. Yeah, what he wants is a race that turns into a real test of stamina, which doesn't always happen here. And in not the hugest field, I don't think it's going to pan out to suit him, but he does have the ability to go well if you ignore his last run, but it's pretty hard to ignore. It wasn't beaten miles, but given that was 3,000 metres, I thought it would play to his strengths, and it really didn't. And prior to that, he'd been beaten 14 lengths in Cup company behind Wood and Son. Again, not a terrible run. His fourth behind Western City on his previous start has been boosted since as well. It's just a case of, you know, he does need a race to fall apart in front of him. He's fairly paceless through it and then stays on late, but not the kind of horse that rewards you that often.
No, he just isn't, is he? Let's move on to Mutashim, who is the 7. Dumped the jockey last time out.
Yeah, he lost his rider, Abdul Al Hussein, at the start last time out. but he'd been beaten a long way in his previous starts, 25 lengths last but one on his previous start. It was slightly out of his depth, it has to be said, in the Gulf Cup, and then in an Open prior to that, again, he was beaten 30 lengths when only beating a couple of horses home, so very hard to make a case for him on recent form.
Billy Batts is the 8 here, another one who's coming off an 11-month break. It's another one you can almost immediately put a line through, Raw.
Yeah, he's an 8-year-old now, and I don't think he's the force of old. He was third in Open company on his penultimate start, but that's back in January. He was then well behind Weight to Excel in a good race over 1,800 metres here in March. He was well beaten the last time he came back from a break, and I think he's probably going to need at least one run to get there. He was a half-decent horse back in the day, but it's been a while since we've seen the best of Billy Batts.
Dan Doon, another one who comes here off 2 bad runs, and that was off nearly 2 years off the track.
Yeah, he was a winner at Taif in a maiden company in July last year, but as we keep saying about Taif, these maidens at Taif in June and July are pretty dire affairs.
It's weird, isn't it? Early season Taif, late season Riyadh. You can't trust either of those bits of form, can you?
No, you can't. No, they tend not to work out. But what was strange about Taif last season was the official handicapper was handing out handicap marks like confetti. Horses rated in the 90s for winning maidens, who then struggled to ever get placed in a race again. And Dan Doon is overrated at what he did as well. So one to give a miss to.
Hilariously, Sam the handicapper is giving everyone high ratings apart from Sam Al-Dahani's horses apparently.
Well, there's actually
the only man who was after these high ratings.
There's actually one of Falmer's who's got a weird rating. He came second in a handicap last time out, and he's gone up £11 for finishing second. The horse that won went up £6, so that doesn't make any sense.
That's a banging on the door sort of job there.
That sounds like Falmer's basically.
That's Talal Al-Shram, I think, there, just with his back to us here. He manages the White Stable. They'll be slightly disappointed with how today's worked out so far.
Yeah, so far, but they do tend to find winners. Eventually, although I say they've got a disappointing end to the card because Hey Nabah has a non-runner in our final race. He would have been favourite.
Give us a winner for this one, Rory.
I've got, again, I sort of fear what might happen here, but I've got to be with Badr. He's the class act in this race, and I hope it was just a case of him needing the run last time out. He's got more speed than Derevo.
I'm going to go for Derevo because I physically can't pick anything else.
There's
so
many
so hard
holes to find anything else. Yeah.
Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Derevo for me, also number 4. He looked great in the paddock, so he was definitely an eye catcher for me. Hopefully he goes well. Gary, it's over to you for race number 9.
Thank you, Hannah. I'll have to go for Badder then, so me and Rory can take you and Callum on. It's difficult to find an angle with any of the others, really, isn't it? Given that the ratings that these two have and the conditions of this race, it's tricky to look elsewhere. Line potentially interesting given the Sire's progeny have actually, with a limited sample, done okay out on the dirt, albeit he's still 14 though, is obviously a little bit off, but albeit I suppose they've got a longish run to the bend here, haven't they? 2,000 metres in front of them. Got a couple more out at the back. National Gallery and Calculation to come forward. Mutashim and Sultan Sense to complete the lineup. In comes Calculation to stall 3. That will leave us with 2 more. Mutashim on the outside going into the wider stall, stall 15. And Sultan Sense to the inside stall in stall 1. Sultan Sense and Asil Al-Sahani about to go forward. Not yet in. But he's inching closer towards the stalls now and goes in okay. The line forward on. And Mutashim will be the final one. Albeit, I think he might have backed out. Sultan Sense, yeah, he backed out briefly. Didn't quite get in, did get the gates closed. But that is now complete. The blindfold removed. Stalls team moving in as well. We're ready to go. They're off. Slowly into stride Mutashim from the outside stall, and also quite slowly into stride was Union Strength, and down towards the inside Sultan Sense, another one that wasn't that well away. By contrast, National Gallery's out smartly, leads them through the first 200 metres with Billy Batts towards the inside, the blue cap, racing back in second place. Rare Ninja towards the centre of the course is racing in a close-up third, with Super Fluidity in a yellow jacket wider out. They're being followed by Khaled Alaez towards the inside. Up to wide on the course, next in the field is the grey Iron Lion, who's trying to edge across in company with Badder. Plenty of white on Badder's face as they race towards the far end of the track, looking towards the rear of the field. Derivo's got a lot of work on from there. His held up calculation is also towards the back of the field as well, and also Sultan Sense, who was slowly away. On the run out of the back straight, they head towards halfway. It's National Gallery on the inside of Billy Bats. Badder in a perfect position, racing back into the yellow cat. Wider out to find Iron Lion. They're followed then by Rare Ninja towards the inside the white sleeve, just having to be nudged along. Super Fluidity against the rails, trying to improve. Mutashaim's gradually creeping closer with Derivo in the red jacket, and also on the rail Tribute is trying to creep a little bit closer as they make the turn back for home. Inside the final 400 metres, National Gallery, the leader for Ricardo Pereira, leads at the top of the straight. Badder now chased along in second place by Fawaz Wanas to try and close the deficit. Derivo is beginning to make a big move around the outside, now goes into a closing second, has 3 lengths to find on the leader. National Gallery heads down to the final 200 metres. Derivo just wandering to the inside, still 2.5 lengths away. The front pair a long way clear. Badder won't be winning down the outside. Super Fluidity is keeping on. Inside the final 100, National Gallery with Derivo gradually closing on the near side. National Gallery needs the line. Derivo inching closer ever so slowly, but not quickly enough. National Gallery's held Derivo. They came a long way clear. Tribute along the rail made good late headway to nab third, and Super Fluidity in fourth. He's put it all in today, National Gallery. Career win number 5. Not always the most consistent of horses, but he's knuckled down in the closing stages, and under a positive ride, it's a treble on the card for Ricardo Pereira, who was largely unfancied in the international market. Has beaten Derivo into second. He just didn't get the best of starts. He plugged on but couldn't quite reel the winner back. Tribute has put in some good late work. It's finished third, and its calculation has come from a different part of the Gulf to end up finishing fourth. 2:09.50 the winning time, 3/4 of a length and 11 lengths the winning margins. A treble on the card for Ricardo Pereira. National Gallery wins race 9.
One, two, three winners for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who has guided National Gallery to victory. Rory, this horse is becoming a bit of a monkey, has shown very little. First time at this trip, another Samar Al-Dahani, good thing.
Yeah, well, he was running well when we arrived here at the start of Taif last year. He's kept very busy. He keeps running, and you keep getting drawn in to think, he's got a chance in this race. And he does have chances because he's got plenty of ability. We saw him win in a winners of 3 at Taif last season in August. He'd won his previous start in the handicap there as well, and looked to be absolutely flying. Third to Ryan's Party in his next 2 starts. Remember those days?
Yeah.
When
I'm about to
Ryan's
say, he
Party was
didn't give
winning every
Commissioner
week?
King a fright, did he? He wasn't the horse that gave Commissioner King a fright.
He wasn't,
Right.
no, but his form after that, just fell off a cliff. But you see him in his races and you think, he draws you in because he's a strong traveller, he's a good looker, and you think he's capable of bouncing back, but every time you think he's got one. As you said, he was third to Ben Hamrash a few starts ago and made it look like he was coming back to form, but his run behind Honky Tonk Man last time was a shocker.
Hannah Baycroft, you can hear from our treble winning jockey.
I can indeed, yep. We're just looking for him to weigh in. He's got the all clear and he's going to hand back his tack. Congratulations. Welcome back to the winner's enclosure. That was a terrific ride. Well done.
Thank you. Not easy riding for 2000 in front. But today, Tamer know about this horse. Me riding 3-4 times. And today try, go to the lead step by step. And he's doing well. The last race, 7 furlong mile, he's very fast. And the timer tell me, go 2000 for try. He's better, a little bit old horse. You want more distance. But today good, the last 100, he stopped a little bit, it's normal. 2000 in front. But I'm very happy today at trick, and thank you everyone. When you're riding good horses, it's more easy.
Went very, very well. We've got a friend of yours that has been in the chat. Jose has been popping in to say hello, so you better give him a shout out to the camera.
Hello, all people.
Thank you so much. Well done. I can see Thamma behind, so we'll go and have a chat with him. Thank you very much. I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to run after Thamma now, so you see me running in action to grab our fantastic trainer who's back in the winner's enclosure. Hello, congratulations. I'll let you congratulate. That was a tremendous ride from Ricardo. You must be absolutely delighted. Up in trip for this horse, but not a problem.
Yeah, we go with him 9 and 10 before, and he come 3rd and 4th with a good racing, Today I see there is no horses going in front. 10 furlong is good for him. Mile is not better for him. He was 6 furlong, 7 furlong when he was 3 years old. But now he's going for long distance, like his brother, Missy Jumbo. That's why I go to 10 furlong, and he progressed too good today.
They're brothers. I didn't know they were brothers.
Yeah, the father the same. What's his name? The father, I forget.
Caravaggio.
Yeah, Caravaggio. Yeah, they are both from Caravaggio, sir.
Interesting, because in the parade ring, I noticed they are very similar body shapes.
Yeah. They are the same. Yeah.
That makes sense. Well, congratulations. Well done. Of course, good to always have you on the channel. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
From Thamma Al-Dahani there. Yes, Caravaggio, that famous sire of stayers.
He doesn't do things the way most people do them, does he, Thamma Al-Dahani? And I can't say I thought stepping up to 2,000 metres was going to suit him, given that when we saw him running well last season, there was over 1,200 metres and 1,400 metres in Taif. But I think the key to him is probably that he just wants to boss his opposition. I think the first race we saw him win was a 0-80 handicap, and the handicapper put him up to a rating in the mid-90s after that. So he's pretty hard to place, and I suppose he just lost a little bit of his confidence running in races that he couldn't win after that, and he wants to boss his rivals, and this has worked for him, because he races often enough that he relaxes in his race, and for once he's able to get to the front where he's not being pressured for the lead, with most of these horses being stayers, and he's just enjoyed himself. I couldn't see it beforehand, mainly because you tend to concentrate on horses last run, and I thought he had a chance last time out, and he ran such a poor race that I was cursing him afterwards, and here he is up and trip to a trip he's never tried before, and he's simply got to the front, got a lovely ride. I mean, Hannah's absolutely spot on. It was a beautiful ride from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He doesn't want to be pushing the horse along. I think he is slightly moody, and if you get after him too early in a race, as you have to over shorter trips, he can just drop the bridle a little bit, whereas here Ricardo got him to the front and just relaxed him and let him do his own thing, and as I said, he just enjoyed himself for a change, and you've seen a different horse as a result. I'm afraid Badr was well placed in the early stages of this, but he's run an absolute stinker, and I'm afraid for whatever reason he hasn't trained on.
Yeah, it's a really disappointing run from Bada. Great to hear Jose Soto Belmonte in the chat here. Incredible. What a huge improvement for the horse. He believes Ricardo Sosa Ferreira made the difference in that horse, who had never raced at 2,000 metres before. Loved the extra distance. Rory, I think you and I have a slightly different opinion. It's not that he loved the trip, he just loved the style of the way the race was run.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think he's... I mean, again, you've seen a horse like Mr. Jumbo, who Cameron mentioned, who again was doing all his racing for quite a long time in the UK over shorter trips, and again just seemed to enjoy himself. But running at a different style. He was coming from off the pace in his races, Mr. Jumbo, but just enjoyed stepping up to 2,000 and 2,400 metres. And this horse, he's just enjoyed not having company. He's a bit antisocial.
The opposite can be said for Deriva, who was just thriving passing horses and has run another very good race. I'd argue a better race than he ran last time, but he just wasn't able to reel in the winner. He's closing, but even there, you can't say he was unlucky not to get there.
No, he's not. I mean, to be honest, he's travelled through. You must have thought he was the winner if you're watching this as he moves up at the outside of Batter, and clearly travelling all over that horse. He just looks. He looks like he's had 15 runs this season, not one batter. So I don't know what's happened to the horse that we saw last year.
Literally bobbing up and down on the one
spot.
spot.
He's really struggling, and he ends up dropping right out and finishing behind horses who are rated 50 pounds inferior to him. But National Gallery looked like he might be in trouble here, you know, given that his stamina wasn't proven. But Ricardo just keeps his rhythm, keeps him going to the line. And Derevo, bless him, he's a trier, but he can't quicken in his races.
Yeah, a real trier. Interesting just to hear about Caravaggio. He's had a really weird stallion career. Obviously, such an exciting young horse, was unbeaten, won a Commonwealth Cup, did all the things that he was meant to do. He spent 1 year in Ireland, was sent away to Ashford Stud because he was strangely not that popular for a sire. And now he's gone to Japan. He's been in Japan for the last 4 years now. So it really is interesting just to see where he's come from. So hopefully we'll see what he does going forward. Gary Capewell, you can give us the runners and riders for race number 10.
Thank you, Callum. Race at number 10 incoming. Number 1 is Fal Care. That was Wanas. 2, Rezak Allah, Abdullah Al Saidi. 3, Creative Time, Thob Al Timyat. 4, Al Shabar, Tariq Al Mansour. 5, Yo Lighting, Ali Al Mamoni. 6 is Spiardi, Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 7 is Sam Al Makdabar, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. Number 8 is a non-runner. Number 9 is Cheb Al-Ayam, Yasser Al-Bakawi. And number 10 is Naeem Al-Saudia, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. We can go and join Hannah in the parade ring.
Thank you, Gary. Right, here we go. Horse number 1, Fal Care, back in the parade ring. Got a different shaped head, actually, to some of the horses you see. Sometimes they have such a little slight dish in the nose, but he's got quite a Roman nose. He, of course, has the noseband on, talking of noses. And again, another white stable runner, well turned out with the quarter markings across that very well-muscled end. He looks an absolute picture in the paddock. And I can see as well, he's ridden in a D-ring snaffle. Next horse behind, who I think will go well today. This is horse number 2, Rezk Allah. Second time last out for this horse at this distance. Let's see how he'll go. Well, he looks lovely again. Another beautiful shine on the coat. Nice and muscled across the neckline as well. And not walking too bad either. Dropping back now. Number 3. This is Creative Time. And we'll just make sure we're in a safe position. There we go. So Creative Time. He's not walking too bad either. Not as defined on the hind end as some of the other horses we've seen, but you can really see the neck muscles in this horse. He's got a strong top line and a strong shoulder muscle as well. Temperament-wise, he looks very up for it, let's say. He's walking nicely, his ears are forward, and he's bobbing along. He looks like he could go well also. We're going to drop back now to a bit further down, number 7. Number 7 is the next horse we're going to look at. Number 7 is Sam Al-Makdaba. A grey, a beautiful grey, a finer looking horse this one is. This colt, temperament-wise, he's not really a standout. I wouldn't be immediately drawn to him, but His temperament's quite relaxed. You can see he's not striding out or walking out or anything like that. He's just sort of taking it all in, having a look around, but he's got very sweet eyes. Underneath, he is tucked up, so you can see the definition in his obliques. Wouldn't be overly keen on his hind end action. He does look slightly stiff, but he has got a nice shine. Not so defined in the fitness line area, but there's not really many negatives to say. He also looks nice. So there's quite a lot of lookers in the paddock here today, but that's 4 of them to get you started in the studio. Guys, I'll leave it to you to run through the action we've got coming next.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, a fascinating contest this, with the favourite being a horse that looks like he needs to step up and trip and he'll thrive off it. Let's have a look at Falcare in action. He's a good-looking type with that big Roman nose that Hannah mentioned. I know not everybody's a fan of that, but certainly you'd be a fan of it during here. He was a short price favourite this day, having been given an enterprising ride, to say the least, on his penultimate start. But this was a much better effort and really asked out to stretch and go and win his race.
Yeah, I thought he was eventually impressive in this contest. He was off the bridle before the home turn, but found plenty for pressure and looked like he was crying out for a step up and trip. On his previous start, again, he was very strong at the finish. Would have been stronger at the finish if he'd been ridden out to the line, but I think he surprised connections that day with how well he stayed on. He should have won. The horse that he finished second to won a cup race by a big margin in his next start. So Falcare just looks like he's a real surprise package. He after his run 2 starts ago behind a well-regarded White Stable runner, Jeddah Beach, he has been acquired by the White Stable, and he won his maiden in these colours last time out. He looks a bit of a standout here because although this is a 0-90 handicap, he's top weight of 75, and the next horse in is rated 60, and there are only 3 horses in the handicap proper. As you know, the minimum weight in handicaps is 54 kilos, so you're just out the second horse beneath him on that minimum weight, and the rest of them below that are out of the weights.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anything else outside the top 3 to get a chance here. Let's talk about Rescala, who on form had a second-place effort last time, but that was a race where horses were stepping up to the 1800 for the first time, and he sort of just ran away from them, and then was only reeled in by 1 sail late on. So.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if he's ridden the same way again, because he clearly stayed the trip, and we thought, oh, he's gone far too fast. He was only beaten 3/4 of a length in the end by Tara Heb.
And he wasn't flat on his back at the end, though, was he?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't bobbing up and down, not like Paddock, who we just saw in our most recent contest.
No, that was clearly an improvement in form from Rescala, and of course the interesting thing about him in terms of the trip is he's by Caravaggio.
Wins.
And all of a sudden, Caravaggio is this. I might have to apply this back home as well.
Sire of stayers.
Surprising sire of stayers. So, given the speed he went off at last time out, he kept on pretty well. You'd imagine he will adopt the same tactics. I suppose my question would be, that was a week ago when it was a really tough race. Will it leave a mark? And that's got to be a bigger question mark than whether he truly stays. I think he proved he stays, but he left nothing. He left it all out in the track last time. So whether he's fully recovered just 7 days on is a bit of a question mark. Yeah,
big ride for Fawaz Wanas, who we just saw in shot there. He doesn't get many rides for the White Stable, but he's been the partner on this horse from the beginning and continues to maintain that relationship. Creative Time is the 3, a pedigree that suggests he will thrive at this trip. And I must say, Rory, he is gorgeous.
He's all right. He isn't built like a stayer, which is a slight surprise to me, but. All his form is at shorter trips so far, but he made up a lot of late headway to finish second to Golden Solo on his most recent start, and looked like he was in need of further. Takes a big step up in class and trip, rather than must be said. But those who are watching at home in the UK might remember the dam Astro Magic. I think she was called, if I can just clarify that.
Astro Magic.
She was one of the Mystic Meg horses. She was a winner over 2 miles in the UK. Now, she's not produced a winner at a trip thus far, but given the stamina inherent in her pedigree and the fact that he's by time test, I just wonder whether Creative Time might potentially be a big improver for the step up and trip. There aren't many you can make a strong case for. I suppose number 7, Salm Al Magdaba, might be a little bit better than a mark of 46. Certainly ran his best race, went 5th last time out. That was in a handicap as well behind Motta Camel. It wasn't a bad race. I'd probably say he's if this was a not a 55 handicap, he'd look very well handicapped. But of course, the bottom the minimum weight here corresponds to a rating of 57, so he's 11 pounds wrong, and that sort of puts you off him for all he's a little bit better than the form suggests. But it kind of suggests that maybe Creative Time and Falcaire can dominate, and although Falcaire is really obvious, Creative Time could be a surprise.
Let's get to Hannah in the parade ring. She's with Fawaz Wanas.
I am indeed, Callum. Yeah, let's have a quick word, as I know you are going to be boarding on the horses soon. Falcaire, talk to me. He looks fabulous in the parade ring. He looks amazing.
Yeah, my horse is good horses, but the weight, 62, a lot for him. He's a young horse. Another horse, 54 and 53. Yeah, I hope I win this race, and wish me luck.
Well, just before you jump on, I know the bell has just gone. His last race you won comfortably, so you must be very confident going into this race.
I have a confidence with him, and I have a confidence with the owner and the trainer, and wish me luck, all of you.
Well, best of luck. I'll let you go. Go and jump on board. We'll be watching.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Fawaz Wanas. You wouldn't have got the impression there, but he is one of the funnier riders in the weighing room. Has a good laugh down there with the other jockeys down in the enclosures, and his brothers are all part of the Jcsa as well. So he's a family well connected in the racing industry, and they'll be looking forward to seeing. This is a big, big moment for Fawaz, because again, if he gets this wrong and the horse gets beaten, he will never sit on it again. Because that's how it worked for the White's Table. You can keep a ride. If you keep on winning, you're not going to lose it. Like Rayan Altaresh has had some lovely horses that he's just managed to keep that ride all the way through. But as soon as it goes wrong, Camillo's in the plate.
Indeed. And obviously he was riding this a couple of starts ago because Camilo was on the stable. Well, I was going to say stable first ring. They weren't actually even in the same stable at that stage. This was in the Bin Shrine yard. But yeah, he, as I said, looked a surprise package when he came through so strongly to finish second to Jeddah Beach and then won his maiden in good style. He just looks like a really progressive horse, and he's up against a fairly moderate bunch here. As I said, Res Gala was a step forward last time out and was ridden aggressively over the trip and showed he stayed it. He's an interesting enough one, but as I said, the 1 week turnaround for a horse who ran the way he did last week is a little bit of a concern. Creative Time is an unknown at the trip, but he's bred to stay very well, so he could easily take a massive step forward in the form that he's shown. So given all the weight he's getting from Falcaire, it's not necessarily one-way traffic for the favourite.
I was about to say, Falcaire is also having a 1 week turnaround, and it wasn't an easy win for him. He had to work. He ended
up winning very easily in the end, and I don't think he took as much out of himself as Res Gala's liable to have done the way he did it. And he has been stringing runs together. It is. I wouldn't want to suggest it's no concern at all. And he's an odds-on favourite, and that's something you want to have everything in your favour when you're backing an odds-on favourite. Because we had one in the last race turned over, and you end up backing that because you go, I just can't find anything else. But when a horse has run poorly and you're backing it because nothing else appeals in the race, and the horse runs the same race next time out, something's going to find a way of beating it. And it's possible that Falcaire, as you said, might just be feeling the effects of a couple of tough races. But
no headgear.
Was he in headgear last
time?
Yeah,
took the blinkers off him on this occasion, which will be interesting.
I think the blinkers were on him to motivate him in the early stages because of the shorter trip last time out, whereas stepping up to 2,000, he shouldn't need them and they don't want him over racing.
Let's just get some international prices here. Falcaire is your 4 to 6 favourite. Resk Allah at 4 to 1. Creative Time 9 to 2 was 5 to 1. Your Lightning just moved out to 11 to 1. Spiardi is 14s, was 12. Al Sabah is 20s, and Salm Al Makabar is 16s. Rory, that was the one that you mentioned might be a little bit better than their rating.
I think he is. 46, I think, is probably wrong, and he ran his best race in a handicap last time out, which was pretty well contested. Finished 5th in that. That was a 0 to 75. This is essentially a 0 to 75 as well, because Falcaire is in there. So he's again out. He would have been out of the weights last time as well. So he's clearly running slightly above his mark, and while I don't really fancy much at the bottom of the page, he is one who could outrun his odds and run into a place. But again, being so far wrong at the weights, you think he'd struggle to beat Falcaire if Falcaire runs his race. But he could be one as a forecaster or tri-cast mixer.
I'm going to ask you about 5 and 6, who are 11 to 1 and 14 to 1 respectively. Is there any chance that these two can step forward? Their form doesn't blow you away at all, although Your Lightning has been placed on multiple occasions.
Your Lightning has bits and pieces of form, but he's not progressing, and from what I've seen of him, he doesn't seem likely to take a step forward for this trip. although you never know. Some horses do surprise you. But there's nothing I liked about him particularly in this race. Spiadi hasn't shown an awful lot at all to date. He's got a good sire in Caraconti, maybe not the most popular sire in the world, but he was a very useful, I say very useful, top class racehorse at a mile and a quarter, mile and a half. And the trip should suit Spiadi, but he hasn't shown enough on the track to be interested in.
I'm going to let you know that's my pick right there. I'm going to go Creative Time. I'm a time test sucker. Everybody knows that from home. But firstly, just the way he moved there, my goodness.
Well, it could be a power move from you because I'm going to be with Falcare.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I just missed out on Derivo in the last race, and I just feel like there's no point trying to shadow you now and hope to get it at the end. If I'm going to try and reel you in, I've got to make that move early. But for me, I just think I'm really concerned with this quick turnaround for Falcare, and we've just seen a couple of these white stable horses just not quite hit the mark. And I know this is with a different trainer, different jockey, a lot of difference about it. But this horse is he did run just, I think, with 8 days ago rather than 7 days ago. But certainly there's something in my mind that suggests that maybe this might be a tougher ask than the price suggests. He's now 8-13 in the international market.
He's not the kind of price I want to be piling in on. But obviously we've got to put a selection up in every race, and he is. You know, when I saw him in here, I thought, he'd be thrown in a handicap, particularly with so few. It's a very odd race to be running. Normally, if you're running a 0 to 90 handicap, you'll find horses rated 90, 89, 89, 88, 87.
Yeah.
And here, 75, 60, 57, the top three in this race is a very odd setup.
And remember when we watched him last time, we were saying, well, they're never going to try and run him in a 0 to 75 handicap, are they? They're going to look for bigger and better races, but clearly they're more concerned about the trip with this horse. They found a race that he qualifies for over the trip that they want to see him thrive over, and they've found an interesting field.
You've also got to bear in mind that I reckon there is a sort of long-term plan for most of the highly regarded white stable horses, but he wasn't a highly regarded white stable horse. He was a Talal bin Shraim horse who sort of accidentally worked his way into the yard because of what happened a couple of runs ago. So there wouldn't have been any grand long-term plans for him. So this would have been maybe where Talal bin Shraim was planning to throw him in the first place. So they got to treat him as a bonus. On top of their rather good 2-year-olds, or 3-year-olds now, I should say. I'm
pretty sure Saab Al Timiat will be able to claim in this, because the race is 145,000 real. I think it's 150,000 is the cut-off for claiming jockeys in handicap. So Saab might be able to take over an additional kilo, which would give Creative...
I'll tell you what would be helpful, if the Jockey Club themselves could have the correct claims on these jockeys in the races. If it's their rules, they should be able to manage the website.
It certainly would help. You are not wrong about that at all. But we do work with what we've got, and arguably, at least we can see the form for this half of the day. Whereas the last 2 days, we have literally been flying by the seat of our pants. So let's take what we can get. Let's get a selection from you, Rory. Falcare will be your pick.
Yeah, and I do worry about your selection. He is the real fly in the ointment.
Creative Time is going to be my pick. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Well, this is going to be interesting. Let's make it different. I'm going with number 2, Rezg Allah. Now, I was torn between 2 and 1. So he's bigger. He's bigger in stature, Rezg Allah. And I think he could go well. Second last time at this distance. Obviously, I do believe Falcare will be the danger. But I like his body. I like how he's bigger. He looks more powerful. The only thing I'm worried about is he did begin to sweat up slightly underneath as he was going out to the track. So that's just one thing I'm a little bit worried about. But it'll be interesting to watch. Right then, I can see them heading to the stores. So heading to you, Gary. It's all yours.
Thank you, Hannah. So briefly, Creative Time's been dismounted. The others are loading. 0 to 90 with the top weight at 75, and he's the only one to have previously won Falcare. So I found him difficult to get away from myself. But if you're looking on the international markets, that's obviously he hasn't been missed, as they say. In comes Al Shabar, goes forward. And here's Falcare now into stall 2. 3 more out the back. Creative Time, Sam, Almak, Dabar, and Spiadi to complete the lineup for this handicap over 2,000 metres. All 9 in. They're off. Racing your way. Sam Almak Dabar just jumped out to the right slightly on leaving the stalls towards the rear of the field early on with Spiadi. Out smartly towards the inside, Rezg Allah is the leader at the end of the first 200 metres, with the red jacket of Naoum Al Saudia in second place. Between that pair is Al Shabar in the noseband, the green cap of Falcair down on the inside, racing back in fourth as they head towards the course proper. Tujeb Al-Alem is next, with towards the outside Yo Lightning in the blue and white checkered jacket. Next in the field, Creative Time towards the inside, and the two awkward starters, Spiardi held up towards the rear of the field along with Sam Al-Makdabar. Heading towards the final 1,000 metres of the contest, they go towards halfway. And it's Rezk Alar in front and clear by 3 lengths as they round to the far turn. Falcair racing back in second place in turn, another 3 lengths to the good over Yo Lightning, who's moving through into a dispute to third with Nayoum Al Saudi towards the inside. That one just shifting to the left, rather hampering to Jeb Al Alem. Trying to improve against the rare Creative Time is also beginning to try and improve on the inside. Gets a bit of a bump from Nayoum Al Saudi as well. They're on the turn back for home. It's Rez Alkar out in front and leads at the top of the home straight, with Falcair on the outside now, beginning to be a big danger on the outside, and moves on the outer to the lead now as they make the turn back for home. So Falcair strikes the front in the hands of Fawaz Wanas and quickly draws clear ahead of Rez Alkar in second place. Third on the outside, Yo Lightning. Creative Time on the inside, but with just over 300 metres left to go, Falcair has gone 5-6 lengths clear. Rezk Alar in second place, Creative Time, Yo Lightning, Spiardi running on from the back to maybe press for a place, but this is a one-horse race. Inside the final 100 metres, it's a question of how far for Falcair and Fawaz Wanas going to make the second victory in this horse's career. An absolute demolition job. Falcair an easy winner. Second place is going to be Creative Time, with Rezk Alar in third and Spiardi in fourth. Falcair in the winning time, 2 minutes 09.19 seconds. It's won by a big margin. Got a nice toe into the race and a studio tricast. As Falcair runs out an easy winner at Creative Time, just too long to get going, is finished in second. Rez Alar in third, 20.5 lengths that winner has won by, defying top weight in the process, confirming Spiardi, who was slowly away, has finished in fourth. 1, 3, 2 and 6, Falcair, Creative Time, Rez Alar, Spiardi, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 20.5 lengths the winning margin. Falcair wins for the second time to take race 10.
Is here, manager of the White Stable. We're going to talk about the monstrous horse that is Falcair, 20.5 length win.
Thanks God. First of all, congrats to Prince Metin bin Abdullah and all the White Stable team. Alhamdulillah, Falcair, he's a good horse. We know he's a good horse, and we run him today because we need a high rate to qualify him in the Guinness, inshallah, after 2 weeks. Today he carries 62 kg, other horses 53. We were afraid from this point, but alhamdulillah, he ran very well today.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a concern that there was not a long break for him, about 7 days, but obviously it hasn't bothered him at all.
Yes, we don't have any chance. We have to run him this race. I hope, inshallah, he'll run after 2 weeks. Inshallah, he will get good rate, inshallah, and inshallah, he will run after 2 weeks. Hopefully, inshallah, he will be in the top horses, inshallah, in that race, inshallah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, I'll let you go and celebrate, as I know they are coming in now. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, then we'll watch them come in. What a monster of a horse that is. Unbelievable. 20.5 lengths. Well, they're all gathering now here in the winners' enclosure, and they'll have their photo moment with the team and Falcair. Fawaz Wanas did an unbelievable job as well. I wonder what it's like to ride an aeroplane like that. Must be brilliant. He's a beautiful looking horse as well, is Falcair. He's got the noseband on and a D-ring snaffle as well. He looks quite an easygoing horse, actually. Powerful, but he doesn't mess around. He's probably a bit tired while he's staying still, but nevertheless, he's quite nice in temperament too. I mentioned earlier as well how the White Stable have turned their horses out tremendously today. I think each and every one of their White Stable runners has quarter marks on, so it's so lovely to see their beautiful effort that goes into these horses. A few words then from Talal to Fawaz before he weighs in, and then we'll be able to chat to him. Of course, we spoke to him before the race. He was confident in his connections, confident in the horse. What more could you need? What's in the brain goes down the rain. We'll wait for him to weigh in and we'll grab a word with him. Congratulations, brilliant stuff. You were confident in the horse and the team, and you came out with 20.5 length win.
Yeah, that stuff. Alhamdulillah, I told you before the race, he's a very nice horse. Thanks to the owner and trainer, thanks to the Highness, Prince Mitab. Alhamdulillah, God give me this one.
He's a very strong-looking horse as well, and we spoke to Talal, and he said that the break was no problem for him because they had to run him quickly. But he never looked like he was bothered by that. He was okay, could go again.
Yeah, he's okay because he have a big heart, you know. When he have a big heart, he good horse. Well, when I win the gate, he told me, I promise you I win this race. And I believe him, and thanks to the owner and trainer again, and thanks for all of the team. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much. We're very excited. 3-year-old, plenty more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And we appreciate you too, Fawaz, Wanas, and Rory. You were never really in any concern, were you? And
No.
if you'd backed this horse at 8-13, you wouldn't. There were no behind the sofa moments. You were very comfortable.
No,
all
it
the
would have
way
been
around.
slightly odder if Resgala hadn't gone on in the early stages, having set a strong pace last time over the trip, but he did. He went to the front from stall 1, and Falcaire was drawn in stall 2, just got straight behind him, let him do the donkey work, took over heading into the straight. And the idea was to win by as wide a margin as possible, so there were no concerns on that score, and that now gives him a chance to qualify for bigger races down the line, and that's obviously the plan, to come here and win this race to go up the ratings, because rating a 75 definitely underplayed his ability, and he's benefited from the step up to this trip here to win in good style. And it's not ideal to have to be forced to run in a race like this just to get your mark up. You're using a bit more petrol in terms of how you would like to prepare a horse ideally, but he's done this very easily, so it's just like a training gallop for him.
I'll have a little bit of a break now, I imagine. Just to clear up the result there, Falcaire, your winner, 8-13 favourite. Creative Time in second, 4-1. Second favourite, and Resgala in third, 5-1. Third favourite. Sometimes this game's very easy.
The only 3 horses in the handicap, finishing first, second, and third. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been comfortably first, second, and third. But Resgala ends up getting very tired late on. But at this point, it's just sort of rolling along at his own speed.
Yeah, but as I said, the worry with him was that he had a really tough race going off at a strong pace over 2,000 metres last time out. And though he ran an absolute cracker to finish second, the way he ran that race suggested it was more likely to leave a mark on him than Falcaire's maiden win last time out, and that's exactly how it's panned out in the end. Resgala's got very tired from the moment, but he's plugged on very gamely to hold on for minor money. Creative Time.
There's a bit of a bump coming around that bend, wasn't there? There's a bit of traffic problem. That
there
might
was,
have
yeah.
described him a little
I think
bit.
the stewards might have a look at there. The one of the lightweights, the outsider, Nayoum Al Saudi, proved very hard to steer under Mohammed Al Hubail and caused a bit of interference for others on the inside. Creative Time then lost his pitch a little bit. Was well sort of positioned on the inside in terms of saving ground, but found that the others got away from him, and he lost a bit of momentum or a little bit of impetus at that stage, and has just sort of plugged on past Resgala to finish second without ever getting anywhere. I'm not even sure he realised Falcaire was in the race. That horse was so far ahead of him.
Yeah, he's done okay. I think it'll be interesting to see where he's campaigning next, because I don't think you would want to pull the plug on 2,000 metres quite yet. But maybe, just maybe, they might come up with another plan. But he's interesting at the moment. Rory, where next for this horse?
We heard there from Talal bin Shraim, who's the manager for the White Stable, about getting him into a big race at the end of the month, and that's hopefully the handicapper will give him that high rating to allow him to race in in the top races. And obviously he's come a long way in a short time, this horse. You'd imagine, again, it's because he's racing against moderate horses here, it's difficult to know what figure to put on him, but he's giving away lumps of weight to everything. So, he's winning by 20 lengths, and he's also giving 16, 18 pounds away to these horses in behind as well. So you've got to rate him sort of 40 pounds above them. If you want to be very basic about your handicapping, and that means his mark is getting close to 100 on the back of this. I'm not a big fan of putting that kind of mark on horses winning easily at this stage, but we'll see.
Gary, you can give us the runners and riders for race number 11, our penultimate contest.
Thank you, Callum. Race 11. And riders as follows: number 1, Wild Rhythm, Ahmed Al Zahari. 2, Castle in the Sand, Ricardo Ferreira. 3, Majid Naweth Al Mudigani. 4, Forgivable, Tariq Al Mansour. 5, Freshwater Cliffs, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 6 is an on-runner. Number 7 is Now, Ayed Al Truisi. Number 8, Wink of an Eye, Alexis Moreno. Number 9, Estoppel, Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 10 is Mare Fiori, Abdullah Al Odib. Number 11, Exciting Days, Abdullah Al Orfi. 12, My Code, Luis Morales. 13, Play Actor, Thab Al Timyat. Number 14 is Canoed, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. 15 is Carabino, Camilo Ospina. 16, Star Ahoy, Victor Gutierrez. 17, Warnham, Naif Al-Anazi. 18, Hakais, Mohammed Al-Daham. 19, Al-Mutib, Osama Al-Shahani. One more, number 20, Al-Kayaf, Mohammed Al-Yami. We can go back and rejoin Callum and Rory.
Thank you, Gary. Really appreciate that as per usual. Let's see them in the parade ring. A start with number 1, Wild Rhythm.
Yes, Wild Rhythm has been disappointing of late. Was beaten 26 lengths behind Mr. Jumbo over course and distance last time out, and others look stronger on that form.
We're going to have a look at number 2, Castle in the Sand. Goes to Sama Al-Dahani, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He can't make it 4 wins today, can he?
Well, he could do. He's a hard man to stop. And Castle in the Sand has run creditably in 2100 metre turf handicaps the last twice in races won by Flying Spirit. He's well held at his only dirt start here, but that course was also his first start in Saudi Arabia, so I wouldn't want to jump to conclusions that he doesn't handle the dirt. And it's folly to ignore him. We're going to see him in action here, Castle in the Sand, on the inside, and those famous Al Sabah colours. He gets run out of this in the end. Bolt Away, we see on the near side, finishes second. Flying Spirit was winning his second race over course and distance in a row, and Castle in the Sand could just keep on at one pace. But you see he wasn't punished at all in the final furlong when his chance of winning had gone, and he's a little bit better than the bare result. The question is how he handles dirt.
Yes, that's the one concern you've got behind Boltaway and Flying Spirit there. Let's the 4, Forgivable. They'll be quick here, Raw.
Yeah, one of week winners of 3 over 2,000 metres, 2 starts back. Was disappointing last time, and has had enough racing for the time being, I think.
The 5, Freshwater Cliff.
Now we're talking. Right back to form, went second to Causeway in a course and distance handicap last month, and he's very well treated in the pick of the form he was showing last year. Again, he's been very in and out, but he showed signs of a full-scale revival last time out and should go well again.
6 doesn't go, so we'll go straight to Now, number 7.
Yeah, and Now won a 1,600 metre handicap in November and has been in the frame in slightly stronger events over 1,800 metres on his last 2 starts. Unproven beyond 2,000 metres, but does have claims of staying the longer trip, but that's a bit of a question mark.
8 is Wink of an Eye.
Was placed over course and distance in March, but hasn't resumed in any sort of form. Again, another from the Almondale stable, if you like, the Abdulaziz stable, if you like, who has got a question mark over current form.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a belly on there. Carrying some condition, the 8, Wink of an Eye. The 9 is Estopel. Again, another Faisal Almondale horse.
Yeah, and again, she didn't run too badly last time out, but she hasn't been at her best this season. Very game mare on her day. Her last couple of runs have been respectable, but she needs to step up if she's going to win this.
Yeah, the next horse is Merfury. This is the 10.
Mara Fuori was 4th to Western City in an 1,800 metre open 2 starts back. and matched that form when fifth to Swing the Ring over that trip last time out. Swing the Ring has run very well in defeat since to back that form up. Untried at 2,400 metres, but not without a chance if coping with a stiffer test of stamina.
The 11 is Exciting Days.
Better effort when fourth to Al Najm Al Hadr in a 1,600 metre not to 80 last time out, but was unplaced on his only previous try at 2,400.
We go straight to Play Actor, 13.
Play Actor won a handicap over this trip at Taif in September, and although he's been below form since, did hint at a revival in sixth to Western City last time out and is proven over the trip.
14, Canoed.
Canoed was placed over this trip at Taif last summer, may have needed the run when fifth of 12 to Mr. Jumbo in a course and distance handicap last month after an absence, and he's got place claims of building on that now.
15, Carabino.
Stays well and hinted at a return to form when fifth to Causeway over course and distance on his penultimate start. Didn't build on that last time out, and his inconsistency is a bit of a bugbear these days.
Star Ahoy is the 16.
Stays well enough, but yet to match his fairly useful turf form on this surface, and as a result, he's opposable on dirt.
1M is the 17.
Over the page for 1M, and he was tailed off his last couple of starts and is hard to warm to coming back from a 10-week break now.
Packed Ice is the 18.
Not without interest, was a winner in the UK over 2,000 metres for Ollie pairs. Hasn't fired fully for new connections, but was third in an 1,800 metre open in November, and dangerous to discount him completely for a trainer in very good form.
Matib the 19.
Placed just once in the last 14 starts and is easy to oppose based on recent efforts.
And finally, Al Kaif the 20.
Very hard to fancy, has produced just one effort of any worth in the last year and isn't one to be interested in for all he seems to be enjoying himself around the parade ring.
Having a great time around the parade ring, isn't he? Bless him. Having a really enjoyable day at the races. Hannah has gone down to the start, Rory, so let's cover a few that we may have missed during that rapid fire round there where we were getting information on all those horses. I know we missed the 12.
I think we missed Marjad as well.
Yeah, so let's start with the 3 then. Have you got that one in front of you? Let's start with the 3.
Yeah.
That's Marjad here, going for decent connections.
Yeah, representing the Red Stable, Nawafa Al-Mudiani riding. And Majid ran well when 5th of 19 in a not a 90 handicap over 2,000 metres behind Western City, who was a handicap blot on that occasion. Mm-hmm. Just respectable effort behind the same rival in open company last time out and stepping up and trip to 2,400 metres to the first time, but has chances of staying on pedigree and wouldn't be without interest.
Are you intrigued by the 12, My Code?
Has failed to land the blow in 5 starts this season at up to 2,000 metres. Last outing particularly was very disappointing. Represents powerful connections and has a good pedigree, but just hasn't been living up to it, I'm afraid.
No, Rory, round of applause there. You have smashed that, and we go through every single one of those runners. So let's dive a little bit deeper into some of the main players, but before that, we'll check out how the international market is looking. This is the 4:40 UK time, which is the 7:40 Saudi time, and Majed, the horse we ironically missed, is your favourite 7-2. Freshwater Cliffs at 4-1. Now 9-2. Castle in the Stand 5-1. 10-1 Forgivable, 12-1 Wild Rhythm, 12-1 May Fury, and 14-1 Bar the Rest. Of those top ones, Majed, let's give a little bit more information on that one. And is it a justifiable favourite?
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw Majid as favourite for this race, but it's pretty open. It's a funny race in that quite a lot of the horses with reasonable recent form are unproven over 2,400 metres, and there's a bit of a question with that. And Majid is one of those, but does have form over slightly further than he's been running over in the UK, so has form over 2,200 metres. When with his previous stable, he's been running consistently on the whole without making a massive impact. 3 of his last 4 runs have been in open company. Only one of those has been in a handicap. As I said, when he ran in a handicap, he was beaten just over 5 lengths by Western City, who's a horse who was running off a mark of 71 that day, and he won an open race against horses rated in the 90s next time out. So Majid did pretty well there. You wouldn't be absolutely certain that he would stay this trip, but as I said, he was the fact that Respected Connections tried him over as far as 2,200 metres back home suggests they think he's got a bit of stamina, and he was runner-up that day, not beaten very far. Okay,
Freshwater Cliff, you mentioned, I think you gave a positive mention to that one.
Yeah,
looks really well in the parade ring, I thought.
He does, yeah. You might be thinking he's carrying a little bit of condition, but he does look well in his skin. He'd been out of form for a while, but he hit form around this time last year when winning over this sort of trip, and he bounced back to form to be second to Causeway last time out. And I think a repeat of that gets him very close, and he's clearly well suited by the trip.
Selection from you, Rory?
Causeway, not Causeway, Freshwater Cliffs from that race.
And it'll be me, I'll be going for Now in this contest. So 7 for me, 5 for Rory. Hannah, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Callum. Well, look where we are. We are over at the starting stall. Should we have a little look before the horses are starting to come up now? But isn't this nice seeing another part of the race course? So we've got all our handlers here. They're all lined up ready to help put the horses in. There's plenty of them here. And notice what they're wearing. So the handlers, they've all got riding hats on. They've got body protectors on as well. It's nice they've all got a uniform on. And some of them have, I think that might be a hood to go on. Some of them have some of the ropes to help the horses load into the stalls. So we've got the outriders coming up now with the horses, and we will watch them load. So we've got Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, fantastic day he's had already. He's aboard Castle in the Sand. So interestingly, you've got a guy here who's got a registered. So he's calling them and ticking their names off as they come up. There, you're looking at Wild Rhythm, number 1. He's by Dabawi, that one. A couple more coming up now. Here, that is calling the register as they come through. Coming here, we have number 4, Forgivable. In the red, we have Majed coming in. That's a Geldin by Magna Grecia. Number 7's following behind. More coming in now as he ticks off the register. See the stall handlers, they've got hold of the horses there. And this is always helpful in case some of the horses do get excited. Remember, a lot of them, well, most of them, they've done all this before, so they know what's coming up next. And you'll see some of them that get excited or anxious. They might begin to sweat up a little bit. So it's always handy to have a handler there to walk them round. Now, this part, again, you'll hear us often talk about how it's important how the horses act when they come up to the stalls. If they're messing around in the paddock, the important part is here. The loading process needs to be smooth. We saw the other day a really bad incident that could have gone terribly wrong with Alex Moreno, where one of the horses panicked and he dropped to the floor. So you've got really, really knowledgeable people here to help keep these horses safe and also load them correctly too. Now, we're in the middle of the circle here, so let's have a look at some of these horses in the middle. So you see here, some of them are getting a tack check. So number 3 there, Marjed, you can see he's having his girth adjusted. Some of the horses, you'll notice, when this happens, this is because they'll breathe in. Now, that means there's more space between the girth. If they're in the paddock, they'll bloat out. You find that with some horses, they'll real push their tummies out. The girth, then you think it's tight, and you get here and it's not. Every rider, no matter what discipline you are in, you are always taught from a very young age, you must check your girth. Because if your girth is gone, well, it's curtains from there, isn't it? And you want to make sure you are on safely. So they're checking that underneath. We can see the saddle cloth, and that goes all across the saddles. What's interesting is the tack, particularly when you compare it to other disciplines. Of course, these racing saddles are so small compared to other saddles, because the idea is you don't want to be carrying extra weight that you don't need. Now take a look at a horse there just in front. He's having his hood on. Now this may look scary if you are watching racing for the first time, but this is actually to calm him down. So perhaps he loads into the stalls and he panics. So it's always safer to pop a hood on. Animals are always, they feel better, they feel calmer in darkness. So when you've got a hood, they can't see what's going on, but it just means that we could minimise a problem. And we can minimise problems by doing the correct thing first. Should we have a look at the stalls then as they're loading? So they're still circling around us, but we've got they're beginning to load them into the stalls. Now, of course, the idea of the stalls is to make sure that all these horses are starting at a plain, level field, so they take off all at the same time. Now, I've had a good chance to have a look at some of these horses, and let me tell you now, it's a horse mania everywhere, but I do like the look of number 2, Castle in the Sand. He looks lovely, and you can't really be going wrong there, can you, with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and his winning streak. Now, we're going to head over to Gary. Lots of shouting going on. Gary, it's all yours.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, loading in. I thought Exciting Days was interesting here. This is a horse who hasn't been out here that long. He was a strong stay when he was trained out in Dubai with Doug Watson. And he shaped okay, I thought, last time. So he's my pick. Set to go. 2,400 metres in front of them, and away they go. They jump away from the starting stalls towards the centre freshwater cliffs. One of the first ones to show, forgivable on that one's inside, and now very wide on the course. Al-Kayaf showing good early pace and will lead up past the stands for the circuit to go. Al-Kayaf, the leader, then on settling down. Castle in the Sand is going to adapt a handy position. Now in second place against the rail in third is Forgivable, who's racing on the inside of Mare Fiori. And out wide of those as they run into the turn is Now. They're being followed by Exciting Days towards the inside, racing just in advance as they head out of the straight of Pack Ice, who's got a white cap. Down on the rail next in the field is Almu Tib, who's racing just in advance of Canoed, and Carabino is further back in the field. The others are well spaced out in behind as they head into the back straight, and there must be about almost half a furlong between first and last. Al-Kayaf in front, swinging down the back straight. Al-Kayaf the leader by 4 lengths. Castle in the Sand is the closest pursuer in second place. Third for Mare Fiori towards the outside, and wider out on the course at this stage is Now. They're being followed by Carabino, Exciting Days, and Almutib towards the inside is next in the field, followed by Pack Ice. Just in behind that group then is, as they make the run towards the far end of the back street, Warnham. They've got well spaced out in behind with next in the field on the outside Star Ahoy, and also Freshwater Cliffs in the orange jacket trying to make a little bit of headway. They make the turn out of the back straight. Al-Kayaf headed now by Castle in the Sand. Castle in the Sand strikes the front heading out of the back straight. Immediately trapped though towards the outside by Mare Fiori and Almutib towards the inside. Pushed along next in the field is Now from the back of the field. Majed beginning to make a little bit of headway. Spot the red jacket with the white effort. Still with a lot of work to do though as they make the turn for home. Inside the final 400 metres, and a look behind there. It looked a confident look, didn't it? From the rider on the new leader, Mare Fiori, Abdullah Al-Odib, and strikes for home now with 300 metres left to go. Mare Fiori the leader. Castle in the Sand needs to find something on the inside. Now he's back in third down the centre. Freshwater Cliffs is staying on. Mare Fiori just drifting out to his right with 200 to go. Castle in the Sand trying to rally on the inside. Mare Fiori in front. Castle in the Sand inching closer though against the rail. Castle in the Sand on the far side of Mare Fiori. Castle in the Sand getting up fourth on the day for Ricardo Ferreira. It's Castle in the Sand who beats Mare Fiori, with Freshwater Cliffs from the back of the field finishing in third. 4 on the day for Ricardo Ferreira. Was keen to get this horse into a decent early position, and a winner of course for Hannah as well. Having been headed by Mare Fiori, this horse has kept on willingly down the home straight and has got back up in the last 100 metres to get the better of Mare Fiori. The rider looked confident, didn't quite see it out. Freshwater Cliffs from a long way back has grabbed third. Now, who was never too far away, has finished in fourth. 2 minutes 41 seconds exactly the winner's time. Wins by a length and a quarter. A length and a quarter. Castle in the Sand, Mare Fiori, Freshwater Cliffs, and now a winner for Hannah, and 4 on the day for Ricardo Ferreira.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let me hear you scream if you want some more, because this man, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is absolutely cooking on gas this evening. That's his 4th winner of the night, Rory, and my goodness, probably his best ride.
A really good ride on a horse who wasn't a proven stayer at the trip, and a horse who's a maiden going into the race as well. He got himself in a good position chasing the leader Al-Kayaf in the early stages, and then has moved to the lead in the straight, but hasn't kicked on. He's tried to nurse the horse home, and it looked like he was in trouble when Mara Fori came past him with Abdullah Al-Adib, but Ricardo wasn't finished, and he just kept asking for a little bit more, and Castle in the Sand rallied to get up on the dying strides to win nicely.
This horse finished behind Diera Mile at Windsor when Diera Mile opened his 3-year-old season, and they clearly believed there was some sort of ability there. Never got the head in front, but ran off 3 consecutive second-placed efforts in the UK last season, and then was a little bit disappointing towards the end of his time. Changes hands and then sprouts another leg today.
Well, the interesting thing is the only time he really disappointed. Obviously, it was a little bit frustrating. He was second 5 times in a row, but the only time he really underperformed was in his final start when he was tried over 1.5 miles for the first time.
There you go.
So he looked a blatant non-stayer, led that day and faded from 2 furlongs out as if he was a complete non-stayer. But essentially, it's not a case of you will hear this from Tamer Al Dahani anyway. It's not a case of run the horses at the trip that suits them. It's find the race that the horse will be able to express itself in, and this made it easier for Castle in the Sand to go through the race. Caught the Iron Turf last time out, not beaten up when he was beaten, and here he's been able to race against weaker horses. And although a question had to be asked of his stamina, Ricardo has basically just ridden him with kid gloves to make sure that stamina wasn't the biggest question that was asked.
Hannah, go and talk to our 4-time winner, Jose Ricardo Ferreira. What? Ricardo Sosa Ferreira.
He's a man on fire. Welcome back to the Winners' Enclosure. We're seeing quite a lot of you. Another fantastic ride.
Yes, thank you. I told before, I think today I have a good horses. And this horse, today Tamer tell me go, not catch too much. The last 2 times on the grass, the horse very fresh. Now third time relax, and the handicap is good for him. I hope he improve. But I think this horse better for next season.
Yeah, no, he looks absolutely fantastic. He's quite a lean type as well, and the distance was no problem.
Yes, no problem. He have more distance. This is perfect for him, because fast in the dirt, every time fast pace, and he like this. Because if I catch too much, he no breathe good. And the last 400, he stop a little bit, and then come back.
You could really see the fight towards the end as well. So I suppose at that time you were worried, because I could see you really hanging on there and really asking.
Yes, a moment I think not win, but the horse comes step by step, and I think win. Come on.
Yeah, fantastic. You thought you were beaten, but you weren't. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you so much.
Now, I seem to be having some problems with my talkback, so we're going to head back to you guys in the studio.
You, Hannah, yes, those technical gremlins are a nightmare.
I've got a question for Tamer Al Dahani after this.
What were your questions?
I just discovered something very interesting about this horse. He was bought at the sales in July for 90,000 guineas. He's listed as being in training with Kevin Philippart de Foy, but he was with Andrew Balding through his career, running the colours of Sheikh Juma Dalmouk Al Maktoum, and as we know, didn't win a race. But after he was bought, he didn't get straight on a plane here. Again, I love the thinking from these connections. They sent him to Kevin Philippart de Foy after the sales. Didn't run him again in the UK. I wonder whether the plan was to give him a run, or whether the plan was just to get to know him. They've got a bunch of trainers who train horses in the Al-Sabah colours in the UK, and they utilise those trainers to get the best out of those horses, however that happens to work. So he's definitely spent time in Newmarket after leaving Andrew Balding, but before coming here. And then he's struck at was it the 3rd time of asking here?
It certainly was. And what's interesting, I thought, was he ran him on turf, no worry about kickback. he's come here and he's been ridden to not be concerned about kickback. He's not 4 or 5 deep in the field getting all that muck in his face that he would never really experience before. He's been given a positive ride, although, like we say, we were questioning his stamina, but he's been allowed to kind of breathe in his own air.
Yeah, I love to see rides like this, because what really annoys me when your horse has got a stamina question mark, where the trainer says, "I'll drop it out."
Freshwater
and what
Cliff.
happens is, Freshwater Cliff doesn't have a stamina question mark because he was second over this trip last time out. So I don't know. We'll have a look at him in a while as well. I don't know why he was so far back in the field early on. But anyway, the leader. I think, generally speaking, if you drop a horse out in a race over this trip, unless you think everything's going to fall in a hole and you can come through without making an effort, you're actually testing your stamina more by being asked to pass the whole field late in the day. Whereas if you've got the speed for shorter, you should use that in the early stages of the race. You'll be comfortable in your own comfort zone going forward in a race like this. And if you settle well enough, then you get a chance of seeing it out. And I love to see horses whose stamina isn't proven being given a chance to win by being ridden close up. And I think it gives them a much better chance of staying the trip. There's a great story about Lester Piggott riding for an unknown trainer. And the trainer said, "Oh, you're riding this horse. It doesn't quite stay the trip, Lester, so hold it up at the back of the field and don't make a move until the last minute." Lester went out in front, made all the running this horse, got caught in the line of being a short head. And Lester came back in and said to the trainer, "You're right, he doesn't stay." but he gave it a much better chance of winning the race by getting loose on the lead than he did following those stupid instructions, which do not work 99% of the time.
At this point in the race, just look at the eventual second, comes swinging up five like a good thing. This is Nerufi.
But he's kicked for home so far out.
It's a long straight here at Riyadh, isn't it?
Yeah, Marafori appeared to be travelling better, but again,
you've
got the same issue with the vast majority of horses in this race. There are no really proven, one or two proven 2,100 metre horses in the race, and the winner didn't quite stay.
Hannah is with our winning trainer. Tell us all about this race. Spent time with Kevin Philippart Defoe.
Oh, the trainer is absolutely on fire. Thama Al-Dahani is here. Castle in the Sand. We just said what a fantastic name that is. What a fantastic horse that is.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He just become 4 years old. He's rated 80. He ran only in his life maybe 3 or 4 times only. When he came to England and Saudi Arabia from England, I ran him the first time in the sand, and I don't like him in the dirt. He don't like the dirt really. And we try hard to make him like in the dirt. We train him every day. He ran in the grass 2 races, too good for him. He come one race come third and one race come fourth, but he ran really better, Today we put him in 0 to 80. He's carrying 62 kilo, and he's a small horse, He carried this kilo for long distances. It's hard for this horse, but he progressed good and he won.
Yeah, it was a remarkable ride from Ricardo. At one point in the race, he did look beaten, but of course he held it together perfectly well.
Yeah, because he was standing in a good position. He was second all the way, and he progressed from 800 to be first until the straight, and he's not pushing. If you see him, easy until the straight. When the other horse came, Ricardo, he said, "I know that he will stop in the last furlong. I go step by step. I want to change my horse the last furlong because he really tired carrying the weight, and he hold the horse until the last furlong, and he come back again with the winning,
He's a real brilliant jockey. Thank you so much for that, and well done again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Say hi for everybody in the studio. Thank you.
We will do. Thank you so much. Right, Gary, it's now over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Runs the riders for our 12th and final race. Number 1 is Aina Wayar, Rayan Al Toresh. 2, Consoling, Tariq Al Mansour. 3, Dance Desire, Ricardo Ferreira. 4, Evening Story, Ahmed Al Zahari. Number 5 is a non-runner. 6 is Hizam, Khalid Al Mamoni. 7, Israj Abdullah Al Afwi. 8, Lethal Talent, Ahmed Al Sharar. Number 9 is a non-runner. Number 10, Reem Al Riyadh, Alexis Moreno. Number 11 is a non-runner, as is number 13. And number 12 is Simt, Nath Al Anasi. Let's go back and rejoin Callum and Rory.
Oh, Gary, thank you very much. He's been a star all the way through today. Let's leave it all on the line at the last. But let's start with this race, Rory. Aina Wayar is your one, and suddenly looks like a big player here.
Yeah, in a way, it has to be a player in the last race. I've managed to get my notes backwards here, but
I'm just looking at you flipping over your page and seeing more and more blank pieces of paper.
But yeah, anyway, had been a dual winner this season. Not discredited when behind Dance Design in her last 2 starts, finishing 3.5 lengths seconds in the Ministry of Sports Cup last time out. Obviously needs another career best to repeat that placing. But a couple of non-runners here make Inouye's task a little bit easier.
Yeah, Off the Map is the next horse we're going to talk about. Let's have a look at Off the Map in action here. Just, Rory, one of those really interesting performances where sort of slipped the field.
Yeah, but this is a very good performance, and Off the Map was progressive on the whole last season. This is her beating Just for Soul in the Gulf Cup for fillies last month, and holds Rimal Riyadh on this performance. And to be honest, looks the one they have to beat on with a repetition of this form.
There's some good fillies in behind her as well. I see Sail on Silverbird is behind her as well. There's some proper horses that she's well and truly thumped. So you'd be thinking she's got an every chance here to win this cup contest. The other horse we need to look at is Dance Desire, obviously putting up a hell of a run at the moment. She's looking for her 4th win on the spin.
Yeah, she's in tremendous form at the moment, as so many from this yard are, and we've seen them again in great form today. Brought up a hat-trick when beating Inouye by 3.5 lengths in the Ministry of Sports Cup last time out. Obviously holds Inouye on that piece of form. Is in a tougher race again, but it's hard to be against her the way she wins here. Even in this company, she's just going from strength to strength, and this was her best effort.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to see how Inouye actually steps forward, because she's not been given an easier task here. She's found herself in an even tougher race. This is what they're running for. This is the cup that connections are going for, and these must be connections from the Ministry of Agriculture and Water, because that is who is sponsoring this race. This race is the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup, and it is a cracking contest for the fillies, and we're looking forward to seeing how they get on here. Rory, like yourself, I'm scrambling around my notes here because all of a sudden it's all disappeared before the last race, so we're trying to desperately to get our notes together.
Just to clarify there, off the Map, who we saw video footage of, is a non-runner now, which Off the Map, as well as Heina Baha,
yes,
who would have been 2 of the market leaders here, which makes the chance of Dance Desire so much clearer, and gives Inouye a really solid each-way chance as well. But yeah, 2 of the big names have been scratched. 4 non-runners in total, 5, 9, 11 and 13.
Yes, just to remind everybody at home, that's 5 Heina Baha, 9 Off the Map, 11 Sail on Silverbird and 13 Chawaka. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. We've lost a few in here. Who's caught your eye?
Indeed. We have indeed. Number 3, Dance Desire, and Ricardo Susurera boards again. Can he get another win under his belt? The horse looks really great, really well defined on the hind end and underneath. Behind here, number 4, Evening Story. Looking a little bit fluffy underneath, actually. A little bit of a winter coat coming. Looks a tad soft on top, so not so defined as some of the other horses. And you can see that on the belly also. Number 6 is your horse behind, Hezam. A real loud grinding of the teeth there from this 5-year-old mare, but she's very long in the body. Nice and tucked up underneath, and you can see those oblique muscles. Dropping back again, a horse here is number 7. Israj. Horse number 7, again, another one looking a little bit fluffy, not looking so great in the coat. Does look a little bit soft, actually, on the hind end, quite plump. I would like to see this horse a lot more muscly and more defined than this, so some more work to do for this horse. Has the noseband on. So that's a look at some of the horses here in the paddock. They're all walking down the chute, ready to head to the track. So back to you guys to go through these horses for the next race.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, we hadn't touched on Consoling the 2. What do we make of that one, Rory?
Consoling wasn't discredited when forced to Dance Desire 2 starts back, but then finished a long way behind Dance Desire in the Ministry of Sports Cup over 1,800 metres last time out, so needs to find her best form to be getting involved.
Evening Story is the 4. We've already spoken about Dance Desire, so we'll miss her.
Yeah, Evening Story's got a tough enough task. Was a multiple winner of a Grand Tour in the UK, and I think she might find her place here, but has been tailed off in 2 starts for new connections, and clearly is hard to fancy at this sort of level.
Hazam comes here with a rating of 82. Would that be enough to land a blow here?
Well, it's getting closer to it now that we've got runners rated 95 and 103 out of it. leaving Rimal Riyadh, I think, as our highest rated runner. So Hizam is worth a look. All 5 runs have come in cup races this season, finishing behind the rampant Aedat on 4 of those. This essentially ends up being an ease in class for Hizam, and it's now one to consider. You know, you look at the form figures and think, oh, he's not winning races, but it's been impossible to beat Aedat this season. If you take Aedat out of those races, Hizam looks a little better. She did. I can't believe she keeps improving. You keep looking at her and going, well, you're coming to the end of your tether now, and she's not. So Hizam's basically had an impossible task against her most of the season. Should be competitive here, and is one who's capable of hitting the frame.
Israj is the 7, another one in these colours that we're just a little bit concerned about. She seems to spat the dummy out completely.
No, she's a very useful performer in her day, but she's tumbling down the weights now, and she's not been closer than 7th this season. Just looks like she's had enough, really, for the time being. I think she's heading to retirement on the form that she's shown this season, unless, again, the stable can find out what issues sort of stopped them performing as well as they were this time last year, and she might bounce back, but her recent efforts have been poor.
Yeah, Lethal Talent is the 8th. Great name, I always think. 5th after a long break off.
Yes.
Are you concerned about a bounce here?
Not really, because her penultimate race was in this contest last season.
Oh, wow, OK.
When she wasn't at all disgraced and finished in 6th. She'd won her 3 races prior to that in fairly quick succession. And this might have been, I think, connections. I've been interested to speak to Jimmy Jerkins. I think he probably decided that she'd had a bit of too much racing coming into this last year. She was capable of winning a race like this, and he thought, right, I'm going to bring her into the race next year of a lighter preparation. So she needed the run in her reappearance. She should be spot on for that now. And she's an interesting runner because she got a rating of 95 based on what she was doing coming into that. I think she has to be a player.
She could be very dangerous. Jimmy Jerkins, the trainer who knows what he's doing, and we know we'll have the Jimmy Jerkins fan club watching online. We've just plenty of people getting involved in the chat as well. Jose Ricardo, he never lost faith in a single moment. That was his 4th win of the day. For those who don't know, Jose Soto Belmonte does some work on television, I think in Spain, which is lovely to see. So hopefully we'll see you come down here for Saudi Cup. And if you're not, tell your bosses you need to get down here to go and see Ricardo. And we've also got Confused Hoverboard telling us that they are watching. So that's good to see. Hopefully the hoverboard becomes less confused when you find a winner of this contest. Rory, just a couple more to go through after looking at Lethal Talent, the 8th. We move on to horse number 9, who is, no, not running. It's Rimal Riyadh, it's number 10, isn't it?
Rimal Riyadh was the next one, indeed. Off the map was number 9, and Rimal Riyadh was behind Off the Map 2 starts ago when finishing 4th in that Gulf Cup for fillies. Beaten a fair way that day, but as you saw on the replay, Off the Map got loose on the lead, and there were some very good fillies in behind. She confirmed the promise of that run when beating Sail on Silverbird in a 1,200-metre open last time out. And she comes here with a decent chance on the ratings. Again, my worry is the fact that a lot of horses from this yard haven't absolutely been firing. But in fairness, she's bucking the trend by winning last time out. This is a tougher race on paper. She was due to meet Sail on Silverbird again. That one's a non-runner. And she's got a half a chance.
Just Simp to the last one to look at. She was 4th last time out. And then after that, give us your winning selection.
Yeah, I think Simp is outclassed in this company, so I'll pass over her fairly quickly. And I'm going to go for Dance Desire to continue her good run, despite the fact she's got a little bit to find on the figures. I'm
going to take you on. I'm going to go with Anal Weah. I'm hoping she's still got plenty more momentum left in and can take another big step forward today. Hannah, it's all yours.
3, Dance Desire for me. Could it be another win for the very successful pair? We'll see. Right then, for our last race for this evening, Gary, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, I'd have to be with Dance Desire as well here. In the form of her life at the moment, isn't she? And for all that Rory's pointed out, she's not strictly favoured by how the weights work for this race. It's difficult to get away from a horse that's in such good form, and on the back of that victory last time out, looks like no real signs of stopping the winning at the moment. And of course, obviously, Ricardo Ferreira riding with a lot of confidence and going for the 5-timer on the card. Last 4 about to come forward. In comes Simpt. Goes in along with Dance Desire. And that will just leave Evening Story and one of the greys in the lineup, Lethal Talent. For the final race of 12 on the card. 1,600 metres in front of them. All in. And away they go. Racing away from the starting stall towards the inside, Lethal Talent out smartly in the red jacket and disputes the lead in the early stages with Consoling, showing better pace as they link onto the course proper. Dance Desire just in behind the leading pair in third, followed on the outside by Reem Al Riyadh, and wider still on the course is Israj, taking quite a keen hold and proving awkward to steer is Hizam. Right in the middle, another of the greys. The back marker is Simped, and also towards the rear of the field is Aina Wayar, who's held up towards the back of the field along with Evening Story. But Consoling out in front and giving them something to catch here. Must be 4 lengths clear as they run to the far end of the track and approach halfway. Lethal Talent disputing second. Dance Desire held together on the inside of Israj. Out wide on the course is Evening Story swinging out the back. Meanwhile, on the inside, Aina Wayar's getting a nice run through. Will be just nudged along briefly now as they make the turn back towards the home straight, with his arm also towards the rear of the field. So they're on the turn back for home. Consoling is the leader, ahead of Lethal Talent in second. Dance Desire looming up. Big threat on the outside. Aina Wayar now pushed along on the inside as they make the turn back towards the home straight. Turning for home, and here comes Dance Desire on the outside of Lethal Talent. Consoling pushed along on the inside. Dance Desire strikes the front now. 200 metres left to go and begins to edge away with Israj now the danger. On the outside in second place, Dance Desire, though, is in the form of her life at the moment. She's going to land a 4-timer here. 5 on the card for Ricardo Ferreira. It is Dance Desire who wins the last. Israj in second. Consoling, I think, just held on to third, ahead of Aina Wayar in fourth place. Dance Desire, Ricardo Ferreira lands the 5-timer on the card, and she's now 5 from 12 in her career, an easy winner of the last. Let's go back to Callum and Rory.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 winners for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, 3 winners for Sama Al Dahani, and well, Rory, another one that was never in doubt.
No, always travelling sweetly. Had a little bit to do in the ratings with the runner-up, but she's been in absolutely flying form. And Thamer's horses are just peaking at this stage of the season. Unsurprisingly, he gets them to peak for the good races, and his strike rate has been remarkable over the last couple of months.
Yeah, it's amazing to think that just the ease in which these winners have come in, they just cruised upside. In the end, Aina Wayar was really, really impressive. She's actually come home and finished second, I think, in the end, despite looking in trouble. But you keep trying to take on these horses, and unfortunately, you can't win these races.
No, Dance Desire was, I wouldn't quite say in a league of her own, but she looked very comfortable throughout, and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira riding with great confidence at the moment. The race was set up nicely by Consoling, who set the pace, and I think might have hung on for a minor place there as well. So better news for the Almondale stable, and a couple of their runners running very well in that contest.
Yeah, they'll be really happy with that, the Almondale team, who've had a couple of runners run absolutely nowhere, but this time have done much, much better. Rory, take us through the whole of the day. It's been a really wonderful day of racing. Full thoroughbreds, 12 races, no purebred Arabians today as we had the last couple of days. What have you made of it so far?
Yeah, it's been a tough day's racing in terms of finding winners, but in fairness, we've done okay out of it, and with a range of selections from the Paddock and from the studio, and Hannah certainly pulled her weight today as well with a 20-1 winner earlier on the card. It's been a mixed bag of racing, some very good stuff, and obviously, a mix of maidens in there as well, catching up, if you like, with the races that we would have missed on Thursday and Friday that we had to give preference to the purebred Arabians for on this occasion.
Yeah, now Ricardo's had 5 winners. One of them was your highlight, Rory, a very impressive daughter of Gaies, who took the victory in race 5. Hugely impressive performance. She's now 2 from 2 and is just absolutely pouring it on, Rory.
Yeah, Amirat Al-Zaman is the filly in question. She looked a really good prospect on debut. She won by 11 1/4 lengths first time out. She's up in class today in a fillies open, and she's won by half that distance essentially this time. But she's looked a lovely, lovely prospect. She goes forward nicely. She relaxes in front, but she's got a lot of. She's a really attractive filly in every conceivable sense. Lovely head on her, but lots of scope for further improvement. She's very I would say very like her sire, Gayath, who was a horse who progressed very much from 2 to 3 and more from 3 to 4, was an absolutely top-class middle-distance performer as a 4-year-old, as good as there was really in Europe at that stage. And she's clearly going to stay a little bit further than the trip she's been tried out so far. Today's race obviously over the 1,600 metres, but you'd like to think by that sire that she will stay 2,000 and more, and she looks a cup horse in the making further down the line.
Yeah, she certainly is an exciting horse in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do going forward. For me, the best thing and most exciting thing about her is that the range of trips she can go over, because she can run against her own age in really good style. But the concern for her rivals will be that stepping up in trip, she might be even better.
She might indeed. Certainly 1,800 metres is a nice step up for her, because it's not asking an awful lot more of her, but there's some very good races at that trip towards the end of the season.
Oh, the hardest working woman in Saudi racing has come to join us. Hannah Baycroft, firstly, how are the feet?
They are on. They are on me. Unfortunately, Thamma Al Dahani can't join us because he has to go and get his trophy upstairs. However, he's delighted we can see him over there. I don't know if maybe now I can zoom over and see the horse. But yeah, they're so happy. Ricardo, I mean, they're absolutely on fire, the team. Honestly, fantastic.
Yeah, they really are flying along. Ricardo, 5 winners. Did you see his confidence going through and rising with each and every win? Because he's not on 100%. He's still nursing a flu.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, when I went to try and speak to him earlier and he said, you know, I'm not ready yet. Doesn't mean he's not ready to ride or anything. But he, like you said, he didn't feel 100%. But, yeah, as the day went on, the smile got bigger and the confidence got bigger. But look, I mean, what a show he's put on. Fantastic.
You'll notice that you're calling it a cold, he's calling it a cold, but Callum's already upgraded it to flu.
Oh, yeah, it's flu. It's man flu. It's brutal. He's fighting for his life day in and day out now and still riding winners because of it. That's it. Us men were not that tough, really. But, Rory, the fact that you were mentioning him all the way through before he even arrived here in Riyadh, we was always a conversation piece when he got here, and as soon as he got here, he hit the ground running. It's not like last year where he took a couple of weeks just to get the European out of him and more on that gate speed.
Yeah, well, he's a lovely jockey to watch. He's got lovely soft hands, as they say in the trade. You can ride them in different ways. He can go to the front, as we saw in the penultimate start. But unlike a lot of the jockeys here, who can go to the front and, you know, they're going to try to maintain speed as far as they can in the race. He will go to the front and try to slow things down a little bit, which is difficult to do in this surface, but it's nice to see a different range of riding tactics. And Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has definitely added a little bit to the skills that are on show on the track. And other jockeys around here will pick that up from him as well, and they'll learn from that.
Hannah, we spoke to Andre, his agent or manager, just before racing a couple of weeks ago. He mentioned the support network that's here, which includes his wife, which includes lots of friends and family that come over to support him. How important is that for someone who's riding at the top of their game, but still is a human being and needs that group around them?
Of course, so important. I mean, we mentioned his wife. I always see his wife. She takes all the videos, the photos for him, and actually he's always looking out for her, which is so nice. And I think especially when he's coming over here, like you said, it's a support network to know that he's got his close ones here, his agent that supports him too. Very important. And I think that helps with his confidence as well.
Yeah, it certainly will help with him. As I say, he was nursing some illness today, but you wouldn't have known it. Jose Belmonte in the chat, who is so impressive with this riding and is so impressed with what his friend is doing over here in Saudi Arabia. This was one of these wins. Castle in the sand, at this point where we're watching him, he looks like he's beaten, but look at what the jockey does here. He galvanises this horse and gets a second win.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm not sure galvanising is the right word, but the interesting thing here is that both the first and second, the race was between them coming off the final bend. Neither of them proven at the trip. Slightly less experienced jockey on the second, kicked for home when he was travelling best off the home straight. He's asked his horse for everything, and then he's hit a wall with a furlong to run. Ricardo knew that his horse had a question mark over the trip, but he knew that he could travel really strongly into the race, so he'd be well positioned. And he didn't ask for everything, so he was passed. And he does look beaten because the other one has kicked a couple of lengths clear of him, but Ricardo just holds him together and keeps him and manages to get back up in the line. A lovely, lovely ride.
Let's see Sama Al Dahani get his trophy here for winning the Ministry of Agriculture and Water trophy. It's a really good thing to see. This is what we like to see here, a trainer who's on absolute fire. He's cooking on gas, guys, and the winners keep on coming. The other trainers need to do something. You either avoid these horses or you take them on.
You can't avoid them anymore because, you know, last season Tamer did pretty well and he was third in the trainers table for the imported horses, but he'd have one horse maybe in every second open or cup race. Here he's able to have multiple horses in a lot of these high-end handicaps and open races and cups, and that makes him really, really dangerous.
Imagine being the other owners, remembering he's also got horses that he runs under his own name. That's the terrifying thing. He's got horses that are so talented that run under his own name that are just as dangerous as those in the Al Sabah stable colours.
Yeah, and that's what we spoke to him about earlier. I didn't realise that he had, you know, his own horses, which of course would have meant so much to him. I mean, imagine owning the horse, training it, and then watching it run. But, you know, it's interesting how when I come now, I'm a bit spoiled because I see him performing so well. But then, like you guys say, you know, he was doing great, but it wasn't as often as it is now. So, you know, it must be amazing for you both to see the transition in his performance.
Yeah, well, we may have had our doubts, Rory, but Tom Collins was very much in the conversation, saying that he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And he's a huge, huge fan.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm heading home. We're both of us heading home today, and Tom Collins will be back in the hot seat. So the Tom Collins Tamer Al Tahani love-in can continue. That's very much a mutual thing. Tom loves Tamer and Tamer loves Tom. But in fairness to Tamer, he's been very good to all of us here, and he's always keen to wish us all well, and that's been a real blessing to us since we've been here.
And just confirmation for everybody at home, I'm pleased to announce that we are getting 2 new sidekicks for me here. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. What's going to be wonderful is that I'm taking you both at home to the airport in the early hours of the morning. Think of me at 4 a.m. driving these guys to the airport because I don't want to get an Uber. And we're going to be welcoming instead Tom Collins and Martin Kelly as well. Now, Martin obviously will be here for the Saudi Cup. He's a big figure in Saudi Arabian racing over here, so he'll be looking forward to getting stuck into the form before. And Tom Collins will be looking to beat your total. 16 winners, Rory. Absolutely flew home for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's been all right, hasn't it? But that gives Tom something to shoot at, and no doubt he's a very competitive man, is Tom, so he'll be keen to hit 17 or 18 in his first week.
Hannah, this is your final stint here in Saudi Arabia this season. Give us a quick highlight. What's been the best thing about this stint out?
I think watching Scotland Yard come home, that was seriously impressive. I know you guys spoke about it a lot in the group chat before I came out. So to see him in the paddock and then perform, absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, it's been fantastic.
And Rory, just a very quick highlight from you as well.
It's just a general one about, we just talked about him anyway, but our relationship with Tamer Al Tahani here, being able to learn about what's going on in Saudi Arabia as well. He shares everything with us, but he also talks more openly about his horses than anyone else does as well, and that's been a joy for me.
It has been an absolute joy for all of us here, racing all the way through from purebred Arabians on the Thursday and Friday, thoroughbreds all on the Saturday. We've seen some stars, but Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, Sama Al Dahani, the 2 of you have been superb, and we can't wait to do it all again next week.